For fuck's sake, it's drizzling. So exhausted he could barely breathe, yet unable to even get a moment's rest. The young man was startled awake by the rain. He immediately sat up, grabbed his weapon, and slowly walked to the edge of the dilapidated building. The ground below looked like a junkyard swarming with monsters more numerous than ants. He was all alone. But so what? After taking a deep breath, Kim Sung-in instantly leaped toward the monsters, his razor-sharp sword swinging relentlessly through the air, frantically clearing everything in its path. The monsters dropped like flies. A pity he was all alone and couldn't hold out for long. Soon he was coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Just as Kim Sung-in reached his limit in the air, suddenly a voice echoed, "As expected of humanity's hero." Oh my god. A massive son of a bitch appeared right before his eyes. It had the head of a bull and the face of a horse. Oh wait, no. It was definitely the boss monster. No sooner had the words been spoken, a single light slap was enough to leave Sung-in drenched in his own blood. The boss roared, "Hero, hero, my ass!" Then it casually delivered a glowing punch, extinguishing the last remaining life of humanity. Darkness swiftly enveloped Sung-in's consciousness. However, the moment light returned to his eyes, he saw 4 young punks in front of him. He scrambled to his feet, stared intently at his hands, then looked up at the sky, wondering, is this a dream? While he was still dazed and questioning everything, one of the guys suddenly grabbed his collar and threw a punch. On pure reflex, Sung-in quickly blocked it. With his other hand, he landed a punch on his attacker's face, sending the kid flying into a corner. Humiliated, the blonde kid furiously scrambled up to retaliate, but another guy suddenly yelled that the police were coming. He and his buddies quickly prepared to flee. But he didn't forget to leave a parting shot just like a classic school bully. "Soo-hyun, you better show up at school tomorrow." They all took off like their asses were on fire. They're all gone now. Still dazed and confused about what was happening, Sung-in slowly got to his feet and picked up a phone that was lying nearby. The moment he saw his face reflected on the screen, his world came crashing down. All that was left was a single clueless question. Who the hell is this? In the year 2042, the world was destroyed. After dungeons started popping up everywhere like mushrooms, monsters crawled out of the unconquered ones and began their invasion of reality. This phenomenon was called the Uprising. In the face of humanity's impending doom, certain individuals with extraordinary powers began to emerge. The world came to call them the Awakened. Kim Sung-in was one of them. After all of humanity kicked the bucket, he became the sole survivor, forced to fight the dungeon monsters all by himself. But they overwhelmed him with their sheer numbers, and so he fell. When he opened his eyes again, he found he was no longer Kim Sung-in, the last awakened human, but a weak little punk named Kim Soo-hyun, who was constantly bullied by his classmates. After giving a personal statement that was practically 2 pages long, he still couldn't make the police officer believe him one bit. Instead, the officer just asked for his name and address, but grew frustrated when the kid knew nothing except the name Kim Soo-hyun and that he was 19 years old. The officer sighed and said his mother would be arriving shortly, so he should just wait there. He also warned the boy not to hang around the area because the news just reported that it would be appearing near construction zones. As evening fell, Sung-in, now as Soo-hyun, was walking home with his new mother. After a brief chat, she suddenly stopped, took out a handkerchief and wiped his face. Then she said, "If those boys ever do that to you again, you have to tell me immediately. I won't stand by and let it happen again." After she spoke, she took his hand and led him away. As the two were walking past a park, they were suddenly attacked by a werewolf. He remembered the officer's warning, and now that it was 2022, the period when the uprising had violently erupted, it wasn't surprising to see monsters appearing in the middle of the city even in broad daylight. To defend himself, but without a sword, Soo-hyun kicked up a nearby umbrella and confronted them directly. As one of the wolves lunged, he ignored his mother's shout to dodge and instead swung the umbrella hard against its body. The injured wolf howled in pain. It pounced again. Unfortunately, his new body wasn't an awakened one, so his fighting strength was nothing like it was before. Soo-hyun was pinned to the ground. As he desperately struggled with one werewolf, another one charged in to attack. Just when he thought it was all over, his mother bravely threw herself at the monster to help. Never underestimate a woman, especially a mother. Her powerful tackle sent both of them flying. Seizing the opening, Soo-hyun kicked the werewolf off himself and rushed to his mother's side. She was injured. Despite her injuries, she tried to act tough. "I'm okay. You run." Looking at this strange woman, who had almost died for him, a murderous aura erupted from Soo-hyun's entire body. He slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at the 2 monsters behind him. Then he asked them point blank, "You're really asking for a death wish, aren't you?" Surprisingly, the werewolves seemed to understand human language. Just his one short sentence was enough to make the 2 creatures turn pale and run off with their tails between their legs. Just like that, the werewolves were driven away. Thanks to the address slip in his wallet, Soo-hyun was able to get his mother home. After arriving at the inn and laying her down to rest on the sofa, he finally looked down at his own hands. He wondered to himself why he was so weak. Was he reborn as a useless person just to repeat the same mistakes from his past life? Just as Soo-hyun was blaming himself, a spatial gate and the guide system suddenly appeared. User confirmation review complete. The portal connecting to user Kim Soo-hyun is now open. The system's voice rang out continuously. "It's here. In that case, that means this body has the potential to become an awakened. Well, well, my time has come and nothing can stop it. Thinking about having the chance to awaken earlier than in his previous life, Soo-hyun didn't hesitate any longer and immediately stepped through the gate. Not long after he arrived, a voice echoed in his head. Welcome to the Tower of Trials. To elaborate a bit on this strange tower, if an ordinary person can pass through it, the first floor of the tower they will be recognized as an awakened. The higher they climb, the more they receive and the stronger they become. The guide panel appeared before Soo-hyun, and it announced that the first floor trial had begun. Since he had experience, Soo-hyun decided to choose the hardest difficulty to conquer, which was level 10, because he knew very well that although it was just the first floor, the higher the level, the greater the reward, which also meant a stronger opponent. But so what? You have to risk it to get the biscuit. If you don't take risks, you'll only get scraps. The surrounding scenery changed very quickly. In the past, the highest level he had conquered was level 8. But in this new life, he wanted to be stronger. Otherwise, his fate would end up just the same, dying under the fists of the boss Vanya. The armory appeared with countless tools for combat. As always, he picked up a sword and prepared for a life-or-death battle with the floor's monsters. A blue sky with a few white clouds drifted by. Outside the rest area, a crowd was gathered, chattering excitedly. One person spoke up. Have you guys seen the updated rankings? Another person's jaw dropped in astonishment. 2,230 points? Is he a monster? Meanwhile, second place only has 940 points. Who is that Kim Soo-hyun guy? Having just burst out of the spatial gate in high spirits, the name Kim Soo-hyun quickly became that of a rising new awakened, with a sky-high score that completely crushed everyone else. The Tower of Trials known as Abyss in his previous life. Countless awakened had gathered and entered its floors. Each floor had its own environment, climate, and even culture. However, there was one common feature: to climb to the next floor, you had to overcome a trial. But in order to overcome the next floors, he needed to equip himself with a few things. Kim Soo-hyun ignored the gossip about him and, following the memories of his past life, entered a shop and was warmly greeted by the skill merchant Valley. Hey there, sweetie. Just tell me everything you need. If you're not sure what to look for, this big sister will give you some recommendations. He had met this beautiful big sister before. That whole everything must go marketing pitch to lure customers hadn't changed a bit. The only thing is, it wouldn't work on him because he had already decided what he needed to buy. Soo-hyun coolly said to her, I want to buy the burst skill and the conversion skill as well. Veli was a bit stunned, but before selling them, she asked him, can you even afford them? Because burst costs 150 points, while conversion costs a whole 1,000. Japan has its card captor, but here we have a card lord. Without a word, Soo-hyun swiped his points instantly. Oh my god. It was the first time Veli had ever met a VIP like this, and she couldn't contain her shock, slamming the table and yelling, What in the world is this score? Her shock was understandable, because in her entire career as a merchant, to see someone with over 1,000 points after just the first floor, this young man was probably the only one. You don't even have to think about it to know how insane that is. Soo-hyun didn't have time to stay and give her a long explanation. After getting what he wanted, he left and sat on a bench to activate his new skills. He also checked everything else at the same time. 2 books immediately appeared in front of him. If you want to possess a skill, an awakened needs a certain mana level. But there is only one growth-type skill that can be found in the Tower of Trials shops, and that is the conversion skill. A vial of chemicals appeared in Soo-hyun's palm. This was an equally important item called a lowest-grade mana catalyst. It might sound useless, but it amplifies the mana level and capacity based on the user's potential. It's usually found in the basic reward shop after finishing a trial, so most people overlook it. But for someone as experienced as Soo-hyun, nothing is useless. As long as you search carefully, you can find many hidden treasures. Excuse me, could I speak with you for a moment? The voice of a young man rang in Soo-hyun's ear, startling him slightly, because he hadn't sensed his presence at all. As he turned his head to see who it was, a memory of a figure shrouded in bloodlust appeared in his mind, along with the name Choi Hak-soon. He knew this guy. In his past life, the man standing before him was once considered a genius among the awakened. But in the near future, he would become a villain, a great sinner for having slaughtered an entire famous guild. Hak-soon was a bit taken aback that the person in front of him was just staring, but he still explained that he had followed him all this way, just to ask if he wanted to join his party. A system notification announced that the second floor level 10 had opened. The scenario stated that he had escaped with the Charlie clan's treasure, and the clan members were furious, and they would pursue him to reclaim the treasure. The objective set was to escape with the treasure and try to survive in this forest. After getting all the information, Soo-hyun hid high up on a tree trunk. Below, a pack of pursuer-type monsters were lurking, searching for him as he looked at the necklace in his hand. Then he mumbled to himself, I guess besides having to protect it, this thing doesn't have any special effect. I wonder which approach I should take. After thinking over the 4 words, try to survive, he suddenly understood the problem. He immediately activated his acceleration skill and began attacking the monsters below. It turned out, try to survive meant destroying everything in this forest. The battle began, and he was like Florentino with sword strikes as fast as the wind, slicing everything in 2. Each monster brought in 20 achievement points as he took down the horde of bright green monsters. Soo-hyun then recalled a previous conversation between him and Hak-jun. he had needed to form a team to conquer level 8. Unfortunately, Soo-hyun's answer was no, because level 8 was far too low compared to his original goal. For someone as experienced as Soo-hyun, those monsters were just low-level fodder, so it wasn't long before he cleared them all out. Only then did the boss of the second floor appear. You could tell immediately that it was different. It was riding on the back of another monster. Soo-hyun had been waiting for this. He pushed off his heels, leaped high into the air, activated his acceleration skill, and gave both master and servant hundreds of cuts in a flash. Second floor complete. This time, the reward was a necklace called the Family's Heirloom. Its effect was to heal all injuries and remove all conditions that caused pain to the body. However, it was limited to 5 uses. At the same time, thanks to the conversion skill he was able to absorb, the berserk ability after defeating the patriarch of the Sokli clan. Soo-hyun smiled, satisfied with his gains. After completing the mission, and with his current strength, perhaps nothing on these low floors could take him down anymore. Except sometimes. He'd be taken down by hunger and forced to return home. Wandering through the floors forever would lead to exhaustion. As soon as Soo-hyun left his room, a lavish feast was already waiting for him, steaming aromatically. His mother had prepared everything. It was to thank him for risking his life to save her before. But Soo-hyun didn't think he deserved much credit. He said, "You're the one who's more tired than me, Mom. You even went to work yesterday while you were so badly injured." After exchanging a few more words, they sat down at the table and began to eat. Soo-hyun choked with emotion, put a spoonful of rice into his mouth. It was delicious. With cooking skills like this, even if he wasn't her real son, he would willingly do everything in his power to protect her until the end. 1 year later. Saturday, October 7th. Today he had just left home. His excuse was that he wanted a break after a tough semester of exams. Over the past year, he had been hiding it from his mother and clearing the tower floors one by one. His plan to conquer the 10th floor was about to begin, but he didn't know how long it would take, so making an excuse and leaving now was the most logical choice. For the awakened, the 10th floor is a crucial barrier to overcome. The difficulty of the trials increases terrifyingly every 10 floors. Most people usually choose a level 1 or 2 lower than what they normally challenge. However, once you get used to that, the subsequent floors become even harder to conquer. Soo-hyun still clearly remembered the green dungeon that would appear in Anyang in another year. It was a large-scale rebellion. Following that was the Gunjido accident, which happened right on New Year's. He stared at the painfully bright crimson sunset and mumbled to himself, "I'm going to change all of that. This time I'll definitely be able to protect it." Soo-hyun went straight to the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials alone. There he met an old man, with an appearance no different from a beggar's. The man held out his hand towards him and said, "I won't try to stop you, but can you give me a little something before you go?" Soo-hyun knew very well that this man was the guardian of the 10th floor. Most people who came here would think he was a beggar and ignore him, but his role was very important. Unlike them, he was willing to donate 5,000 achievement points in exchange for a bit of information about the place he was heading to. According to the guardian, information related to the 10th floor was extremely expensive, and the only thing he could reveal was this: be careful of the village chief. Soo-hyun nodded in satisfaction, continued forward, and chose level 10 to conquer. The system guide quickly appeared. The content this time was quite special. With only 2 requirements: find its purpose and don't die. In the forest near the village there was a lovely child picking wild berries. Just as the child happily opened their mouth wide, preparing to pop a berry in as a reward, they accidentally saw a terrifying creature. "Hello, sweetie. I've been waiting here since this afternoon." The giant lizard didn't even let the child utter a sound before it immediately lunged to attack. Soo-hyun had just entered the simulated world not long ago. Coincidentally seeing this, he immediately ran out to help, activating his transformation skill to enhance his physical abilities to the limit. Soo-hyun grabbed the child and leaped high into the air. Next, he immediately drew his sword and dealt with the lizard right in front of the little girl. Soo-hyun had just acted as a good citizen, saving a person and slaying a monster for the good of the world. And yet when he took the child home, he was berated by her mother. "Even if you took the kid hostage, it would be useless. There's nothing in this village for you to take, so get out of here quickly." "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?" Soo-hyun was chased away and she refused to speak with him. He wandered through the village in the middle of the night, surrounded by furtive glances following him from a distance. The guide panel suddenly presented a request: save this village from the crisis and survive. He kept walking and thinking while everyone stared at him as if he were a monkey. He was suddenly trapped in a glass case. Soo-hyun knew well that the people here were NPCs, but their appearances and thought processes were frighteningly human-like. He stopped and looked up at the sky, thinking to himself. Their extremely hostile attitude towards strangers, combined with the uncomfortable and gloomy atmosphere of the village, made it all too similar to that time, that very scene. In a world on the brink of ruin, one he had already experienced in his past life, no one would talk to him or even come near him until Soo-hyun grew weary. While he was sitting by a large tree, the child he had just saved approached him. She seemed quite wary and hesitant, but still mustered up the courage to run over and give him some fruit to thank him for saving her life. Soo-hyun knew what he had to do. He immediately gave her some food to pry for a bit more information. That's how he learned the reason people were unfriendly. They were guarding against having their food stolen. The little girl happily ate while saying, "My dad told me the village chief has done everything he can to protect this village, his whole life. So we have to trust him. They say the monsters can't get near the village because of what the chief did." Soo-hyun realized something was off about the little girl's words. But just as he was about to ask more, the village chief and another man approached. He wasn't friendly at all. The moment they met, he threatened him, saying that recklessly handing out food on his own like that, this could cause conflict, so as the village chief, he demanded that you stop giving out food without his permission. The guardian of the 10th floor had warned me to be careful of this guy. But in order to clear the 10th floor, Soo-hyun brought out his spatial bag, which was full of food, presented it to the village chief, and asked for permission to stay. He even added enthusiastically, "If you give me a place to sleep, then while I'm here, I will provide you with all the food you need." Thinking the chief would refuse, he was surprised when the man nodded easily. The chief turned away, feigning friendliness, and said he would give him a house, one that was vacant. Since his request had been accepted that night, he started wandering around the village, searching for clues along the way. Soo-hyun happened to see many villagers gathered to pray for something. This wasn't strange at all, because in his previous life he had seen it thousands of times. When faced with the apocalypse, people started going crazy in different ways. But in the end, nothing was left. Soo-hyun was allowed to stay here. But how could he know that in his office the village chief was planning a sacrifice? The man spoke up. "The preliminary ritual was a success, chief. But we still don't have a sacrifice for the ceremony in 3 days." Hearing this, the village chief just grunted. He had already planned for this, which is why he decided to let Soo-hyun stay. He then gave the man a vial of sleeping potion and instructed him, "In 3 days after you knock him out, drop him down to it." He said they needed to sacrifice a few offerings, for the greater good. A serpent monster appeared beneath the village and only ate humans, but thanks to it, other monsters didn't dare invade this place. As the village chief, he would rather sacrifice a few people for the common good and felt no remorse, because that's what a hero must do. 4 days later, Soo-hyun was pushed to the sacrificial altar by the villagers while unconscious. The rope was cut, and he was dropped into a basement where the serpent monster lived and hatched its eggs. A day passed, and the village chief crept over to see which area the snake had marked as its territory. As he walked, he thought to himself, "It must have finished digesting him by now. It's almost time for it to expand its territory again." To his surprise, as the heavy basement door opened, the sight that greeted him was the giant snake he had been raising, chopped into several pieces by the outsider Soo-hyun, who was preparing to pickle it in a jar. Not only was Soo-hyun not dead, but he was standing right there. Gripping his sword tightly, his entire body drenched in blood, he coldly asked the old man standing before him, "What brings you all the way down here, village chief?" He couldn't answer right away, just trembled as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Seeing the dead snake, he immediately flew into a rage, yelling that Soo-hyun had ruined everything. If this serpent doesn't continue to mark its territory, other monsters will come and attack the village. He kept insisting that he was saving this place. But Soo-hyun didn't see it that way. Carnivorous serpents spend most of their time sleeping when they aren't eating. More importantly, they don't see their caretakers as prey. He walked closer to the chief and said, "Your act as a hero can come to an end now. Having fun is one thing, but you took it too far. You raised a monster and it turned into a huge mess." Soo-hyun carried the serpent's head before everyone and proceeded to reveal all of the village chief's lies. Next, he poured the eggs he'd collected onto the ground and explained, "I mentioned before that these carnivorous serpents have a trait where they won't harm their caretakers, right? Based on this trait, you will all raise these young serpents together." Looking at the villagers' pale, ashen faces, he added that if they agreed to this method, they would never have to sacrifice anyone ever again. Instead, you'll sacrifice monsters to them. It sounded very promising, but everyone argued that they had always been farmers with only farming tools, so there was no way they could hunt monsters. They passed the responsibility back and forth, and in the end, no one dared to step up and shoulder what they considered such a heavy burden. Soo-hyun was furious at these cowardly words. "If you're going to be that direct, I have no choice but to accept. If we don't protect ourselves, then we might as well give up and continue sacrificing our own people to them." The atmosphere quickly sank into silence. He had already predicted this would happen. It was because of this dependent lifestyle that a reluctant hero like him was born. But just as he was about to find another way to complete his mission, a young voice rang out. A little girl, trembling slightly behind her mother, still insisted that she wanted to help. "I want to become strong like you and help my villagers. Say no more. 10 out of 10. The child's words instantly became a spark, igniting their courage. Now no one dared to refute Soo-hyun's opinion anymore. A young man approached him and asked quietly, "For the time that you're still here, could you teach us how to fight?" Since they asked, he naturally and happily agreed. Thanks to that request, his mission was suddenly 60% complete. All he had to do next was stick to the plan and go all out. Several days passed. After gaining their trust, Soo-hyun began guiding the villagers on how to fight the monsters. On their own, they also figured out that catching the young ones could provide them with food. After Soo-hyun took down a giant centipede as if he were chopping a bunch of vegetables, he opened his system window to check, only to find that his progress was stuck at 90% with no signs of changing. While he stood there wondering if this had something to do with the village chief, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Something massive abruptly landed in front of him, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere before shooting back up into the sky. Soo-hyun looked up. It was then he discovered that the sole natural enemy of the predatory serpent beast had just appeared. Its name was the Azure Flame Sacred Bird, a huge garish green bird that could screech fire. It could burn everything to ash. The evil village chief who had been missing for the past few days was the one who had released it. He watched it soar with a glee-filled look on his face. Behold, the arrival of the sacred bird, all hail. At this level, those villagers will treat me like a hero. He thought his time had finally come. He would be the village chief who could control a terrifying monster. But as fate would have it, the village chief had barely gotten to watch his creation soar, when he was hit by a scorching flame from it. As expected of a side character, he was gone in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 70 kilograms were reduced to nothing more than a small pile of fine dust. The monster was flying towards the village. Knowing something bad was about to happen, Soo-hyun immediately gave chase. He pursued it frantically, then activated his speed burst skill, slashing quickly towards the bird's belly. But as luck would have it, not only did he miss, he was also struck by its talons. Soo-hyun went into a freefall, still clinging to his stubborn obsession with being a hero. He didn't give up. He attached a rope to his sword's hilt, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he pushed off and launched himself back into the sky to fight it. Soo-hyun threw his sword hard like a grappling hook. Then, waiting until the rope had wrapped around the bird's beak, he pulled the other end tight, using it to get closer to the beast. If I can't reach it, then I'll just have to force myself to reach it, Soo-hyun declared resolutely. Seizing the opportunity, his conversion skill activated, instantly copying all of his opponent's abilities. This time, it was his turn to use fire, to strike back at the azure flame. Sacred bird Soo-hyun's whole body blazed with crimson fire, overpowering the monster's heat. Even though he had copied its ability just as he had feared, his current level was still too low. It wasn't enough to inflict any damage on this thing. Suddenly, the rope was burned through by the flames. Soo-hyun's body was also affected by the sacred fire. It seemed he couldn't hold on any longer. He was like a kite with its string cut. Once again, he was in a free fall in midair, with nothing to hold on to. Even so, he still clutched his sword tightly in his hand. A large pillar of fire blasted his body, the searing pain so intense that Soo-hyun couldn't hold it in any longer. He unconsciously cursed out loud. At that moment, when his life was hanging by a thread, his will to fight surged once more. The recovery item, Aisley's treasure, activated at just the right time. It restored all damage to his body and his damage output. The main character's aura flared back to life. Soo-hyun gripped his sword and with all his might plunged it deep into the bird's back. It was followed by a ferocious, loud roar. Die! A loud explosion rang out, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. They both hit the ground, the bird dead, the man injured. By the time Soo-hyun opened his eyes and regained consciousness, the battle was over. After the loud roar, Soo-hyun awoke with a start and realized he had been saved by the villagers. They told him the monster bird was dead. It won't be causing any more trouble. An older man also chimed in. We've already butchered it, so we won't have to worry about food for a while. It's all thanks to you. The 10th floor's mission was complete. Although he was a bit reluctant to leave, it was time for Soo-hyun to return to the outside world. That night, he snuck towards the gate, but he was stopped by the child's voice. Are you leaving, Mr.? How could you leave so secretly? And what's that? Even though she was an NPC, she was still just a child. Soo-hyun had no other choice but to lie, saying he was going on to save other villages. Hearing this, the little girl didn't press him any further. She gave him a bag of fruit, introduced herself as Melly, and then said a proper goodbye one more time. The car carrying Hak-jun sped down the road. Guildmaster Dung Dong Yang saw him lost in thought and tried to start a conversation, but he couldn't seem to cheer him up. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately made an announcement. Ah, that's right. The rookie reminded me that Kim Soo-hyun will be coming in to get his rank evaluation soon. He said this because he wanted Hak-jun to hurry up and bring the newcomer who was rumored to be a genius to him. Because if he did that once there was a replacement, he would consider freeing him. This is the state-affiliated Awakened Certification Agency, the place where countless Awakened are evaluated and ranked at various levels. They manage everyone from foreign Awakened to those without a guild affiliation. In order to gain the right to enter dungeons, every Awakened must receive a rank certification from the council. Only then can they enter dungeons to earn money, and of course the money they earn, from the dungeons also depends on their rank. A few days after leaving the 10th floor of the tower, Soo-hyun decided to come here to get his card. An employee had just let him inside. It wasn't long before he saw a loud argument. The man in the orange shirt looked extremely agitated, so he started yelling at the person in front of him. Look at these stats. My magical power is at level 3. That's enough to get a C rank certification. So why the hell am I a D rank? The guy refused to listen to the expert's explanation, grabbing him by the collar and accusing him of intentionally lowering his rank. But then Hyuk-jun appeared and grabbed the troublemaker's wrist. Then he twisted it behind his back while exposing his crime. This thing can increase your magical power for a short period of time. I have no idea how a guy like you could get your hands on something like this. He ignored the other guy's curses. He bluntly told the guy that if he wanted to settle this for real, he should take off the bracelet first. Who cheats like that anyway? The security guard saw the situation escalating, so they immediately rushed in, grabbed the mad dog by the neck and dragged him outside. Coincidentally, Soo-hyun saw that Hyuk-jun was also here, so Soo-hyun cheerfully walked over to say hello. He spoke first. I met you on the second floor. Do you remember me? Hyuk-jun was quite surprised to see a familiar face. The two of them sat on the waiting bench and took the chance to chat for a bit. But before they could even introduce themselves, the loudspeaker called Hyuk-jun's name. He was up for his evaluation. Soo-hyun sat there carefully observing the young man who was smiling cheerfully at him. He had now joined the Aries Guild, and that was the very guild that would be wiped out in the future. He wondered to himself, why would he do that? As everyone expected. Down in the hall, even though it was the young man's first time here, his mana reached 44, enough for a B rank. After the measurement, Hyuk-jun returned to his seat about to continue the conversation with his new acquaintance when the loudspeaker called out, "Freelance awakened. Kim Soo-hyun, please come down." Amidst the noisy atmosphere, our main character stood up cheerfully, looking cool as a cucumber. He then told Hyuk-jun to wait for him for a moment, because he'd be back soon too. Soo-hyun placed his hand on the mana measuring device as instructed by the staff member. He closed his eyes tightly, then let his power surge. Although he had calculated it carefully, just a brief moment was enough to leave Hyuk-jun stunned. Non-affiliated Kim Soo-hyun, mana 29, rank C. As soon as the result was announced, Hyuk-jun couldn't help but shout. A moment ago, he had clearly sensed that it had to be A rank or higher. How could the result be so low? His emotions soared and then quickly plummeted because Hyuk-jun trusted the measuring device. He figured he must have been mistaken. No one would be foolish enough to do that. Even if someone wanted to, only a world-class awakened would be able to pull something like that off. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun got his card and quickly scrambled out of the hall, his face covered in a cold sweat. Oh, crap. Although he had tried to hold back for a split second, he had accidentally revealed his true power. Part of the reason was that after conquering the 10th level, all of his stats had increased. Among them, the Holy Fire skill was also a type that developed quite powerfully with each level. While he was standing there, lost in his thoughts, Hyuk-jun approached from a distance to strike up a conversation. He was still hung up on what happened in the hall and wanted to ask him about it. But before he could say anything, they were interrupted by a D-rank thug. As it turned out, that guy was here causing a scene because he was still bitter about being exposed in front of so many people and had decided to get revenge. Too bad for him, he picked the wrong day. Before he could even make a move, he was killed by Dong-dong-yang right in front of them. The man didn't do much besides touch his opponent's body. The next thing they knew, the man's body went limp at his feet. He walked straight over to Hyuk-jun and said a few words of greeting. When he glanced at Soo-hyun, he asked his little brother who the person in front of him was. Hyuk-jun stammered, "I just met him in the evaluation room and wanted to invite him to join the guild because his rank isn't bad." While Dong-dong-yang approached him with interest to start a conversation, Hyuk-jun for some reason was frantically gesturing for him not to accept. The man introduced himself as Dong-dong-yang, the guildmaster of the Aries Guild, and asked for his name. "My name is Kim Soo-hyun." Hyuk-jun was horrified when he heard that. What kind of friend gestures that frantically, and still gets the signal completely wrong? He hurriedly cut in to explain, No, it's not that Kim Soo-hyun, sir. That person is a C-rank awakened. There's no way he could be Kim Soo-hyun." At first, Dong-dong-yang was delighted thinking he was the person he was looking for. But after seeing the certification card that only showed a C rank, he did a 180 and lost all interest in talking. "I'm not interested. And even if I were the Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors, I would never join your guild." While Soo-hyun made it clear that he hated the act of killing people, so casually Dong-dong-yang felt proud of a guild backed by a strong guild master like himself. A guild that possessed the power to escape punishment for any crime, even when they committed murder. Like a vegan and a carnivore, their ways of thinking clashed head-on, and the conversation soon reached a dead end. Dong-dong-yang, seeing there was nothing left to say to him, pulled Hyuk-jun away, but things wouldn't end that easily. As Hyuk-jun was passing by, he was stopped. Soo-hyun secretly handed him a piece of paper telling him to get in touch whenever he needed help. Only then did he step aside to let them leave. That night, he went home and started digging through the news online to see how that A-rank awakened guy and his guild operated. Turns out he was just another gangster. He liked to solve everything with his fists. Old habits die hard, so after forming a guild, his evil deeds only expanded, causing conflict between Hyuk-jun and the guild. He wanted to interfere too, but first he had to take care of some more important matters. To distinguish a dungeon's difficulty, people usually rely on its color. It's a spectrum like a rainbow, and the closer to violet, the higher the difficulty. An orange dungeon is ranked second lowest from the bottom. If a party has too many C-rank members, and then this is a worthwhile dungeon to enter to gain experience. Time passed. On January 1st, 2024, in Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province, Soo-hyun joined a raid team for an orange dungeon. In Gwangju, the first person to speak to him was the team leader Lee Joo-ho, a friendly and approachable older man. But the others weren't necessarily so, a prime example being this short-haired girl. After realizing he wasn't the Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors, she approached him and said with an irritable tone, "Did you even get a proper evaluation? I wonder if you'll be of any use to us at all." Soo-hyun, having once been the last human alive on Earth, wasn't afraid of anyone. He immediately snapped back, "I didn't think I'd hear something like that. From someone who's the same C rank as me, unbelievable." Besides her, the other girls were all approachable. While he was talking to Kim Yun, the team's medic, he pointed to a guy completely covered up and asked who he was. But just like him, very few people here knew who this person was. They were gathered from different places, so they didn't know each other well. Soo-hyun joined this team because he knew that in the future everyone here would die. What caught his attention was that only 5 out of the 6 members were murdered. His goal this time was to find the culprit behind it. The team had just entered the dungeon when they were suddenly attacked by a bright green cyclops. A quick sneak attack sent dirt and rocks flying, but luckily no one was injured. He realized something was wrong because this type of monster usually only appeared in yellow dungeons or higher, not a place like this. Then there could only be one reason the dungeon had leveled up on its own. The whole team was in chaos because of the monster's appearance. While they were debating whether to leave or stay, the Cyclops suddenly swung its club at them. Yuho was the team leader and the only B-rank member here. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough to block that malicious attack. Just as he was sent flying, the next blow came down. This time, the one who blocked the giant club was Soo-hyun. In that critical moment, he even managed to dodge a sneak punch. To everyone's astonishment, Soo-hyun saw the group just standing there gaping and clarified. The dungeon changed on its own, so the old exit has been sealed off. Therefore, from now on, we have to protect ourselves. Don't wait for a miracle. Just as the raid team received this shocking news, the dungeon suddenly began to shake violently. We're so dead. This is it, we're all gonna end up in a coffin. They were already struggling against just one Cyclops, and now a horde of bizarrely shaped monsters was rushing in. What were they supposed to do? Leave the Cyclops to me, Soo-hyun said to team leader Juho before dashing off. With his vast combat experience, he knew exactly what he had to do right now. They were facing about 30 small monsters, and one Cyclops. Except for that bright green one, the rest were the weakest type, perfect for the others to handle. He could take them all down in a single blow, but doing so would reveal his identity. So he would only target that one monster. The Cyclops' weak point was its hidden eye. He kicked off the ground, launching himself high into the air and landed on the monster's wrist. Then he drew his sword and with all his strength, plunged the blade straight into the back of its hand. The reason for this was that the Cyclops always held its club very tightly, not just for attacking, but surely for concealment as well. Soo-hyun, look out. As someone shouted, Soo-hyun was grabbed by a giant right hand. In a moment of carelessness and underestimation, he failed to dodge. The real eye wasn't in the hand holding the club. It turned out to be in the other one. The Cyclops' 2 massive hands clapped together with a smash. Compared to it, the people here were just tiny specks that could be crushed in an instant. Everyone thought that this time, Soo-hyun would be the first to die. But unexpectedly, a miracle occurred. Soo-hyun not only escaped, but also shot high into the air, all thanks to his power transference skill. Activated just in time, he had just copied the Cyclops' power, causing his body to surge with energy. His strength skyrocketed, adding to his previously accumulated stats. So now his combat ability was even greater than he'd thought. Nearby, Juho, worried, ran over to see if he was okay. Unexpectedly, Soo-hyun ignored him. The moment his feet touched the ground, he leaped up again, unleashing a series of slashes that took down the low-level monsters in the blink of an eye. Time to pay my respects. After dodging a sneak attack, he once again slipped behind the Cyclops and struck its head with a powerful slash. Finally, he unleashed his power, sending out countless blades, dicing the unfortunate Cyclops into 1,000 tiny pieces. Just then, the others managed to finish dealing with the mess on their side. Team leader Juho helplessly confessed to the other members. The remaining one. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever been in a situation like this. I don't have any kind of guide for something like this. Everything was done, so they decided to rest for a bit since their performance was a little too much for C-rankers. So now he had to pretend to be exhausted to get healed. That Kim Yun girl, following the team leader's orders, ran over and used her abilities to restore his health. Meanwhile, she didn't forget to start gossiping. Soo-hyun, aren't you worried? Seeing Soo-hyun didn't seem to understand, she added, I mean the people here. Min-seok is scared to death while Lee Eunmi just keeps complaining, and there's even one person who we know nothing about. As she said this, she turned to team leader Juho and his assistant Kim Baroon with some malicious information about them. She felt anxious about what would happen after they escaped the dungeon, that perhaps the people here wouldn't receive any rewards they deserved. At that same moment, Juho happened to walk over to Soo-hyun and said directly, I want to talk to you for a moment. Can you come with me? He had come at just the right time. Soo-hyun didn't refuse and happily nodded, his eyes suddenly changing in a strange way. No one knew what the two of them talked about, but the group had to keep moving. A large door soon blocked the team's path. One by one, they stepped inside. But they hadn't gone far when they noticed another door on the opposite side. Everyone thought it was the exit and happily walked towards it. Halfway there, the system panel suddenly appeared announcing that the trial dungeon would begin shortly. It gave them 2 choices. First trial, they had to fight monsters continuously for 30 minutes. Second trial, run away from the monsters for 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, if no decision was made, the system would make a random choice. The raid team members, understanding the situation, began to argue. It was a heated argument between fleeing and fighting the monsters. The short-haired girl Lee Eunmi was the first one who wanted to run. She said, we should definitely run. Think about the difficulty of this dungeon. Fighting the monsters head-on is impossible. The guy with the bowl cut scratched his face and forced a smile, objecting, but if we fight instead of run, won't the reward be better? Besides, we're fighting pretty well right now. The more they talked, the more heated they got, and the more heated they got, the more they wanted to beat each other senseless. Juho decided to take a step back, to get a better look at everyone. That's why he gave Soo-hyun full authority, because the reason they had won the previous battle and made it this far was all thanks to him. I think it would be better if we choose to fight. He explained his comparison between running and staying a bit more clearly. Running is definitely easier. However, that means playing a deadly game of tag with unbeatable monsters hot on our heels. Not to mention who knows what's behind that door. That seems to be the exit. But what could be waiting for them there? Yuho pretty much agreed with this opinion. So the whole group formed a circle to prepare for battle. When the time to think ran out, the giant door opened, and monsters of all shapes and sizes immediately swarmed in, attacking from the inside. While everyone was fighting until they were completely exhausted, the exit door suddenly creaked open. Unexpectedly, the person who appeared there was that mysterious flashy guy, who was covered from head to toe and had been pierced full of holes from unluckily stepping on a trap. The monsters suddenly vanished, and at the same time, the system sent a notification that the mission was canceled, and would restart in the next 10 minutes, requesting everyone to go through the gate and wait at the exit. The short-haired girl flew into a rage and started cursing, "We had less than 5 minutes left to complete the trials. So who opened the gate?" While everyone else wanted to change their choice to flee, only Soo-hyun and Juho stuck with their decision to fight. He explained to them, the system mentioned that for the second trial monsters would be summoned, but it didn't mention traps. The system doesn't lie, so the traps were probably only activated when someone gave up on the path they had chosen. We're all going to die in 3 minutes anyway, so why not try to do something before then? The two of them spent a few minutes convincing everyone, then told them to follow the system's instructions. But as the members left one by one to get ready to close the door, only Soo-hyun insisted on staying behind. And of course he didn't stay alone. He pulled that Kim Yoon girl with him. The plan had been discussed beforehand, so Juho immediately went to pull the door shut. Kim Baroon, not understanding, immediately asked, "What the hell are you doing? What did Yoon do to be treated like this?" No one had time to explain, so despite Kim Yoon screaming her head off and demanding to go with them, Juho resolutely shut the door tight just as Soo-hyun had instructed to prevent her from having any chance to escape. Now only the two of them were left. Soo-hyun dropped the friendly act, turning hostile as he swung his sword to slice off a piece of her clothing, revealing a tattoo on her shoulder. He asserted that the girl in front of him was a member of, at this point in time, the criminal assassin group DAM always targets fake awakeners. The name Frenzied Slaughterers isn't widely known yet, but in just one more year, they will expand and become a guild that threatens the safety of all humankind. To put it bluntly, they are the very culprits who will bring the apocalypse to Earth. So if you want to stop it, you need to eradicate these pests from the root. He asked her directly if she had planned to eliminate all the participants in this dungeon raid, just so she could get a high achievement rating for her own guild. Using his sharp perception, Soo-hyun eliminated the other members from suspicion one by one, exposing the misdirection scheme she was trying to use on him. With her plan exposed, Yoon immediately activated her hidden body stealth skill and prepared to leave, knowing full well she couldn't beat him. But then Soo-hyun suddenly spoke. I wonder, can that skill of yours erase the smell of blood on you?" By the time Yoon realized the problem, it was too late. The monsters had arrived, and the villain quickly lost her life to their fangs and claws. While Soo-hyun stayed behind to tear the monster's nest apart, Juho led the others a good distance away. Thinking back to his earlier conversation with Soo-hyun and everything he'd done to keep them alive, his conscience stirred, and he decided to stop. He told his assistant, "No matter how I think about it, I can't just leave Soo-hyun behind all by himself." After that, he immediately turned and ran back to help. As the heavy door opened, a horrifying sight met Juho's eyes. Monsters were strewn all over the floor. The air reeked of well-done barbecue. A flying lizard suddenly swooped down from above towards Juho. Unfortunately for it, before it could even touch him, it was hit by a terrifyingly hot flame from Soo-hyun called Heavenly Fire, and was defeated instantly. The entire cave of monsters had been almost completely incinerated, and the one who did all of this was Soo-hyun all by himself. Seeing that the older man hadn't followed his instructions, he asked, "Why did you come back? I'm sure I told you to get out of here." Juho bowed his head apologetically, then scratched his head with an embarrassed laugh, realizing he'd run back like a madman only to be of no help at all. Just then a yellow portal unexpectedly appeared, interrupting the two men's conversation. The dungeon boss had arrived in the form of a skeleton holding a scepter embedded with a magic stone. Juho froze for about 2 seconds, then turned to Soo-hyun and whispered, "What the hell is that?" Soo-hyun replied just as earnestly, "Like I said, that's the boss of this dungeon." The man didn't believe it, scoffing, "How the hell can a bag of bones that a dog would turn its nose up at be the final boss? They say patience has its limits." The skeleton, who had been silent for a long time, could no longer bear it and spoke up to correct him, stating that he was a lich, an undead dark cleric, not just some random skeleton you can call whatever you want. Soo-hyun didn't care what it called itself, and immediately let loose a torrent of insults. "Undead my ass! You're the weakest piece of crap! Useless bargain bin knockoff! A fake undead with a rotten attitude!" The battle had just begun, and before it could do anything, it was getting completely roasted by its enemy. The lich was so furious it went insane. It let out a loud roar and used dark magic to resurrect the corpses below, making them attack the two men for revenge. Seeing the monsters they had just defeated, now shambling towards them like mindless machines, Soo-hyun silently guessed this must be the reason the dungeon had changed from orange to yellow. The enemy wasn't as easy to defeat as they thought. This battle was probably one he'd have to fight alone. so Soo-hyun decided to use holy fire to draw a protective circle around Juho just like in some other world. A monkey named Wukong once did the same thing to prevent demons from eating his master. Then he explained clearly to Juho that his current level wasn't high enough to fight these monsters. If you insist on rushing in, I can't split myself to both fight and protect you. And with that, he charged towards the boss alone. The enemy could fly, so his first sword strike missed. This half-undead thing was like a fly. It hovered in front of him, intentionally taunting, "You're a pretty fast kid, but not fast enough to catch me." Soo-hyun didn't get angry, but stood still and calculated. This monster wasn't strong in close combat, so it would usually summon zombies and maintain distance from its opponent to hide its weak spot, the life crystal on its forehead. Soo-hyun didn't give up, charging forward again and swinging his sword quickly. Unexpectedly, his opponent teleported upwards, then shot a pillar of dark energy at him. Soo-hyun quickly blocked it with his sword, then retaliated with a large amount of holy fire. The blue flame flared violently. For evil things, like dark energy, this was their nemesis. Unfortunately, the Lich managed to dodge it in time. It laughed loudly and jeered, "Holy fire, huh? I would have taken some serious damage, wouldn't I? But it's not so easy to hit me." Not only that, it told him to take a look at his own sword. "Because anything that comes into contact with my death aura will slowly corrode. In about 5 more minutes, your only weapon will be toast." "Oh, please, I still have 5 whole minutes." Soo-hyun, who had never been afraid of anyone, immediately raised his sword and brought it straight down on the enemy's position, determined to settle the score right then and there. From inside the circle, Juho watched his brother in arms. "I'm fighting these huge, mindless zombies in front of me, while up there my teammate is fighting the boss. He thinks I didn't come all the way here just to be a decoration. But if I try to do something, I'll just get in Soo-hyun's way." After a moment of hesitation and deliberation, Juho finally made a decision. He raised the katana in his hands and charged straight forward. He slashed the monster in front of him with a powerful blow to its back, because for a B-rank awakened sitting still was just not his style. Soo-hyun glanced back and saw Juho, who refused to stay put and follow his instructions. However, he was using the holy fire that he had created to fight the monsters. A smart teammate who knows how to use his brain is definitely not dead weight. Soo-hyun smiled and decided to change his strategy. He pushed off his feet, abandoning his fight with the Lich, and turned back to give his teammate a hand. A sharp whirlwind swept through everything in its path. Soo-hyun landed in front of Juho, then turned back to say to the skeleton, "Where do you think you're going? We've only just begun." Soo-hyun spoke directly to the captain. "I want to apologize for what I said earlier. Let's take care of these small fry first. After that, I want us to take that guy down together." After whispering back and forth for a few moments, Juho finally spoke clearly. "I don't have any confidence, but I'm sure you have a reason for saying it's possible. So I'll try my best not to get in your way." The boss, who had been waiting on the side for a long time, had lost its patience, so it commanded all of its forces. The zombies advanced together, intending to show them what fear was. Soo-hyun and Juho charged at the same time. While Soo-hyun held back and eliminated the horde of monsters on one side, Juho rushed straight towards the Lich. While the older guy was closing in on the boss, Soo-hyun took the opportunity to create more holy fire, then swung his sword in a wide arc, sending the blue flames to the other man. The Lich prepared to use its teleportation skill, boasting arrogantly, "Attacking together. Are you? A fine plan. But not a single one of you can touch me." "Yeah, keep talking, buddy. Run your mouth while you still can." With one above and one below, their coordination was flawless. Soo-hyun launched the holy fire forward, and the one responsible for getting it to the boss would be Juho. Waiting for the right moment, Juho immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, Sword Storm, carrying the holy fire right into the Lich's back. After that extremely powerful first blow, Juho lost his balance and fell. But then it was Soo-hyun's turn. From below, he rushed over, using his sword as a platform to launch him back into the air. Taking a blow that felt like a lightning strike, the pain was indescribable. The boss, not wanting to fall into the same trap again, immediately released a massive amount of death aura, blowing Juho away, determined not to let him get close. It was so focused on one opponent that it didn't notice on the other side. Soo-hyun had taken the chance to get close. "Hello, darling. I've been waiting here all day. This is the end for you." With those words, he swung his sword without hesitation, aiming for its head. But unexpectedly, the sword snapped into 2 pieces mid-swing. The Lich, having escaped death, saw its flustered enemy and threw its head back, laughing loudly. "You're killing me. What a shame. It seems you've forgotten that your sword was corroded by my death aura. How will you fight me now without a weapon?" While it was mocking him for the embarrassing display, Juho appeared once again. Now it was too late to run. Juho flew in like a god. He unleashed a fatal blow that split the Lich in 2, while also destroying the life stone in the middle of its forehead. To make it clear to his enemy how he had departed, Soo-hyun spoke plainly. "You probably thought you had a chance to win because my weapon broke. However, when Juho and I chose to face you, we had already decided that he would be the one to finish you off." The Lich thrashed about, trying to cling to its last breath as it cursed them. "This is not the end. When the sun is swallowed by darkness, our king will be reborn. He will make you suffer eternal pain." And with that, it vanished without a trace. The dungeon had been conquered. However, instead of gathering with everyone else, the 2 young men were hiding in a bush by the side of the road. Except for 2 unlucky souls, all the awakened were safe. Not only that, They even had time to call both rescue services and reporters to the scene. Juho asked, "You don't want others to know, do you, that you're the real Kim Soo-hyun from the rankings?" Hearing this, Soo-hyun scratched his face and mumbled non-committally, but it was clear he didn't want to reveal it yet. This secret, to avoid dealing with troublesome matters. Juho suddenly shot to his feet and said he would handle that mess for him. However, there was one thing he wanted him to agree to. That was to take all the item drops for himself. Although they were very valuable, Juho was adamant, refusing to accept them because he felt he didn't deserve it. He added, "I know that if you really wanted to, you could have handled that skeleton by yourself. You let me join in simply because you wanted to give me a chance to grow." At this point, everything was crystal clear. The two said their goodbyes and went their separate ways, but before that, he was even kind enough to call a taxi for him, helping him leave the area discreetly, to avoid being discovered by anyone. In the private office of the Etherstone department manager, a man named Lee Kyung-jong was idly scrolling on his phone when an employee ran in to announce that a visitor was waiting. At first, he didn't even want to see them, thinking it was just a C-rank client. However, as soon as he heard his employee say that the client had brought over 500 Etherstones to sell, his eyes widened and he immediately ran to find the person. The manager sprinted like a madman to the waiting room. Having finally found a VIP client, he was incredibly welcoming. "It's an honor to meet you, sir. My name is Lee Kyung-jong, and I'm the manager of the Etherstone auction house. I heard you brought quite a few Etherstones with you today." Without hesitation, Soo-hyun immediately brought out a heavy bag and placed it on the table. After examining and evaluating them for a moment, the manager confirmed that they were all genuine items from the dungeon, the Gold Dungeon. However, just as he was about to make an offer, his tone changed. "I'm not doubting you or anything, but from what I know, you're only a C-rank awakened. That's why I found it a bit strange. When you could find an Etherstone that only appears in gold-rank dungeons or higher." Soo-hyun chuckled to himself. He'd already lived 2 lifetimes. "Don't tell me you don't know these kinds of business tricks. You didn't bother to explain or offer any proof. You just gave a vague answer that you got them through sheer luck, then immediately pulled out a special shiny yellow Etherstone from your pocket that any pro in the business would recognize instantly. It was a high-grade Etherstone. No wonder the 2 people across from him were staring with their eyes wide open like a frog's. Not many people know that a monster's life core stone is also a type of Etherstone. Destroying this item is essential when dealing with skeleton-type bosses, but its drop rate in the dungeon's item dump is very low, and he was one of the lucky ones." Soo-hyun propped himself up, getting ready to leave. But the manager quickly snatched at the precious stone to keep the client at the table and negotiate the price further. Yet when he looked down, his hands were completely empty. Not only that, Soo-hyun had already teleported to the door, to the astonishment of both men. After showing off a little of his power, Soo-hyun said, "One last thing, I'll listen to the price you're willing to pay. Just this once." The lightning-fast business deal with the stone buyers concluded very quickly. Soo-hyun returned home. As he walked, he looked at the enormous number in his account, 600 million for everything. That's a pretty high price. It could cover his and his mother's living expenses for a long time. When he pushed open the door and entered the house, his mother rushed out to greet him. There were a few scratches on her cheek. The sight of it instantly made him freeze. All right. Which son of a bitch dared to hit my mom?" "You're all dead." His mother was cooking dinner. She was so happy to see him home. She said, "You should have told me you were coming home early. Dinner isn't ready yet. Did you have fun with your friends?" Soo-hyun didn't answer, instead changing the subject to something else. "Mom, you've gotten too thin. Where did you get that scar?" Soo-hyun's mother raised a hand to her cheek as if to remind herself that the wound was there. She gave a little laugh and told him not to worry so much. She then explained that while working at the bar, she saw some drunk customers starting a fight. She went to intervene and only got a few minor scratches, that's all. Hearing this, Soo-hyun couldn't hold back and started to argue. He wanted her to quit her job, but his mother stubbornly refused. The reason, after all, was that he was about to start university, and they were in desperate need of money to cover all of life's necessities. She took both of Soo-hyun's hands and continued, "I can't give you a rich and prosperous life, but I want to help as much as I possibly can as a mother. After all, you've always been a son I'm proud of, so I want to be a mother you can be proud of too." In the past, Kim Sung-in's mother had thrown a stack of papers in her son's face, scolding him, "You think you're going to become an awakened with this much? Mana, try harder." Instead of becoming someone he could be proud of, she wanted the opposite. To that woman, he had to do it because he was forced to become a hero, shouldering the responsibility of fighting monsters for humanity. Back in the present, Soo-hyun bowed his head and told his mother directly that he had something to make clear to her. After explaining everything, he also told her bluntly that he would become an awakened instead of going to college. His mother didn't immediately show any kind of reaction. Instead, she asked him back, "Do you really want to do this job? Not for money or fame, but do you deep in your heart want to do it?" Thinking of humanity's doomsday, Soo-hyun nodded firmly and said that he wanted to do it. And fortunately, his mother in this life was an intelligent woman. Of course, she was worried about him, but she wanted her son to find happiness in what he did more than she wanted to shelter him or force him to do her bidding. With that matter settled, Soo-hyun advised his mother to quit her job because after more than a year of grinding, he had earned a pretty hefty sum, enough for the two of them to have a more stable life. An ear-piercing scream echoed throughout the entire apartment building. 600 million won! Her own son, in her eyes, had suddenly become a tycoon. The woman asked loudly, "Oh my God, how did we get so rich in such a short time? Do awakened usually make this much money?" A lavish meal was quickly laid out. In that happy atmosphere, he gradually thought about giving up that soul-crushing event and starting a normal life like this. But it was a pity that he wasn't Kim Soo-hyun in these things. Weren't meant for a stand-in like him. However, with the responsibility of a hero deeply ingrained in his blood, he would turn this second body into a true hero. After finishing his meal, Soo-hyun returned to his room and thought about preparing to climb the tower once again. But his only sword was broken, so before that, he needed to get a new weapon, as well as meet up with his old friend, Master Weaponsmith, Kim Dae-ho. In his previous life, the Bamung sword was the weapon he had used as Kim Sung, in a magnificent sword created from many rare materials. The one who created it was the blacksmith, Kim Dae-ho. On a day of pouring rain, Sung-in went to the forge to pick up the sword he had ordered. However, the man brought out an exceptionally good sword. It was far beyond his expectations. Sung-in tried to refuse it because the old blacksmith had spent nearly his entire life saving up those materials. He felt he wasn't worthy of receiving it, and there weren't enough items to compensate. Back then, Kim Dae-ho was stunned, but compared to the other people in this world, he was willing to give up everything to forge the best sword for him. "I can feel that the more famous you become, the more pressure you're under. Isn't that so unfair? Everyone in this world owed you so much, yet they could offer nothing in return." To him, those who always insisted that you were the only one who could do it were cowardly and unreasonable, so the only way he could make that unfairness disappear was to forge the best weapon for you. In his past life, he couldn't save him when the apocalypse came. So standing before the old man now, he promised himself he would protect him with everything he had. Meeting an old acquaintance, even though the other person didn't know him at all and even slammed the door shut not wanting to see him. Using his knowledge, he managed to persuade him. The owner opened the door, and only then did he present the highest grade ether stone he had obtained, after conquering the gold dungeon. At this point in time, this thing was priceless. The world would only come to know it as a dungeon reward after the Gwangyu dungeon outbreak. Kim Dae-ho didn't ask too many questions about him focusing solely on the object in his hand. After examining it for a moment, he happily said that in exchange for this incredible stone, he would craft a sword for him free of charge. It would take about 10 months to complete. So Kim Dae-ho told him that if he needed a weapon in the meantime, he could take anyone he wanted. Well, it's better than nothing. Just as Soo-hyun stepped outside, a space gate coincidentally appeared before him. He continued his journey back to the tower and began grinding levels there. Time passed slowly. Just like that, half a year went by. On a beautiful day, he felt the time was right, so without hesitation, he took out his phone to call his friend, Bram Ju-ho. He boldly asked his friend for 3 things. 1, to help him find a place to live near the outskirts of Seoul. 2, he asked him to track the piercing gang, to dig up some information on them. Kim Yeon was one of the lowest-ranking members of the gang, but the other members would get suspicious if she disappeared, without completing her objective. He wanted to track them himself, but didn't have the time. Luckily, his buddy Ju-ho stepped up and took the case, even while he was still in a cast in the hospital. And the last thing he needed help with was an ally when the Blue Dungeon breaks out on October 24th in the city of Anyang. Although it wasn't clear if any of this was real, Ju-ho still nodded in agreement, so from now until then, he needed to conquer 20 floors of the dungeon to be strong enough to face this disaster. For the trial on the 19th floor of the Tower of Trials, he was transported to a rat's den with the mission to survive and escape. These rats were gathered in massive numbers inside a gigantic skeleton. Luckily, the system dropped him at a relatively far distance, not right in the center, swarming with those disgusting creatures. Although they had just finished a meal, Soo-hyun's appearance at that moment instantly turned him into their next snack. The army of ravenous rats swarmed towards him. Soo-hyun greeted them with countless incredibly fast sword slashes. Suddenly, one darted from behind and grazed his right arm. Soo-hyun quickly dodged and raised his sword to kill it, but then he realized the creature's bite contained poison, or something similar. If one of them bites my hand, I'll have to burn their entire nest down in revenge. As soon as he had the thought, Soo-hyun immediately unleashed a large amount of scarlet holy flame, burning them. The blue flames crackled and popped. He clung to a rib bone, watching everything before him, and began to calculate. They aren't strong, but there are just too many of them. If I keep using holy flame like this, it'll consume a lot of mana. I don't even know what comes after this horde of rats. If only there was a way to wipe them all out at once. He let his guard down for just a moment, and then he looked back to see the rats piling on top of each other, forming a long, extending chain closing in on him. Soo-hyun remained unfazed, executing a few sword moves and killing a good number of them. While being chased and bitten by the swarming horde, Soo-hyun's eyes happened to catch a crack in the ground. He wondered if there was an empty space down there. Without hesitating for a second, Soo-hyun immediately grabbed his sword quickly, lit it with a flame, then threw it straight into the crack in the ground, intending to use the holy flame to blow up the entire tunnel below. Following a terrifying explosion, a large hole with a wide-open mouth appeared. Killing the rats wasn't too difficult, but now the truly grueling battle was about to begin. After falling underground, Soo-hyun discovered a massive architectural structure below its walls carved with strange patterns. In front of Soo-hyun was a rat that had fallen down here with him. But for some reason, something was scaring it so much that it couldn't stop trembling. The rat scurried away in a panic. Unfortunately for it, it happened to step right on a trap, its body getting instantly pierced several times. The ground suddenly began to shake violently. Soo-hyun knew something bad was about to happen. He turned his head and realized this place was ruled by a horrifyingly huge serpent. A single whip of its tail shattered the stone floor, sending debris flying everywhere. Soo-hyun managed to dodge just in time, and retaliated with a powerful slash. To his surprise, the sword bounced off, making his hand tremble uncontrollably. He muttered, thinking that if even Mr. Daeho's sword was useless, it must have considerable physical resistance. If this method doesn't work, I'll try another. He hurled a magic attack straight at its face, and yet none of it worked. It didn't even leave a single scratch on this damn thing. On top of its physical and magical resistance, it was also incredibly fast. The serpent lunged forward in a direct attack. Soo-hyun quickly dashed to the side to dodge, but before he could even regain his footing, its tail came at him. He leaped high into the air, thinking he was finally safe this time. But once again, a massive maw appeared right before his eyes. Soo-hyun used his own sword to block the sneak attack, which meant letting the monster get him. Slammed straight into the wall after that last high-speed attack. The python immediately opened its gaping crimson mouth to threaten me, but that scary look was just for show. The current him still had more than enough power to defeat it. Soo-hyun stood up, gripped his sword tightly, and waited for the perfect moment. As the enemy lunged, he leaped high into the air to dodge. He swung his sword at its head, knowing full well it wouldn't be a killing blow, but it would be enough to enrage it into chasing him. Next, he grabbed a vine hanging down from the wall. Then he used his speed boost skill to move all over the tunnel at an incredible pace, attacking as he moved, and didn't forget to gift it a blast of magic fire to the face. Causing it to stumble, he then gripped his sword tightly, coating it in holy fire and slicing a long gash down its body. The 19th floor boss shrieked in pain and hastily used its tail to fling Soo-hyun off of it, just as it lunged forward, ready to swallow him whole to avenge the earlier sneak attack he had stalled for enough time. The python was now tightly bound by the tunnel's vines, hanging like a giant piñata. Dangling right before his eyes, Soo-hyun cheerfully complimented his opponent. Physical resistance, magic resistance. And on top of that, regenerative power. Up until now, you're the first monster to have all three of those resistances. But you still can't beat me, baby. The time had come. Soo-hyun's hand radiated with holy fire. He raised it high, and soon after the blue flame took the form of a phoenix which flapped its wings and soared into the air. This was the fruit of his labor from upgrading his skill while conquering the 18th floor. Although it consumed a lot of mana, its destructive power was 10 times greater than his holy fire. He commanded it, go. The phoenix immediately followed Soo-hyun's command, hurtling straight toward the python faster than a bullet fired from a gun. This head-on strike was personal, so a single blow was all it took to turn that monster into a giant donut. The guide panel appeared, announcing that the 19th floor had been completed. All he had to do now was wait for his weapon to be forged and then proceed to the 20th floor, where there was a high probability he would get his ass handed to him, just like on the 10th floor before. In the rest area at the end of each tower floor, news that the awakened Soo-hyun had cleared the 19th floor with a god-tier score spread like wildfire. Someone asked, "Did you see at that ranking board? Looks like he's done it again." Another person started to whine, "Is that Kim Soo-hyun guy even human? Really? How could anyone clear the 19th floor with a score like that?" Back in the real world, a sports car pulled up in front of a cafe. Our protagonist stepped out looking just like a billionaire heir. His buddy Juho had been waiting for a while, so as soon as he saw him, he ran out to strike up a conversation. "Soo-hyun, do you like the car I bought for you?" Soo-hyun answered hesitantly, "I think it's a little too flashy." Juho, on the other hand, thought his little bro was being way too modest making all that money, but still taking the subway and bus all day. When would he ever spend it all? He was about to open his mouth to promote the car brand he'd bought from, but Soo-hyun cut him off and pulled him into the cafe. That's when Juho brought out the information he'd gathered. He reported it to him, and through that, Soo-hyun learned about a gang that was very skilled at covering their tracks. The number of deaths and disappearances among the awakened had risen, but the cause was mostly attributed to dungeons, so there was no reason to be suspicious. However, he had recently discovered that an awakened had died on the street, and according to the autopsy report, poison was involved. Soo-hyun's memory immediately jumped to the guildmaster of Ares. However, he didn't say his name and instead asked, "Can you investigate? I have a feeling we'll find something if we follow that lead." The two talked for a little while longer before he left. As scheduled, Soo-hyun ran to Uncle Kim Daeho's place to pick up his sword. Unlike in his past life, this time his sword had a rather plain appearance. To be blunt, there wasn't a damn thing beautiful about it. However, the quality was still the same. He took out the sword he'd temporarily borrowed from Daeho, threw it into the air, and then tested the new weapon with a single slash to verify its quality. The other sword immediately shattered into 3 pieces. Although its appearance couldn't compare to Balmung, its sharpness and durability were identical. Not only that, but it could also sense his mana and knew what he wanted to cut and where. This proved that it was definitely a living sword, a perfect sword. Daeho took a drag from his cigarette and asked, "Have you thought of a name yet? It's your sword now, so you should give it a name." Soo-hyun was silent for a few seconds, then decided to call it Gram, another name for Balmung. Both shared the same meaning, the dragon-slaying sword. He left the blacksmith Kim Daeho's house. He was in such a hurry that he didn't even stay for a cup of tea. After that, he went directly to the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. Just like the floors below, the first person he met was the Guardian. His opponent seemed to know who he was and started a conversation right away. Well, look who it is. You're pretty hot stuff these days. Are you here for some advice? Since this was the 20th floor, he generously gave the man 100,000 points in exchange for information. His opponent froze with a dumbfounded look on his face, then threw his head back and roared with laughter a moment later. You paid me an amount of points. It would take a normal person 15 years to save up. You really are one of a kind, aren't you? But hey, that's life. Money talks, and once I had the points, my lips were loosened right up. He said that if he could avoid it, he shouldn't kill anyone, and he should always be aware of his objective. To spend 100,000 points and only get that tiny bit of information, although he complained it was too little, Soo-hyun couldn't get anything more out of him. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he was sent into a free fall from the sky toward a cliff face. It's a good thing he's the main character otherwise. I might just end up dead in a ditch before I even get to the mission. The objective on this floor requires me to take down the Randalum Kingdom, also known as the Iron Fortress, within 1 month. The mission requires you to remember that you are not their enemy, to discover the castle's secret, and finally to survive. That night, Soo-hyun sat alone in the forest. Not far from the city gate, he planned his approach. From what he knew, the walls were thick and sturdy, and the guards and mercenaries all had C-rank skills. They weren't just some weak pushovers. He racked his brain for a while, and finally, as planned, went right up to the city gate just to ask for a place to stay for the night. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was immediately chewed out. Are you crazy? What kingdom are you from? Can't you see we're preparing for war? Scram before you get hurt. The dungeon outbreak event was approaching, and he didn't have time to mess around here. I tried asking nicely, but you just had to force me to use violence. Soo-hyun leaped high into the air before the astonished, gaping faces and split the giant city gate in two. The gate, said to be the sturdiest of all, was split with a single sword strike. The loud noise immediately threw the entire city into chaos. The crowd of soldiers started screaming, "What the hell kind of trick is this? The gate is down. Stop him." Countless soldiers swarmed toward him, but that wasn't a problem. He had Gam in his hands. Not only that, it was a fantastic weapon. It could kill or spare whomever he wished. Soo-hyun broke through all the barriers alone without taking a single life. He shattered the gate in one hit and punched a hole in the wall. How are we supposed to fight that? Who dares to face him? The guards were helpless, and so were the archers. Soo-hyun leaped up onto the city wall to get a better view of everything. At that moment, Commander Maxman appeared. Even as he roared that he would deal with him personally, some of his soldiers desperately tried to stop him. No, you can't, Commander, if something were to happen to you. When you charge in, what would become of our kingdom? From Soo-hyun's assessment, this guy was pretty important around here. Those soldiers would rather protect him than try to capture me. Not only that, they were even ignoring their superior's direct order. That's how you know just how important he is. Without a second thought, Soo-hyun immediately dashed towards the commander. A panicked scream rang out. No! Don't let him get near our commander! An arrow with a rope attached was immediately fired. One of Soo-hyun's legs was caught, but unfortunately for them, not only did they fail to hold him back, they got dragged along with him. Soo-hyun tossed the guard aside to free up his hands. Then from above, he brought his sword down hard toward the commander. The two brutes unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. Their power was so overwhelming that the nearby soldiers were blown away, scattered amidst a thick cloud of dust. All around them were people lying flat on the ground. Affected by the chaos, Maxman said to a soldier behind him, "I'll handle this guy. You all keep an eye on the situation outside the castle. He's not a spy from the Audrum Kingdom, but an outsider acting alone." Hearing his opponent's assessment, Soo-hyun paused. This commander wasn't just perceptive, he was as strong as an A-rank awakened. There was no doubt about it. He was a true opponent. From the words of the soldiers under him, he realized that Maxman was this kingdom's war hero. Although he was the golden backbone of their forces, he was held back by that absolute trust. To put it bluntly, he was just like Kim Sung-in from his past life. Soo-hyun got straight to the point. "Commander, sir, I'm very sorry for blowing up the castle gate without permission, but I'm in a great hurry. Could you please let me into the castle? A slap in the face is more like it." Maxman refused immediately. "Our kingdom is at war. We can't let in someone who destroyed the castle and threatened our soldiers." His second attempt to ask for entry failed. With no other choice, Soo-hyun charged forward to attack him. He swung his sword at his opponent to draw his attention while his other hand used a rope. He tied the rope from earlier around the man's wrist so fast that his opponent didn't even notice. The Gigantomachia arm attribute transformation art was instantly activated. Following his action, a giant fist suddenly appeared in midair and then delivered an earth-shattering blow towards the commander. A deafening explosion roared and then quickly died down. After the dust settled, both Soo-hyun and Maxman had vanished without a trace. While the soldiers split up to search for the two, a mysterious black streak appeared on a wall. From within it, Maxman was pushed out. He fell headfirst, wondering who he was and where the hell this place was. A moment ago, the skill Soo-hyun used is called Shadow Assimilation, a skill commonly used by assassin-type awakened that allows movement from one shadow to another. He obtained it after conquering the 15th floor, preparing for situations like this that require secret infiltration and escape. The good young man, Soo-hyun, walked over and helped the man up from the ground. As he untied him, he apologized for everything, explaining that what he did earlier was out of necessity, because no one would let him into the castle. He was in a hurry because he had just sensed that a problem was about to occur inside. He wasn't sure what it was, but if it does happen, it'll be a much bigger deal than the war between the two nations. Soo-hyun asked directly, "Has anything suspicious been happening in the castle lately?" Of course there had been, but Maxman couldn't reveal everything to him, simply because he didn't trust him. Who knew if he was a spy or not? Soo-hyun didn't hesitate to state bluntly, "If I were really a spy, I wouldn't have used such a cumbersome method, because I could destroy this castle all by myself." Well, he had a point. Maxman couldn't argue, because the moment their swords clashed, he knew that no one in the entire kingdom was a match for him. With no other choice, he led him to a large room and then explained, "It was used as a prison about 100 years ago. A heavy deathly aura is lingering around here, because many prisoners lost their lives in this place. According to him, they had closed down the old place and built a new prison elsewhere. However, this is related to your question. It's related to a place where no light can be lit." As the two of them were talking, someone suddenly approached from behind. That person was wearing a mask that completely covered his face. He was a guardian of the castle, completely covered from head to toe. Seeing Maxman bring a stranger here, he spoke up, questioning what he was doing here. Soo-hyun was the one who answered. He threw the same question back at the person in front of him. "This prison was sealed until the commander opened it. How did you know to come here?" The guardian gave an excuse, saying he was just passing by and sensed someone's presence here. It was an unconvincing answer which made the commander suspect he was following them. The guardian began to refute it, but he hadn't even gotten a few words out when Soo-hyun cut him down in a single blow. Enraged by this action, Maxman prepared to draw his sword for a fight to the death, thinking Soo-hyun really was a spy from the enemy side. But to his surprise, Soo-hyun suddenly spoke up. "A guardian of the king? What an interesting disguise. Isn't that right, Lich? This is the first time I've seen one." Maxman was scared stiff, wondering what in the world was happening in his country. Soo-hyun knew this, because of the stench of death and darkness that had been spreading through the castle even before the war broke out. He had met a similar being in the Gwangju Gold Dungeon, but that one was only a semi-undead. This one, however, was a true lich. It fired a magic bullet filled with death energy toward the two of them. While Maxman stood frozen like a statue, Soo-hyun held his sword and charged forward fiercely, parrying the attack right before their eyes. Because there was no team here with holy skills, he had no choice but to fight alone using his holy fire. The first attack had no effect. With its ability to fly, it shot high into the air and fired a pillar of death energy at the person below. Soo-hyun immediately used his holy fire to block it, but he quickly realized he was outmatched. His fire couldn't hold back the lich's death energy. If this continued, he would run out of mana. Therefore, the optimal method was to plunge his blade directly into its lifestone. But theory and practice are two completely different things, especially with its constant evasive attacks. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get close. Finally, finding the right opportunity, Soo-hyun immediately landed a kick to its head, sending the lich flying to one side. He then closed in, preparing to run it through. Unexpectedly, the monster released a cloud of deathly aura from its back, preventing him from getting closer. The distance between them widened once again as Soo-hyun stared intently at his enemy. He wondered what it was plotting, since it was only dodging instead of using its full power. Suddenly, the two-horned lich spoke up as if its preparations were complete, enough playing around. As it finished speaking, a pillar of black energy surged from behind the iron bars toward where Maxman was standing. Soo-hyun instantly dashed forward and blocked the fatal blow for him right in front of the rescued man's astonished face. Maxman asked, "Something just attacked from behind. Can this lich control shadows from a distance?" Soo-hyun shook his head and replied, "No, that's not it. A place this dark and hidden with no light is just a breeding ground for twisted souls consumed by the hatred of their own deaths. That's all this place is surrounded by. A place filled with the sweet screams of the dead. This is our home." Just then, from inside the dark room, two more skeletons suddenly appeared. The trio of skeletal brothers emerged one by one, each with its own unique flair, absolutely flawless in every way. Soo-hyun finally understood. Thousands of guards in a vast enclosed castle. These liches infiltrated this place to pose as the Emperor's retinue, which means they can only have one goal: to summon the Lich King by sacrificing the lives of the Empire's soldiers. The lead Lich was quite surprised by his deduction and said bluntly, that's right. While searching for offerings for our king, we found this castle. After killing the Emperor, we controlled his body to pose as his retinue." It added, "This plan was supposed to take place next month, but because you two showed up, we'll start gathering the soldiers after we're done with you." As it spoke, a frame made of deathly aura immediately surrounded Soo-hyun and Commander Maxman. He knew this technique. It was called Guide of Darkness, one of the highest-level lich skills used to crush the space within a confined area. By the time he realized these horned creatures were apostles of the Lich King, it was too late. In his past life, he had only conquered up to level 8, but this was a level 10 trial, so being cornered like this, he really didn't know what to do. The darkness slowly closed in on them. At the crucial moment, just when he thought they were done for everything, suddenly shattered. Not only was he surprised, but the lead lich was just as shocked. The magic it had created was supposedly immune to any physical or magical attack, yet it was broken in a single blow. Maxman, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "This is just an old painted sword. It's just that I happen to be a paladin. You assassinated the Emperor and planned to sacrifice all the soldiers. I will not forgive you." With that, Maxman charged towards the monsters, intending to smash them to a pulp. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the leader ordered the one-horned lich to get the corpses out of the castle. Just as Commander Maxman gave chase, the red-cloaked figure from above suddenly fired a pitch-black arrow at him. But with Soo-hyun around, there was no way he'd let a comrade die so easily. The Blue Phoenix was immediately summoned. On his command, it flew to confront the arrow of deathly aura head-on. Against these demonic creatures, this was their natural enemy. The Blue Phoenix opened its beak wide and quick as a flash shattered the arrow right in front of the red-cloaked lich. But it didn't stop there. The Phoenix then flew towards the enemy, ignoring its terrified screams and giving the one above a good scare. Then it swooped down on the one below. The short lich was so scared its pants were about to fall off. It ran shouting, "Help me! I wasn't going to do anything SOS!" It was then that Soo-hyun asked the hiding Maxman, "Are you ready?" Meaning ready to stay and fight alongside him or go back and lead his soldiers out of the castle. Maxman showed mixed feelings. "I'm not sure if I should leave you here. I already owe you so much. At the very least, I should fight by your side." Soo-hyun thought for a moment, then said, "There isn't much time, so Maxman, you need to make a decision quickly. This castle or the lives of your soldiers. Which do you think is more important?" He knew this was a den of liches, and their leader was a monster akin to a high-level mage. If we stay in the castle, everyone will die. Although Maxman still couldn't fully believe the words of this intruder, he ultimately chose to retreat. Soo-hyun recalled the gatekeeper's words, "At every moment, do what you must do." This meant there was a clear division of labor, what he had to do and what others had to do in this battle. So he would entrust the protection of the soldiers to Commander Maxman, while he would stay behind to deal with these skeletons. Once this is done, I'll likely gain an ally during the trial. As he said that, some kind of energy coursed through the walls and the castle began to shake. This left the two-horned one confused, still not understanding what was happening. It asked dazedly, what did he just do? The shaking of the walls grew stronger, and they began to collapse. The three stooges finally realized what was happening, only having time to curse Soo-hyun as a madman. But it was too late. The one-horned lich could only raise its hands in surrender. "Oh, sweet mother, save me." At that moment, a dark aura appeared. It was the leader of the leeches. He started cursing his one-horned subordinate. "You imbeciles, you're so troublesome. I'll say no more. Go summon the undead or I'll kill you myself before he gets the chance." The one-horned skeleton was like, how the hell am I the only one getting yelled at? "This is so unfair," he said. He then ordered the red-robed skeleton to check the shrine because only if the shrine was intact could they continue the ritual. The red-robed one was still on the ground. Just as it received the order, the blue phoenix suddenly lunged at him. Fortunately, he was agile enough to fly up into the air and dodge, but he didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Soo-hyun appeared from behind, and a single sword strike split the skeleton in two, which immediately turned to dust. It even managed to ask, "Since when were you there?" But before it could hear the answer, it was gone for good. Seeing its comrade turn to dust, the remaining one roared in anger, "Arrogant human!" It then attacked Soo-hyun with death energy, but he knocked it to the ground with a single blow. Unable to do anything else, it resorted to its old trick, using a cage made of death energy to surround him. Just as he was levitating in the air with no other option, Soo-hyun called on the blue phoenix for help. The phoenix immediately charged in, shattering the cage for Soo-hyun. Finding this a bit tough, he suddenly wondered if he was pushing himself too hard. The leader took the opportunity to attack. "Resistance is futile. I'm well aware that the flame from that holy bird is draining your mana. If you surrender now, I'll let you suffer less." In truth, that phoenix was consuming a fair bit of his mana, so he could probably recall it now. But this guy had seriously underestimated his power. Whoever said I'm useless without mana? As he was about to attack with his sword, Commander Maxman suddenly turned back and asked if he needed any help before he left. "No, I'm fine. I'm already deeply in your debt." What Maxman was stunned. With debts going back and forth, he wasn't even sure who owed whom anymore. "Then let's have a proper fight," Soo-hyun said with determination. The scene changes to the soldiers outside the castle who were currently assessing the casualties. They told each other to keep a close watch on the enemy's movements. It's just that no one knew what had happened inside the castle. Suddenly, the one-horned lich appeared. He was ordered to raise the dead and took the opportunity to threaten the soldiers. But he didn't forget to badmouth his boss. "That guy talks way too much anyway, but if you don't listen and he gets mad, he's terrifying." After that, red magic spewed from his hand and spread out in all directions. Death energy began to rise from the ground as hundreds of zombies rose one after another. Their two eyes glowing like two marbles were filled with killing intent. The soldiers then realized that the guy had summoned the undead, but they weren't afraid. They understood that only by destroying that one-horned skull could they destroy this horde of monsters. They immediately told each other to attack him, but he just laughed smugly. Heh. Just then, Commander Maxman appeared, calling to his trusted soldier Luke. Seeing the commander, Luke was overjoyed. "Commander Maxman." "Thank goodness you're all right, sir," but he was still worried. "The castle has collapsed since the gate fell." Commander Maxman reassured him that he had calculated everything. The soldiers were nearby, so there would be no casualties. However, that's not important. What's important is whether the gate has been fixed yet. Otherwise, the undead could easily storm in. But it seemed things weren't stable yet. The zombies outside were still clamoring to break down the gate. At this point, the only option was to block the gate no matter what. "We have to rebuild the castle, but first we have to deal with that one-horned bastard," he said. Commander Maxman wanted to handle it alone, leaving Luke in charge of watching over everyone. But with their fighting spirit soaring, the soldiers didn't want to let the commander fight alone again. They volunteered to provide cover for him. Commander Maxman was surprised. "Then what about the zombies outside?" "Don't worry, sir. The front line can handle those weaklings. The living can still fight." "So what are a few skeletons?" Seeing his men's determination, Maxman didn't stop them anymore. He ordered the soldiers to use a defensive formation and follow him closely. He thought to himself, "I don't need to go all out. I still have to protect them. I'll leave the rest to that young man." That young man was, of course, Soo-hyun. Back to Soo-hyun, he was now in a one-on-one solo against the leader. Soo-hyun held his sword gam. A blue magical flame enveloped his sword. His eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the Lich, then began to charge towards him. At that moment, the Lich also released a stream of death energy. The two streams of magic clashed, deflecting in all directions. But then Soo-hyun managed to cut through the Lich's magic. He flew up into the air and aimed a sword strike at its head. Luckily, it knew how to fly and managed to dodge the attack. Soo-hyun took the opportunity to close the distance and land a strike on its skull face. It fell backwards from the sky. Dust and smoke billowed up. The blow turned the Lich into a scarred skull. It clutched its head and groaned weakly, "Impossible." It was astonished by Soo-hyun's unexpected power, but it was too late. Soo-hyun rushed in and swung his sword, splitting the lifestone on its forehead in two. The Lich had fallen this time. He couldn't accept it. "For 100 years I've grown this strong. Right now I could be considered the strongest in all the ruined lands. Why can I only stand here and watch this human kill me? No, I can't fail in a place like this." Soo-hyun stood watching and thought. His lifestone was cut in half, but he hasn't vanished yet. He's not so ordinary after all. "What the hell is he muttering about?" Soo-hyun spoke up. "Don't waste any more time. Your plan is finished." Unbelievably, even at death's door, this Lich still had the guts to talk big. "Wasting time? He. You're the one wasting time, you foolish human. We're not the only ones who want to resurrect the king. Countless apostles are preparing day and night for his return. Even 10 people like you couldn't stop it. The king will be revived and plunge this world into darkness." Soo-hyun approached him and sighed. "Don't worry. The Lich King will also die by my hand." With that, his sword plunged straight into the stone. The Lich's life was extinguished and he instantly crumbled into dust. Actually, what Soo-hyun said was true. In his past life, the Lich King had shattered the world to invade reality. But in the end, he was defeated by him. Even in the Gwangyu dungeon, the Liches kept mentioning the Lich King. Therefore, he would probably be resurrected sooner than expected. Soo-hyun realized something was really wrong because everything seemed to be happening faster than in his previous life. But for now, he had to deal with the remaining Lich. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Commander Maxman and his soldiers were dealing with the one-horned Lich. His swordsmanship was by no means simple, but since these leeches could fly, they dodged every attack. They just laughed mockingly from above, taunting Maxman. He thought this guy was truly difficult to deal with because he was using aerial combat, and that wasn't his strong suit. But that was fine. From the beginning, he had no intention of killing him. He just wanted to create a diversion to protect his soldiers and then wait for Soo-hyun to make a move so he could buy as much time as possible. Until then. Just then, the one-horned Lich sensed that his comrade had perished. He was stunned and began to whimper, "Dead! Dead! Why, how? How did he die? My comrade is dead. The mastermind is dead." Seeing his comrade fall, he couldn't seem to stay calm, just crying "dead, dead" from up there. Then he flew into a rage. He used the death aura to surround and squeeze all the soldiers, making it impossible for them to breathe. They cried out to Commander Maxman for help. He shouted in anger, "You bastard, what have you done? Stop it now!" In that perilous moment, just as he was about to use some skill to save his soldiers, Soo-hyun appeared. He shot past like a god, instantly flying up and landing a fatal punch on the Lich. He nearly knocked its skull clean off. With just one punch, the Lich was slammed into a wall as a thick cloud of dust billowed up. Commander Maxman asked, "Did you defeat it already?" Yes, Soo-hyun had taken him down, but it was probably only temporary. This situation didn't look good. Any later, and the soldiers could have been absorbed by that death aura. It's a technique that absorbs the life force of the living and the dead. In the surrounding area, it strengthens the Lich's core. That's why the gatekeeper had warned him not to kill anyone, because this technique is more effective with more deaths. But he didn't think the Lich would be this strong, even for an apostle of the Bone King. Although he was a subordinate of the one Soo-hyun had just defeated, he had probably acquired much greater power. At that moment, a circle of death aura enveloped the Lich. Its mouth was muttering a spell, "I will not forgive you. I will not forgive you," about a dozen times. Then it screamed, and a staff with a death aura orb on top shot out of its mouth, followed by a spray of fresh blood. At this point, I have to wonder where it was hiding, that weapon to be able to spit it out of its mouth when its body is just a dry skeleton. It turns out it had just absorbed the death aura of the soldiers to create a protective barrier for its magic circle. It was as if Soo-hyun had anticipated this, but Commander Maxman's jaw was still hanging open in amazement. That lich is also a master of death magic. Look at the huge pattern drawn on the floor. That highly complex symbol is the magic circle for absorbing the power of death. Soo-hyun was worried that the lich would continue to use its aura absorption technique. He needed to take it down quickly and cleanly as soon as possible. He had to destroy the life stone before that happened. But even as he swung his magic dagger, it was immediately blocked by the circle surrounding the lich. It started to laugh mockingly at him again. "You fool. You can't break it. This is a curse I risked my life to cast. If you want to break the curse, you'll have to kill me." Soo-hyun was a bit bewildered. He didn't know what to do. Although he could defeat it if the fight dragged on for too long, many soldiers would surely die. Just then, Commander Maxman said to him, "Don't worry. Your job is just to defeat them. Protecting the soldiers is my duty." As he spoke, he used the skill he had intended to use earlier, his most powerful skill and the last one he could use to protect his men. Maxman was seen plunging his sword into the ground with all his might. A pillar of blue energy shot straight up into the sky from that spot. It spread everywhere, covering all the soldiers inside and outside the castle. Amazing. The pressure that was weighing on me is gone. Others felt it too. They didn't understand what was happening. This is the sacred boundary. It boosts the morale of the soldiers within its range and nullifies all effects related to dark elements. But using it shortens Commander Maxman's lifespan. However, he was determined. Even if he had to risk his own life, he would protect his soldiers. So the rest was surely up to our protagonist. He flew high up and looked down with a piercing gaze. Everyone below was fighting bravely, risking their lives. This made him certain that he had to destroy this monster. The two sides clashed. Two types of magic collided with each other. The one-horned lich attacked while constantly cursing, "You piece of trash, you dared to kill my friend. And now you don't even know your place fighting back against me? You're weak, useless, you idiotic insect who can't do anything alone. For our ritual, we'd need 1,000 people like you. This guy may look dumb normally, but he's loyal to his comrade." Hearing this, Soo-hyun grew angry. "Your friend is precious to someone like you. But you know what? The 1,000 people you have killed and the ones you're about to kill, they are all someone's loved ones. Do you now know the feeling of losing someone precious to you? Remember that feeling, and pass it on to your friend on the other side." As he spoke, he swung his sword, aiming to sever the lich's staff. Soo-hyun's skill with the sword was extraordinary, so much so that the lich was astonished by its power, a power that turned into a blue flame, burning away all dark magic and engulfing the lich in a direct confrontation. Soo-hyun delivered a fatal blow, splitting the skull and the lifestone of the lich, who only had time to cry out, "To think I'd lose to a mere mortal again." The lich was reunited with his comrades. His magic staff was also shattered by the blue phoenix, and the undead began to fall and disappear. Commander Maxman, now completely exhausted, sighed, "It's finally over." Soo-hyun approached to help him up and thanked him for his efforts. Only then did the commander sit down, relieved, and said, "I want to rest a bit before we celebrate this victory. I was about to ask if you were okay, but it looks like you're not okay at all. I wonder if a little rest will even be enough." Scene change at the Awakened Management Company. Lee Joo-ho is delivering some news to the chairman saying that in the next 3 months, a dungeon will appear in Anyang City and cause a dungeon break. The necessary course of action is to evacuate the residents living nearby. This man is Song Kyung-tae, chairman of the Awakened Management Company. Hearing this, he didn't believe it was true and berated him. "How absurd, do you really think I'd believe such nonsense? No one can predict the exact time one will appear, and that dungeon will cause a break that throws the entire city of Anyang into chaos, even if a dungeon does appear? It wouldn't cause a break right away. It takes at least a month before it can break. That's common knowledge that everyone should know." As he spoke, he pointed a finger in Joo-ho's face. He probably doesn't know that when you point one finger at someone, 4 are pointing back at you. But never mind that whatever the chairman says goes right. Lee Joo-ho stood his ground. "The dungeons that appeared in the past don't apply to this. This isn't an issue we can take lightly. And Yang has a population of about 600,000 people. It will affect the safety of the people there." The chairman still didn't believe him. But what if nothing happens? That would be too reckless. It wouldn't just cause panic among 600,000 people, but all 60 million. As they were arguing, a handsome man with glasses, totally the ladies' type, walked in to intervene. "Stop, if you two keep talking like this will never end." This handsome fellow is Kim Do-woo, an A-rank awakened and an employee of the company. He noted, "It's possible that there has never been a case like this before. But what Joo-ho is saying makes sense. The only issue is whether the source of this information is reliable or not." Do-woo continued, "If you want us to believe you, can you tell us who gave you this information?" Joo-ho was confident. "My source is very reliable. It was Kim Soo-hyun who told me." At the mention of Soo-hyun, the two of them looked surprised. "You mean the person who leveled up so quickly and quelled the riot in the abyss, that mysterious super rookie? Could it really be that Kim Soo-hyun?" The chairman was skeptical. The handsome Do-woo spoke up. "I know someone named Kim Soo-hyun. He was a member of the Gwangju dungeon attack team a few months ago. But he's only C rank," Yoo-ho confirmed. "That's him." But this chairman still didn't believe it. First, he was afraid Juho was lying, and second, he was afraid Soo-hyun was lying too. Basically, the guy has lost all faith in life, so he doesn't trust a single soul. The problem remains, what if he believes Juho and has to evacuate the entire population? If nothing happens, won't the responsibility fall on the chairman's shoulders? No matter how you slice it, he's just afraid of being implicated. He even came up with this, Juho from another perspective, aren't dungeons just like natural disasters. So even if there are casualties, I won't have to bear any responsibility. Unbelievable, Juho thought angrily. He's deliberately playing dumb just because he doesn't want to take responsibility. But since I'm his subordinate, I can only yield to him. He wants the two of them to forget this. This is my final decision, and I will take responsibility for it. Back to Soo-hyun. After clearing the 20th floor, he was taken to the hospital to recover. Despite the nurse's objections, he insisted on being discharged, saying he was an awakened. So I recover very quickly. Just give me a prescription, some bandages, or some painkillers, that'll be enough. And so, with his arm bandaged, he walked out of the hospital, thinking to himself, it's just a few scratches, what's all the fuss about? Just then, Juho, his face covered in sweat, ran up to him. Soo-hyun jumped. Whoa, you scared me. Are your injuries okay? Seeing you move like that, it looks like you're seriously hurt. Soo-hyun replied, I'm lucky I can even move, man. Juho, looking worried, said, you cleared the 20th floor in a single day and then went to the hospital. I thought you must have been seriously injured. I saw your ranking, it's really impressive. Can you give me some advice? Advice. There's really no advice to give. It's just that Soo-hyun went a bit overboard, which is why he got hurt like that. Juho thought that perhaps he didn't need to worry about him. As for the matter of Soo-hyun asking him to warn the chairman, Juho admitted that he had failed. Not only did I fail, I also accidentally revealed Soo-hyun's identity. I'm truly sorry. Soo-hyun sighed. It's not that surprising anyway. I wasn't expecting anything from that chairman to begin with. Juho was very surprised. You even know the chairman? Of course I do, because in my past life I was an awakened in his company. Not only that, but I was also a workaholic, although Juho's negotiations failed. But he said he managed to get some information from Kim Do-woo, the man who's always by the chairman's side. He heard a green dungeon has appeared in Ansan City and everyone is planning a raid. Right now, most of the awakened are gathered in Ansan. In his past life, Soo-hyun had been there before. That's why he couldn't prepare properly for the explosion in Anyang, but part of the reason was that hopelessly incompetent chairman Song Gui-tai, who's only good at shirking responsibility. Soo-hyun thought that idiot only knows how to cover up his own mistakes. I have no damn idea how a moron like him became chairman. Just you wait. He's definitely going to get a taste of what it's like to be busy. Just thinking about it made his face twist into an ugly scowl. Just then, Juho wondered how Soo-hyun could know for sure when the dungeon would appear. Soo-hyun said it's just a man's sixth sense. An awakened, that is. Anyway, from now on, I'll probably be doing things on my own. He then thanked Juho for his help, feeling that he had helped more than enough already. Juho wondered why this guy wanted to work alone instead of letting him join in. I can't let that happen, so he quickly spoke up. We can't expect help from the authorities anymore, so why don't you just tell me your plan? I'm sure there's something I can do to help. Hearing that, Soo-hyun happily agreed at once. Okay then, I'll tell you my plan. Before we could even find out what the plan was, 2 months had passed. October 17th, 1 week before Christmas. An online news report from ABIS announced that on October 24th at 6 p.m., Anyang City will suffer a terrorist attack. The group responsible for this attack is the Stab Guild. They are a suspicious organization full of the world's most cold-blooded murderers. If you value your life, get as far away from Anyang as possible. I hope no one loses their life thinking, no, that could never happen. At that moment, the city's residents were buzzing with talk about the news. Of course, for the Korean media reporters couldn't pass up a terrorist warning from the Stab Guild. Could the news be true? That is why today we have invited here the person who claims to have seen the Stab Guild with his own eyes. That person is none other than Juho. So this was the mission Soo-hyun had given him. He had to claim that he had met them in person. Meanwhile, at the Awakened Management Company, other news about the Gwangju dungeon was also surfacing. A few hours ago, we received information that the number of casualties in the Gwangju dungeon raid was very high. This was all part of Soo-hyun's intentional media blitz. The chairman was furious over the news Soo-hyun had released. How dare he use the media like that? The incident at the Ansan dungeon was crazy enough. It's all because of that bastard Soo-hyun. Have you found out his identity yet, Do-woo? The handsome young man in glasses calmly said that nothing could be done. Even the management agency can't stop the actions of a regular awakened. I have identified him. I heard he's been hiding out at a BIS since last month. But I can't just drag him before you right now, sir. After speaking, he became lost in thought, wondering why Soo-hyun would dare to cause so much trouble and what his scheme might be. Scene change. Soo-hyun appears his muscular physique enough to make the ladies swoon. After entrusting everything to Lee Juho and entering the tower, Soo-hyun used all his saved-up points to buy a catalyst. A highest-grade mana catalyst. Just by drinking it, one's regenerative energy and health would be quickly restored. When he asked for the highest potential catalyst, the middle-aged shopkeeper stared in surprise. He couldn't believe someone would be looking to buy this potion on the 21st floor, since it costs at least over 2 million points. Soo-hyun wasn't joking. He spent a full 2 million points to buy the potion. The shop owner never thought anyone could earn so many points and buy something so expensive. Back in his rented room, Soo-hyun was drinking the potion. Its horrible smell filled the room so much so that he had to exclaim, "This tastes disgusting." But after drinking it, he could clearly feel the potion go down his throat, then into his stomach. Then it began to amplify his magic. A purple magic began to spread throughout his body. Soo-hyun slowly used his own magic to control the catalyst's after effects. It felt like someone else's power was inside his body. Right now, Soo-hyun was in immense pain. His body felt like it was on fire. The catalyst began to reach his heart and circulate through his bloodstream. With a strained expression, Soo-hyun finally finished the process. At that moment, the landlord was outside pounding on the door and shouting, "Hey you! You've been renting this room for a whole month! Why haven't you shown your face at all, huh? What the hell are you doing in there? If you're going to die, at least pay the rent first." As he finished speaking, the door opened, and he barged in. He saw Soo-hyun was perfectly fine, and was relieved he hadn't run off, but then his face scrunched up. The room was shrouded in a powerful mana. It was immense. Soo-hyun had no intention of skipping out on the rent. He apologized to the landlord and offered to pay extra. Seeing his muscular physique, the landlord's jaw dropped, and he asked how much longer he planned to stay. But 1 month was enough. "I've recovered my energy perfectly. Now it's time to go." The moment he finished his thought, Soo-hyun vanished right before the landlord's eyes, leaving only a bag of money behind. Soo-hyun checked the remaining time. Tomorrow was the day. Meanwhile, Dung Dong-jeon and Hak-jun were discussing the news about the Stabber Guild. Dung Dong-jeon was very surprised when he saw the report. "I can't believe it, that someone would talk so openly about the Stabber Guild like this. They're a secret criminal organization. Even after growing powerful, only a few awakened knew of its existence." Hak-jun stared at his phone screen, continuously reading the comments on the post. "It seems a lot of people think the same way. What do you think, Hak-jun?" Hak-jun said, "It's a 50-50 chance that it'll actually happen. It would be possible right when the Blue Dungeon appears in Ansan. But is there really a reason to go this far?" In fact, Dung Dong-jeon had already investigated who was spreading information about a guild that only a few awakened knew about, and he'd found that the person who wrote the articles was Kim Soo-hyun. He said he would further investigate why that guy wanted to bring down the Stabber Guild. He seemed very frustrated by this. Hearing Kim Soo-hyun's name, Hak-jun suddenly flinched as if a jolt of electricity had shot through him. It seemed he knew who Kim Soo-hyun was. His face grew pensive. How strange. Why would a guy who only cares about his own benefit get involved in something like this? So what does he have to do with the Stabber Guild? Could it be that the Ares Guild, Dung Dong-jeon, and the Stabber Guild are connected somehow? Hak-jun had met Soo-hyun before. Soo-hyun had even left him a business card, saying to contact him if he needed help. But he still couldn't believe that Kim Soo-hyun, who had only reached C-rank, was the person from the rumors. At that moment, in a small alley in Gyeonggi-ansan, a trio of robbers appeared. They were clearly in the business of robbing people, but today business was slow. There were no marks to be found. The blonde one whined, "This is so boring. Why is Christmas so quiet? There's no one to rob. Everyone's probably at home cuddling with their lovers. They wouldn't be free to wander the streets like us guys. Besides, the people in this city have probably evacuated already." The curly-haired one asked nervously, "Shouldn't we be running too instead of just hanging around like this?" "Ha ha ha, you idiot! You actually believe that stuff? Why are you getting worked up over some lying bastard? It's obviously bullshit." These guys were truly fearless fools. Suddenly, a young man in a mask appeared behind them and cut him off. "It's not a lie." Hearing this, the trio of robbers, joined by a fourth guy with a mullet, turned around. The new guy annoyedly asked who the masked man was. They all just thought he was some weirdo wearing a mask. "Haha, out for a Christmas stroll, are we?" They laughed amongst themselves. "Our chance has arrived. Let's just mug this guy. He looks like a total psycho." But they had no idea. It was Kim Soo-hyun. He grabbed the blonde guy by the collar, lifted him up, and then casually tossed him to the ground. Soo-hyun drew his sharp sword and pointed it at the blonde. This shocked and terrified them. Calling him a psycho was not going to end well for them. "But I'm just trying to scare you guys a little. I'm not a psycho. I'm a terrorist." As soon as he said that, the building behind them immediately exploded. At that moment, the faces of the four robbers turned pale and they trembled uncontrollably. Only then did they realize the danger they were in. It was every man for himself as they ran for their lives. Shortly after, the media arrived reporting that an explosion had occurred in Gyeonggi-ansan. In the Pyeongjandong neighborhood, residents were being urgently evacuated. The news spread quickly, reaching Chairman Song Guti's office. He saw the news before his subordinate even had a chance to report it. Right now, he looked truly annoyed. He had thought it was just a scheme by Juho to get the residents to evacuate, but the fact that it had actually happened put him in a difficult position. Kim Dawon was sitting in a chair staring at her phone. According to witnesses at the scene, the terrorist attack was caused by just one person. Only then did Song Guti start to worry. He recalled what Juho had warned him about before. The information from Kim Soo-hyun was accurate. If only I had believed it from the start, things would have been different. But no. He immediately ordered Dawon to gather as many awakened as possible and to capture Kim Soo-hyun at all costs. He's the terrorist. By the time he realized this, it was already too late. "Director, back to Kim Soo-hyun. He looked incredibly cool, standing amidst the flames, wondering to himself if this was enough chaos yet. At that moment, the buildings and cars looked as if they were on fire. But in reality, that wasn't the case. So it turns out that whole scene was just magic he created. He had learned how to engulf everything in a sea of flames without actually burning them by controlling his divine fire and changing its color. He had achieved 66.7% mastery of this skill. It was all just a show. It really was all an illusion. Right now, there isn't a single injury. But it's not over yet. He needs to reach the center of Anyang, but he also knows that at this point, a bunch of Awakeners would show up to stop him. And leading them was that handsome guy, Do-Yu. We're from the Awakener Management Agency. Stop this terrorist attack. It turns out Do-Yu is a state-affiliated Awakener and also the vice director of the management agency. No wonder he's always seen with Song Yuli. He spoke with a serious expression. Surrender, Kim Soo-hyun. The Awakeners behind him started to look surprised, not expecting the terrorist to be a rookie like Soo-hyun, while Do-Yu was doing his best to talk him down. He wanted him to stop and cooperate, but Soo-hyun had already drawn his sword ready. Enough with the chatter. Let's go. I don't want to waste any time. This remark provoked the other Awakeners. They charged at Soo-hyun one by one, launching their attacks. The first guy had hair like Son Goku. Their two swords clashed, and Soo-hyun quickly realized the guy was an Awakener above B rank, but he managed to block every single strike. A guy behind him who was below B rank couldn't wait any longer. Eager to show off his skills, he created a magic circle with a strange pattern. It was a faithful shade of purple, and he shot a pillar of magic straight at him. But our boy just tilted his head slightly to the left and dodged it. The next guy launched countless magic streams that flew like swords towards Soo-hyun, trying to close in for an attack, but he just got a swift kick to the arm for his trouble. Just when things were getting dicey, another guy with a hammer came to the rescue. Otherwise, he probably would have been pushing up daisies by now. That big hammer was pretty dangerous. It slammed down with enough force to shatter the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But Soo-hyun, with his quick reflexes, teleported away and was still safe. These Awakeners were all around B rank. Only Kim Do-woo was the strongest among them, but he didn't attack. He was busy observing and analyzing Soo-hyun's abilities. He was the only one who knew there was something more to it, that Soo-hyun hadn't revealed yet. Suddenly, Do-woo made his move. He opened his book and used magic. Blue energy surrounded Soo-hyun, and a pair of wings lifted him into the air. It was then that Kim Do-woo also realized there were no injuries. Everything looked like it was on fire, but it actually wasn't. And there's no economic damage either. So why fake a terrorist attack to evacuate the citizens? Are you trying to get them away from an impending outbreak? Soo-hyun didn't seem to care and just provoked him. He wanted Kim Do-woo to fight him. At that, Do-woo closed his book and the magic vanished. Soo-hyun began to free-fall from the sky. Do-woo teleported after him using a 5-star spell to create a bolt of lightning. He planned to fry Soo-hyun to a crisp, but Soo-hyun immediately blocked it with his sword. The impact caused an explosion, but Soo-hyun was unharmed. Despite being in free-fall, he still landed gently and carefully. He brushed the dust off his clothes while Do-woo looked on quite surprised. He couldn't believe that even after being attacked by countless Awakeners, there was no way Soo-hyun should have been able to dodge an attack in midair. Like that? He tilted his chin up, asking his opponent, "So what do you think?" Kim Soo-hyun immediately replied, "I think I've shown you enough. You guys are nowhere near my level." Hearing that Do-woo's assessment of Soo-hyun was confirmed, he was right. The kid was incredibly strong, and there was still something he was holding back. The other Awakeners, still clueless, rushed forward, each wanting to be the one to take Soo-hyun down. It was then that Do-woo realized he needed to contact the agency for backup and ask them to send every available Awakener here. Soo-hyun's real goal wasn't to fight the other Awakeners. That's why he never actually attacked anyone. Whenever someone charged at him, he just used his skills to dodge their attacks. If he had to, he'd only throw a light punch or a gentle kick. Take the Awakener with the Son Goku hair, for example. He attacked, but Soo-hyun just kicked him in the head, leaving a huge lump. All he could do was yell angrily, "Would you please just fight properly?" At that moment, Kim Do-woo stopped everyone. He told them not to attack, saying that he had already called for reinforcements. What we need to do now is focus on defending against Soo-hyun's attacks. In other words, they should conserve their strength until it was absolutely necessary, like I said. Kim Do-woo was the only one who knew just how strong Soo-hyun was, and he was sure that Soo-hyun still hadn't shown his full power. He was convinced his opponent possessed the skills of an S-rank warrior, perhaps even higher. He just couldn't figure out his motive. Why was Soo-hyun doing all this? He kept wondering why someone who had always laid low would suddenly decide to show up and act like a terrorist. If you don't know, then let me explain. Soo-hyun was doing this to prove that none of the Awakeners here were as strong as him. There were two reasons he had to hide his identity and put on this act. First, to gauge the combined strength of the Awakeners currently present and see just how powerful they were. And second, to get them to send more Awakeners as backup. If he didn't make it look like he was a real terrorist, he knew for sure that Director Song Hyun-tae would never send reinforcements. The director doesn't care whether the outbreak happens or not. All he cares about is catching the person causing a disturbance that's all over the national news. So the most important thing for him to do was to drag this out, until more reinforcements arrived. That way there would be more Awakeners to fight the outbreak alongside him. Before long, a voice echoed from high above. "We're here in response to your request for reinforcements." That voice. It belongs to the Awakeners who came to back us up. A group of people in identical outfits were standing on the building's roof. Appearing in a blaze of glory amidst the fire was the Federal Awakener team, handpicked by the Awakener Management Agency, the agency's special forces, also known as ACT. The captain of ACT is the S-Rank Park Jongju. Beside him is ACT's current vice captain, the A-Rank Kang Sung-chan, along with other Awakeners. Their appearance made you and the others a bit surprised. He thought the director must be furious to dispatch such a powerful team. This team looks badass, especially Captain Park Jongju. Hearing his voice, an Awakener down below immediately asked, "Sir, Park, can you save a spot for me in act?" "No chance, you idiot. A CT is composed entirely of Awakeners above A-Rank. These guys aren't qualified." Back with Soo-hyun, he immediately recognized a familiar face. Park Jongju is one of the strongest among the S-Rank members. Moreover, in his past life, when he was Kim Sung-in, that man was his master. But of course, the captain had no idea who he was. He was just a little surprised, wondering why so many Awakeners had to be assembled just to catch a single terrorist. Do-yu quickly interjected. According to the reports, Kim Soo-hyun is registered as a C rank, but his actual skills are at an S rank level, or possibly even stronger than you, Sir Park Jongju. Very few people here can stand against him, which is why we needed reinforcements. Hearing this, the ACT vice captain grew angry. "What are you talking about, Vice Director Kim? Don't tell me you've gotten scared just because it's been a while since you've been on the battlefield. No matter how you look at him, he's just a kid." Before he could finish, the captain cut him off. "Don't underestimate him, Vice Director Choi. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but I don't plan on doing anything just yet." That's right, he was letting his subordinates handle it. He didn't need to lift a finger. Understanding his intent, they immediately jumped down toward Soo-hyun. The Vice Captain Kang Sung-chan led the charge. "All I have to do is capture that guy." "Right, Master." Seeing this, a worried Do-yu said to Park Jongju, "Even if he is your student, sir, he's still only an A rank. Can he really fight against Kim Soo-hyun?" But the captain was confident in his team. "Don't worry. A CT's Awakeners are different from the others." At that moment, Soo-hyun and Park Jongju stood face to face. Soo-hyun got a clearer look at the captain's face. He realized he hadn't changed a bit, still just as handsome as ever. "I wonder if his skill at teaching students is still as sharp as it used to be. I'll test it out for myself, Master." The ACT Awakeners charged forward one after another, their faces filled with killing intent. They rushed toward Soo-hyun like a gale, moving at the speed of light to encircle him. The other Awakeners just watched and commented. Seeing this, Song Hoku sneered, "What kind of stupid-looking skill is that? Actually, you're the idiot." That's their perfect coordinated attack, a maneuver characterized by its flawless synchronization. It may look like they're just running in a circle, but they're actually creating a formidable barrier. The distinct attacks all aim for a single target at a terrifying speed, giving Soo-hyun little to no opportunity to counter. On top of that, it's difficult to block each individual strike. Simply put, it's an organized assault that fully combines support restraint and a powerful flurry of attacks. It can take down even the strongest individuals. Is that so? But it looks to me like Kim Soo-hyun is effortlessly blocking every single one of those attacks. His swordsmanship is exquisite, and he hasn't even started using his magical energy yet. Kang Seong-yo taunted Soo-hyun as he attacked. "Hey, Kim Soo-hyun, stop running away like a coward and show us what you've got." With that said, he thrust his blade straight at Soo-hyun, who managed to dodge it. But the purpose of the attack wasn't that simple. Kang Seong-yo only did that to throw him off balance, giving the others an opening to bind him from all sides. You could call this move the Tangled Web. Chains infused with magical energy bound Soo-hyun's body, tightening around his neck. At that moment, Kang Seong-cheon used his full power, intending to end it with a single strike. There was a loud crash as smoke dust and debris flew everywhere. The chains were severed. Just as they thought, Kang Seong-cheon had finished Soo-hyun, and before they could celebrate, a surprise awaited them. The person who was tied up was actually Kang Seong-cheon. He had been bound to his own blade with his own chains. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Embarrassed, Kang Seong-cheon began to curse. "Damn it, how the hell did you do that?" The other Awakeners began to doubt their strategy. Did the pincer attack not work? Did we do something wrong? Soo-hyun had seen through their plan from the very beginning. Though he was bound, the moment the vice captain swung his sword, Soo-hyun rotated with the blade's momentum to sever the chains and then used those very chains to tie him up instead. The man froze, completely unable to react. Do-yu said even with his vast combat experience, it should be impossible to execute a move like that in such a short amount of time. In his past life, Soo-hyun had become all too familiar with this technique. He had practiced those tactics until he was sick of them, so it was no surprise he could pull that off. Just then, as he was fiddling with his cracked mask, the captain drew his sword and said, "It seems I was mistaken. I should be the one dealing with you. You said your name is Kim Soo-hyun, right? Youth seems to be on your side, doesn't it?" But it seems he also regretted the waste of Soo-hyun's power. Because if they had met under different circumstances, he probably would have been persuaded to invite him to work together. Seeing this, Do-yu grew worried and warned the captain, "The fake Awakeners are starting to gather. Please be careful so the rankings don't get messed up." "I'll do my best." Them gathering together was exactly what Soo-hyun wanted. Now it was time to bring down the curtain. Standing before the captain, he thought about how for a long time he had wanted to face him head-on. However, now was not the right time. Then he lowered his sword and raised both hands in surrender, much to the surprise of the captain and the fake awakeners. It was one surprise after another. I surrender. What did you just say? What do you mean? The captain asked in astonishment. The other fake awakeners also began to murmur amongst themselves. He's surrendering. We went through so much trouble to get here. And for what? At that moment, the watch on Soo-hyun's wrist struck exactly 6 p.m. This was the moment the blue dungeon would appear. Now he finally showed his hand. There was no need to waste energy on pointless fights. The real battle was just beginning. As soon as the words left his mouth, the earth suddenly began to tremble. A beam of blue light appeared in the sky, and Du realized what it was. This is a new blue dungeon opening. Kang Sung-cheo, also surprised, said, "It's not just that. This could be a dungeon break." The other awakeners began to worry. "It's going to break the moment it appears," Soo-hyun explained. "As you've all seen, the appearance of these dungeons and the speed of their breaks will become increasingly harder to predict. I know you're all very confused right now and possibly angry that I didn't tell you the truth from the start. Fellow awakeners, fight with me. Let's protect this city of Enyang together." As he spoke, Soo-hyun's hand clenched, absorbing the surrounding flames. The fire returned to its familiar blue color, enveloping his body. By this time, Hak-soon had also been there for a while. He witnessed the whole thing. Just as he had guessed, that person really was Kim Soo-hyun. Back to the current dungeon break, a break was known as a phenomenon that occurs when a dungeon isn't cleared within the time limit. But this time, it was a break that happened the moment the dungeon appeared. The unexpected break in Enyang would be the catalyst for a threat to the entire world. Soo-hyun knew that from now on, this would happen more often. He then asked Kim Joy, "Joy, how many reinforcements do we have?" "At least 100. Soo-hyun thanked him, assuming Joy had guessed his intentions. But in reality, he hadn't. It was only because of his commotion and the fake terrorist attack that Joy was able to call for reinforcements so quickly. Just then, the other frightened awakeners said, "It seems like they knew a break was going to happen." "Look, a monster is coming out of the dungeon," everyone shouted frantically. "Monsters are coming out. The break is starting. Everyone, prepare for battle." The break has begun. Hordes of monsters crawled out one after another, all of them a sickly green. Each monster was at least at the boss level of a red or orange dungeon. A giant boss wearing only a pink loincloth appeared. Already a few people were dead at its feet. It then raised its fist to eliminate the next person. But this awakener seemed terrified. He was frozen stiff, unable to move, his eyes filled with tears. Despite everyone's shouts, he showed no signs of resistance. He didn't even run. His feet were as if rooted to the ground, waiting for death. Luckily, before the monster's fist could strike, Captain Park Jong-ju appeared just in time to block it. "Snap out of it, if you don't want to die." Hearing that the man hastily ran away, the captain ordered the ACT team into action. "Support formation. Assist the other awakeners with their battle preparations." Kang Sung-cheo, having just taken down a monster, heard this and immediately disagreed. "Sir, wouldn't it be faster to let us handle this ourselves?" Kim Soo-hyun appeared from behind and replied, "All of the awakeners are completely flustered by this unexpected situation. In a situation like this, the calming everyone down is the top priority. Isn't that something only the ACT can do? Do your best in every situation." With that, he rushed toward the dungeon, leaving Kang Sung-cheo fuming. Damn it! Who does that guy think he is, talking like he's the boss? But he's right. Soo-hyun thought, "Master, no. Park Jong-ju will handle the monsters from the blue dungeon without any problem since the ACT is here. The situation with the civilians should stabilize too." Just then, countless winged monsters surrounded Soo-hyun. He swung his holy fire in a single slash, instantly cutting them in two. He no longer had to worry about each individual monster. He was just waiting for something else to appear, the half-black dragon monster, Igalus. Below in the city, the awakeners were focused on evacuating the civilians. Du was extremely worried. "Luckily, we were prepared in time and there haven't been any casualties yet, but we have to hurry before the monsters get out of control. Otherwise, not just Anyang, but the entire country will be in danger. The monsters are still swarming the skies. Don't let them reach the ground. Make sure none of them leave Anyang." At that moment, the Awakener Son Goku was also very concerned, reassuring the civilians, "Stay calm and follow the Awakener's instructions." Kim Joy quickly used the power from his book to destroy a monster. He then looked towards Soo-hyun, who was standing on a rooftop. He thought that right now they could only count on Kim Soo-hyun, but he was worried that Soo-hyun couldn't defeat all these monsters alone. This absent-minded thought made him lose focus. He didn't even notice a huge boss monster appearing behind him. Luckily, before it could do anything, it was taken down by someone, who jumped on its head and drove a sword straight into its skull. That's right, it was the ACT team captain. The monster collapsed just like that. The captain looked so cool, fighting monsters as effortlessly as if he were on a stroll. He reminded Do-yoon to be more focused. If it weren't for him, he'd probably be out of the picture by now. With that said, the captain calmly cleaned his glasses and started assigning tasks. "We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. Leave killing the monsters and evacuating the civilians to the ACT members and me. You focus on supporting the other Awakeners." Just then, Soo-hyun happened to be there. The captain asked him if he could handle that half-black dragon. "Of course I can. I do this stuff all the time, Kim Soo-hyun replied. Well then, good luck. Right after that, everyone got to work. Soo-hyun summoned the blue phoenix, grabbed onto its leg, and flew into the sky to face a purple dragon with 2 horns like a water buffalo's. The dragon looked incredibly lame, but what can you do? It was ugly, but its build was strong. This monster's signature move was using its tail to destroy anything in its path. Soo-hyun managed to land a single slash on its tail, but it seemed to have no effect. He circled around trying to attack from behind, using all of his sword skills to try and cut the monster in half, but it wasn't going to be that easy. Its back was so thick and hard that Soo-hyun's hands trembled. He desperately landed multiple slashes on the monster's body, but it was like hitting solid steel. With no other option, he had the phoenix drop him to the ground. Immediately after, this dragon's 2 eyes lit up and its mouth spewed dark magic fire at Soo-hyun. But the phoenix protected him, charging in to strike the dragon in the face. It roared in pain and immediately used its 5-meter-long tail to whip Soo-hyun, sending him skidding across the ground. Luckily, he was still safe, even though this was the 2nd time he had faced it. But it was still incredibly tough. He remembered his past life during the explosion in Anjiang. More than 15,000 people were killed or injured, and over half of them were killed by that very dragon because of an unforeseen dungeon break. There weren't enough awakeners around to help everyone like there are now. On top of that, he had just finished clearing another dungeon and had to rush over to assess the situation, so he had no energy left to fight it. But now, things are different. He has a much better chance of destroying this monster. Your firepower is strong, I'll give you that. But for me, as long as I focus, I can slice through anything. With that, Soo-hyun cut through wave after wave of the dragon's fire. He remembered that after breathing fire, there would be a brief moment when the dragon would lose focus. He just had to wait for that opportunity. And this was it. Just then, he took out the dragon-slaying spear. It was a weapon based on the legend of an undefeated warrior sold in the Abyss item shop. Although it was incredibly expensive and a single-use item, it possessed tremendous power. As Soo-hyun held the weapon, energy radiated from his hand. And just like that, he hurled it straight down at the monster, his voice resolute. I'll make sure not one more person dies by your flames, you bastard dragon. Countless spears pierced the monster's body through its neck, its head, its chest. It fell from high above, looking like nothing more than a porcupine. The dragon crashed to the ground and died a gruesome death. But was it really dead? It was, and it wasn't. After the dragon, Igolas, is defeated, its spirit appears. The spirit of the half-black dragon Igolas is the real final boss. All it did was cry out, "It hurts. It hurts so much. You killed me. Who are you?" Soo-hyun replied. Before you ask that, why don't you ask yourself who you are? He was nobody. He was just a spirit. He couldn't answer who he was. He just lowered his head, covered his face, and cried, screaming, "It hurts so much!" His bloodshot eyes gradually transformed into 1,000 daggers that pierced through Soo-hyun's body with growing force. Then it threw a punch that sent him flying. Right now, he didn't look so good. Hearing the loud noise, everyone immediately looked up. At the same time, Lee Joo-ho rushed to the scene and frantically asked, "Where's Soo-hyun?" Just then, the black dragon opened its hideous fang-filled mouth and devoured Soo-hyun. Joo-ho could only see one of Soo-hyun's bloody arms sticking out. He couldn't believe his eyes. Thinking his friend was gone, he screamed in anger, "Soo-hyun!" The system announced your vitality has dropped to a critical level. Could Soo-hyun really have died so soon? Of course not. Soo-hyun had activated the skill Immortal Hero. The system announced you will recover all lost vitality. Vitality recovery speed will be increased. Your physical abilities will be significantly enhanced. Now, Soo-hyun, his body covered in blood, used both hands to pry open the monster's jaws, and even said, "Thanks. Thank you, half-black dragon. Because of you, I've gotten even stronger." This explains why, even after Soo-hyun defeated Igolas, a spirit appeared and made it immortal again. And the strange thing was, when asked who it was, it couldn't answer. But now, seeing Soo-hyun with its own eyes, it was as if it was seeing itself. It wondered why it had merged with Igolas, and it vaguely recalled its past. It had once been Falcon, a hero of the Tesram Empire. Back then, it was in the same situation as Soo-hyun. He himself was the one everyone trusted with the mission to destroy the half-black dragon. Back then, the half-black dragon Igolas was still an incredibly powerful monster. No matter how he fought, he couldn't defeat it. As the battle dragged on with no end in sight, Falcon thought of one last resort. He figured that if he could just control this bastard, then he would be able to destroy it. That was the reason his body merged with the monster, becoming a spirit dwelling within it, trying to find a way to kill it from the inside. But after so long, he had forgotten his own past, becoming a spirit within Igolas's body and returning to the real world. As for Soo-hyun, he was now in peak condition. His body could float as light as a feather thanks to the effect of Indomitable Hero. Indomitable Hero. Mana rank. Scales with the user's mana. Passive skill. Level 1. Mastery 0%. The body of the Tower Ascender who challenged the Demon Lord. The body of an indomitable hero cannot be destroyed or harmed, and it borders on immortality. When your health drops below a certain threshold, it automatically activates, causing your recovery ability and stamina to regenerate much faster. Along with that, your physical condition will be greatly enhanced. With a skill like this, no wonder Soo-hyun narrowly escaped death. He wanted to quickly destroy this half-black dragon. However, he couldn't get close to it. He was still trying to find the dragon's weak point because its body was so tough, it was hard to find a spot to target. But it definitely has a weak spot. There it is. Soo-hyun quickly found an opening. He swung his sword, slashing at a wound on the dragon's arm. Instantly, one of its arms was severed. The dragon screamed in pain. At that moment, he spoke to Falcon's spirit. "Isn't it time you thought this through, Falcon? The ones you saved, and the ones you couldn't, all of them. Do you think they'd want to see you in your current state?" As he spoke, he fought the dragon. He had just cut off one of its arms, so of course it wouldn't stay still. Falcon, having now thought things through, said, "I fought against Agolas, and I couldn't defeat him. So now, you foreign hero, please end this." After he spoke, he revealed an opening in his chest. Soo-hyun immediately understood that this was the key to destroying the half-black dragon. It turned to flee, but there was no escape. He once again took the Dragon Slayer spear and hurled it straight through the chest of Falcon's spirit. The dragon plummeted to the ground. All that could be heard was a loud thud as dust and smoke billowed up. On the dragon's corpse, Falcon lay there. It seemed he still had some lingering regrets. Soo-hyun landed beside him and asked, "Have your memories returned?" Falcon replied, "They have. The past I had forgotten was filled with nothing but failure and mistakes. I am Falcon, a knight of the Teslarum Empire. I tried to defeat the half-dragon monster Agolas for a very long time, but because it dragged on for so long, my country suffered immense damage. In the end, I used magic to seal both myself and that monster in another dimension, but because of the endless battle, Agolas took over my body. Even after escaping that dimension, I always fought to kill it within my own body, but every time I ended up killing innocent people instead." Hearing this, Soo-hyun comforted him. "It's been so long, and you still feel regret over it? I think instead of dwelling on what's been lost, you should focus on protecting what remains. If you hadn't fought to protect your country, perhaps even more people would have died." Falcon was moved. "Are you trying to comfort me? You're not very good at it." Soo-hyun was a bit embarrassed, admitting that he wasn't good at such things. Falcon continued, "You're right. It would be a lie to say I have no regrets, but if I could go back in time, I would still make the same choice." Hearing this, Soo-hyun suddenly remembered his past life. When he was Kim Sung-in, he too had tried to fight to save the world. But in the end, he was struck down by that ox-headed monster, ending the last hope for all of humanity. But even then, he had tried his best. Right. Just then, Falcon took out a treasure and gave it to Soo-hyun to thank him for helping end this long, drawn-out battle. "This is the finest suit of iron armor crafted by the Teslarum Empire for me when I set out to fight Agolas." To just stumble upon such a great item? Why wouldn't he take it? Soo-hyun took it and said thank you. At that moment, the system also announced, "You have acquired the item Falcon's Divine Armor." Falcon then spoke his last words. "I want to thank you one more time. This battle was truly too long. Now I can finally rest." After that, Falcon's body, along with the half-black dragon, slowly broke into pieces and dissolved into the air. Soo-hyun also bowed his head to the hero of Teslaram. Rest in peace. The sun began to shine on the city once more. Only now could he breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Juho and Do-woo came running frantically from a distance. As soon as Juho arrived, he looked Soo-hyun up and down. "Are you okay?" "As you can see, I'm fine, but that monster was stronger than I thought. I really thought I was a goner." "Pant, pant," Juho said, practically shouting in Soo-hyun's face with spit flying everywhere. "That monster was terrifyingly strong. You almost didn't make it out alive." As for Do-woo, he checked on Soo-hyun and then suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Perhaps the director won't accept this, but on behalf of the company, I sincerely apologize and thank you." Soo-hyun told him there was no need for that. He was just glad no one else got hurt. Seeing that everyone was all right, all his worries vanished. He just said he was a little tired, and then he suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground. Juho frantically caught Soo-hyun. You must be injured somewhere." Only Do-woo knew that he was fine. Actually, he's just sleepy. He must have been exhausted. Luckily, he wasn't seriously injured. After everything was resolved, a huge storm would begin to brew, and the young man Kim Soo-hyun would be the main character at the eye of that storm. Right now, he's sleeping soundly. That's right. At this very moment, the media exploded. News stations continuously reported that a dungeon break had occurred in Anyang. Fortunately, the civilians had been evacuated. Experts are currently in a heated discussion about this incident. In a place like Anyang, where disasters frequently occur, terrorism by extremist guilds is something that could be predicted. However, when it comes to the dungeon break, it was resolved thanks to the awakened Kim Soo-hyun. It has been 3 days since the incident. Soo-hyun just woke up in the hospital. He had been asleep for 3 straight days. Waking up, he couldn't even remember when he had passed out. Then he reassured himself, "I guess I just pushed myself too hard." After composing himself, he noticed a fruit basket on the table with a letter. It was a gift from Lee Juho. "I stopped by to see you, but you hadn't woken up yet, so I decided to leave a note. I think we need to sort some things out because right now the whole world is talking about this incident. So I took the liberty of handling all the annoying calls for you. I'm sorry for doing that without asking you first, but I trust you'll understand. You saved a lot of people. You must be exhausted right now, so don't worry about anything and just get some proper rest. You'll probably be hungry when you wake up, so I prepared some fruit for you." Soo-hyun picked up an apple and thought, "I'm so grateful to him. No wonder I didn't see a single notification when I checked my phone earlier. It turns out Juho handled everything for him. But it seems I'm not that hungry. He held the apple but didn't eat it, just tossing it up and down while thinking, I cleared the dungeon in Gwangju and now the dungeon break in Anyang. I've actually been pretty helpful, haven't I? It's completely different from my past life. But there's still so much to do from now on, so I can't let my guard down. I need to think about what to do next. It's true, the life of a main character is just fighting, resting, and preparing for the next step. While he was lost in thought, someone knocked on the door. Who could it be? Just then a foot stepped inside. Soo-hyun looked surprised. It was Choi Hak-sun, as handsome as ever, except this time he was injured and wrapped in bandages. He looked like he'd lost an eye. Seeing this, Soo-hyun immediately asked, What are you doing visiting me? What happened to your face? But before he could finish his sentence, Hak-sun cut him off. He slammed his hand on the table, his face tense, and said, I have something to ask you. How would you feel about joining our guild? So he just came to ask me to join his guild. Was it really necessary to be so intense about it? Hak-sun was trying very hard to convince Soo-hyun to join his guild. If you think about it, this isn't a bad deal. You've surely received a lot of calls from other guilds and the association. But if you join our guild, I guarantee that no one will dare to bother you. All you have to do is join the guild. Without waiting for Hak-sun to continue, Soo-hyun realized that something was definitely wrong. He replied to Hak-sun, This situation, I think you know it's quite awkward, don't you? Before you try to convince me to join your guild, I think you should explain exactly what's going on. There's a problem, isn't there, right? There must be a reason for Hak-sun to be acting this way. And that wound on his face didn't just appear out of nowhere. Before coming to see Soo-hyun, something had happened at the Ares Guild. Yongdong Gang had gathered all the awakened in his guild to remind them. There would soon be an exam for promotion to a major guild, which was extremely important for their future. While there are many benefits to becoming a major guild, the most important one is the amount of financial support we receive will increase. I expect everyone to prepare well for this exam. If anyone makes a mistake, I'll kill them with my own hands. Everyone in the room listened seriously and acknowledged the order. Yes, leader. When it was time to leave, Yongdong Gang told Hak-sun to stay behind. At that moment, an angry expression appeared on his face. Don't you think we have something to talk about? After he said that 2 large bodyguards could be seen standing outside as the sounds of a fight echoed from within. Inside the room, Hak-sun was beaten by the leader until he coughed up blood and collapsed to the floor. The reason he did this was because he thought Hak-sun had betrayed him. How dare you deceive me, he said as he sat down and grabbed Hak-sun's hair, even as Hak-sun insisted that he really didn't know Soo-hyun. Don't know him. You saw him at the bottom of the abyss and even took the rank confirmation exams together, yet you say you don't know him. You're saying you didn't know that was Kim Soo-hyun. After saying that he hit Hak-sun again, he just collapsed to the ground without resisting. His goal was to make him recruit Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun for his guild, because if they had someone as strong as Soo-hyun, they could easily pass the promotion test. It's just that Hak-jun didn't want to do it. He weakly protested, How am I supposed to bring him here? I've only met him a few times. I've never initiated contact and I can't just force him to come. You know how strong he is. Dong Gang just lit a cigarette, gave a faint smile, and moved closer to him. I don't care how you do it. If I tell you to bring someone here, you bring them here. If you can't do that, then I guess Yusun will have to be taught a lesson. At the mention of Yusun, he suddenly became furious and looked at Dong Gang, only to see him ash his lit cigarette on Hak-jun's forehead and warn, I'm giving you one last chance. Before the promotion test begins, bring Kim Soo-hyun here to me, back at home. Hak-jun's girlfriend was dabbing medicine on his wound. She was Yusun, the one Dong Gang had mentioned. She asked worriedly, Does it hurt? It's nothing. I was just a little startled, that's all. She knew this was all Dong Gang's doing. She was very worried about him. He tried to reassure her, this was from fighting a monster. What kind of monster only aims for your face like that? Indeed, no monster could have made one of his eyes swell up like that. Hak-jun, I'm really okay. Just stop. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to cough violently. Does this look okay to you? Hak-jun anxiously got medicine for Yusun to take, and only then did she stabilize. Yusun was actually suffering from a very painful illness. It couldn't even be cured by modern medicine. Only Dong Gang had an effective painkiller that could help Yusun. So that was their agreement. Dong Gang had always used Yusun to threaten him. Not wanting to see the person he loved suffer, he always obediently followed his orders. That was also why he had to personally show up with his not-so-pretty face to find Soo-hyun and convince him to join the guild. But when asked what was wrong, Hak-jun didn't say. He just drew his sword and pointed it straight at Soo-hyun's face. If you care about what's going on, then let's fight. If you win, I'll tell you everything. However, if you lose, you will join the Ares Guild. Wait, so they're making him fight right after he just started to rest and recover. In his past life, Choi Hak-jun was the nation's youngest A-rank awakened and a member of the Ares Guild. Choi Hak-jun was famously praised as a genius. On the night before his S-rank promotion test, he massacred the entire Ares Guild. Even though Soo-hyun, as Kim Sung-in, had met him a few times and tried to advise Hak-jun, he was a completely different person back then. You want me to save the world? Don't be so foolish. Why should I waste my time on other people? But the current Choi Hak-jun was a very good person. He was kind. When he met Soo-hyun in front of the company, it seemed like he wanted to say something, but he tried his best to ignore him. In front of Yongdong, Soo-hyun recalled how even in Anjang, that same Choi Hak-jun had fought to protect others. So why was he now forcing Soo-hyun into a fight? Back at the hospital, Hakjun didn't wait to see if Soo-hyun would agree to a match or not. He took the silence as a yes, and just like that attacked Soo-hyun right there in the hospital room. Soo-hyun quickly dodged, unable to understand why Hakjun was forcing him to fight while he was injured. The Hakjun he knew wasn't this kind of person. If you won't tell me why you're doing this, then I, Choi Hakjun, will find out for myself. With that, the two began to fight the impacts, making the hospital feel like it was shaking. The doctors and nurses below thought it was an earthquake. Just then, a nurse rushed down from the upper floor, panikedly telling another nurse, "Ma'am, we have a problem. There are awakened fighting on the upper floor." Meanwhile, Soo-hyun, unable to find his weapon, was forced to fight his opponent barehanded. He could only be seen gracefully dodging each of Hakjun's sword strikes. Not only that, but his agile movements allowed him to land a kick on Hakjun. However, he was thrown back towards the hospital bed. He thought that if the fight dragged on, it would cause damage to the hospital. So he knew he had to end things as quickly as possible. And to do that, he needed a weapon. Soo-hyun started looking around for his sword gam. He saw it over there, but there was no way Hakjun would give him the chance to get it. This method might be a bit cowardly. But Hakjun wasn't going to let Soo-hyun get his sword because he knew he was much weaker than Soo-hyun, so he had no choice but to force Soo-hyun to fight while he was injured. Hakjun attacked Soo-hyun relentlessly. Just then, Soo-hyun grabbed a blanket to cover Hakjun's eyes, using the opportunity to run for his weapon. Seeing this, Hakjun unleashed a strike in his direction with terrifying power. It sent him and everything else in the room flying out through the glass door. Soo-hyun managed to dodge the blow, but the pressure was truly incredible. This Choi Hakjun was really strong. Just then, he saw a fruit knife next to him and quickly grabbed it. Well, without a proper weapon, at least he had something to use for now. Not wanting to involve innocent people, Soo-hyun lured Hakjun to the rooftop. He used holy fire to fly up, and Hakjun immediately understood his intention and followed. To be honest, if Soo-hyun were healthy and at full strength, he could have easily won bare-handed. But right now, he still hadn't fully recovered from the battle in Enjang, which was why he needed a weapon. But how much help would this kitchen knife really be? Since this wasn't a proper weapon, he couldn't do much with it. Without Gam, he would definitely lack magical resonance. Even so, he was still confident in his ability to control his magic. Whatever attack Hakjun launched, Soo-hyun was able to block it. He grabbed Hakjun's hand tightly, the power from the kitchen knife slashing him twice. Hakjun cried out in pain, "Damn it!" And then enraged, used the terrifying power of his full moon, burst down on Soo-hyun. A brilliant flash of magic could be seen on the building's rooftop. The police and fire department, having been alerted, had completely surrounded the area below. Meanwhile, up on the rooftop, Hakjun had carved a long fissure in the ground. The attack could be seen approaching Soo-hyun, only to be stopped by his magic, which split the fissure into two paths, and he remained unharmed. Only then did Hakjun stop. He gave a faint smile and said, "Just as I thought. I can't beat you, Soo-hyun." If that was the case, it was now time for him to tell Soo-hyun what was going on. Hakjun began his story. "Kawa Yusun is the only person in this world that I want to be happy. Yusun and I played together since we were little. She was my best friend and also my girlfriend. After Yusun graduated from high school, she took over her family's shop. She helped me so much when I was unemployed. She always encouraged me. That's why I became an awakened. I was so happy. But then one day when I went to her shop, I found her coughing up a large amount of blood. I was wondering who could have done this when coincidentally Dong Dongjiang appeared. He assessed the situation and determined that Yusun had been severely poisoned and he was an expert in this field. He offered to help us, and he was also the one who supplied my girlfriend's medicine." After hearing this, Soo-hyun immediately understood everything. He said, "You needed medicine for your girlfriend. So you've been used by Dong Dongjiang all this time?" "It's because he's the only one who can make that medicine." Hakjun then stood up and said to Soo-hyun, "You remember what you said before, right? When we met in front of the certification center, you said to call you if I needed help. I really want to believe what you said. Please save me and Yusun from Dung's control. Dong Dongjiang, please save us." Soo-hyun was still stunned and hadn't had a chance to say anything when Hakjun immediately changed his mind. "But if I accept your help, I'll never be able to believe in myself. Ever again. Just like how I've been controlled by Dong Dongjiang all this time. If I just keep relying on others like this, then the same thing will just happen again. I have no other choice. I have to end this myself." With that, Hakjun turned and walked away. He didn't forget to turn back and thank Soo-hyun for everything. How strange. What does he really want? One moment he wanted help, the next he didn't, leaving Soo-hyun utterly confused. Meanwhile, at a news agency, Juho bought some information about the Aries Guild. From the look on the man with the glasses, the information seemed quite important. Juho asked doubtfully if it was true. The man got angry. "I sell information for a living." "Why would I lie to you? This is top secret. I'm only saying this once. Be careful. If you do anything, don't drag me into it." Just then, Joo-hoon got a call from Soo-hyun. He said goodbye to the man and left immediately. Soo-hyun was calling to update him on what had just happened at the hospital. Joo-hoon was worried, but Soo-hyun assured him that he was fine. "It's okay. The police are tracking Haksun's location right now. Besides, I also wanted to ask you what I should do about Haksun's situation." He explained, well, that's what happened. Yuho was a bit surprised. So that's what happened to Choi Haksun. Coincidentally, he also had information to share with Soo-hyun about the Aries Guild. At the Aries Guild office, Dung Dong-yoon was sitting with his feet up on the desk, reading a newspaper with a cigarette in his mouth, looking like a total badass. Suddenly, someone walked in. He was a bit annoyed, scolding them for not knocking, but then he realized it was Haksun. He wondered why he was there. He then noticed Haksun's body was covered in blood, and he was holding a blood-soaked sword. With a cold expression, Haksun asked, "Guildmaster Dung Dong-yoon, I want to ask you something. If an awakened uses their ability on someone else and then that awakened dies, does the ability wear off?" So that was how he planned to end his problem. They say if you can't solve the problem, get rid of the person who created it. He came to kill Dung Dong-yoon. He had already killed the other awakened before coming for him. Dung Dong-yoon showed a look of surprise but immediately understood the situation. He angrily shot back at Haksun. "What do you think you're doing daring to ask me that question?" The news of Haksun attacking Soo-hyun at the hospital quickly spread through the media. Breaking news. An awakened has attacked Songjil Hospital in Gangnam-gu, Seoul. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The Awakened Management Agency is currently investigating the case. The prime suspect is Choi Haksun of the War God Guild. The victim of the attack was also an awakened. Yusan had also seen the news. Anxious and restless, she tried calling Haksun, but only got the automated response. "The number you have dialed is not available. Please try again later." She was terrified he would do something foolish. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled her. She asked nervously, "Who is it?" It was Kim Soo-hyun who had come to see her. Yusan invited him in and made him a cup of hot tea. He said awkwardly, "Thank you for having me. I know my visit is a bit sudden. This must be uncomfortable for you." Yusan wasn't uncomfortable because he was there. She was only uncomfortable because the person sitting in front of her was the man her boyfriend had attacked. "No. You're quite famous these days. I've heard Haksun talk a lot about you too. He always said he wanted to be like you. I saw the news that Haksun attacked you, but he's not the kind of person who would do something like that." Soo-hyun quickly reassured Yusan. Although he didn't know the full details, Haksun had briefly told him about Yusan's situation. The reason Haksun came to him was probably because of a guild order. "Haksun seemed quite desperate when he came to see me, but in the end he didn't ask for my help. He said he would handle it himself. At that point I couldn't force him to do anything. That's why I came here to find out more." He said, "I want to know what you're thinking, Ms. Yusan." Hearing this, Yusan covered her face and began to cry. Haksun had always been by her side, encouraging her. She remembered his words. "Yusan, as long as you're okay, everything will be okay. So don't give up, okay? I'll do anything for you." Yusan's plea echoed the same desperation as Haksun's. "Please help us. I've never once been able to fight by his side. So please, don't let Haksun fight alone." That was all Soo-hyun needed to hear. He had probably wanted to help Haksun all along, but the man refused his help. Now he had a reason. Meanwhile, Haksun was getting brutally beaten by Dung Dong-yoon. Honestly, he was no match for him, especially since he was already heavily injured. That's why a single kick from Dung Dong-yoon was enough to make him cough up blood. That green poison controlled Haksun's body, causing him to collapse. The man sneered mockingly. "Oh, Haksun, this big brother took a lot of pity on you, but of all the choices, this was the worst one you could have made. Did you really think you could beat me just because you got a little stronger?" At that moment, Haksun could only feel pain. His body wouldn't obey him. It felt like 1,000 thorns were piercing through him. Seeing this, Dung Dong-yoon grew even more smug. "Do you see the difference between you and me now? I don't even need to snap my fingers for you to die." "Shut up, Dung Dong-yoon," Haksun said angrily. He had actually known all along that Yusan's illness was caused by Dung Dong-yoon's poison. "There was no coincidence, no salvation. You set this whole thing up. To force me into your guild, you son of a bitch!" And then the man used that same trick again, forcing him to invite Soo-hyun into the guild. Haksun, furious, tormented himself. He had known everything for a long time, but couldn't do anything about it, because he was too weak. Dung Dong-yoon's face twisted into a fake, reminiscent smile as he said to Haksun, "Well, you guessed right. I almost forgot about that bitch." Dung Dong-yui's attitude solidified Hakjun's resolve to destroy him at all costs. He calmed himself. "Easy. The Choi Hakjun of today is different. This time I'm taking you down with me," Hakjun declared, mustering all his strength to attack with his sword. The man just calmly snapped his fingers and the poison instantly seized control of Hakjun's body. He fell to the ground in agony. Dung Dong-yui remarked how foolish his actions were. Dung Dong-yui had many different types of poisons. He admitted that some were chronic types, like the one he used on Yusan. But others would silently accumulate and then explode like the poison now controlling Hakjun's body. He had anticipated that Hakjun would betray him one day. "That's why I've poisoned you every time we've met. You really should learn to control your expression a little better," he said, kicking Hakjun into the door as if he were a ball. Hakjun was now gravely wounded. He could barely open his eyes, only able to see Dung Dong-yui's feet. He knew he had failed. Thoughts of despair flooded his mind. He thought of Soo-hyun and blamed himself. "In the end, I couldn't kill Dung Dong-yui, and I couldn't cure Yusan. I'm so irresponsible. I knew if I failed, Yusan would be left all alone, but I still recklessly came here. Yusan, I'm sorry. Maybe I was just trying to escape this hell through death." Just when it seemed like it was all over, a figure appeared. That's right. It was Soo-hyun. He was here to save Hakjun. Dong Dong Yui was quite surprised by his appearance. "Hello, we've met before, haven't we? I'm here to register as a member." At that moment, Dong Dong Yui's face was basically like, "Huh? Am I dreaming?" The Kim Soo-hyun. Coming here by himself to ask to join the guild, the two of them sat on the sofa to talk. Without a word, Dong Dong Yui first handed Soo-hyun a membership application. Soo-hyun's eyes darted towards Hak-jun, a silent message hidden within them. Dong Dong Yui suddenly said, "I have to say this is quite a surprise. I thought you were rather reluctant to join our guild, yet you've come to us first. I'm a bit curious. May I ask why you've had such a sudden change of heart?" He knew things weren't this simple. He's a dishonest man, as everyone knows. He was certain Soo-hyun had another motive for seeking him out. Soo-hyun replied in kind, "I'm no saint myself. I just look down on all that hero nonsense. If you and I can give each other what we want, then it doesn't matter who I work with." And that, of course, was music to Dong Dong Yui's ears. A man motivated solely by self-interest was thrilled to hear such a thing. But to be sure, before they agreed on anything, he wanted Soo-hyun to sign a contract first. Soo-hyun signed it without a moment's hesitation. Dong Dong Yui was just thinking, "Oh my god, he never thought it would be this easy. All right then, let's officially talk business. What are your terms?" The first thing Soo-hyun wanted as a member of the War God Guild was to demand that Dong Dong Yui remove the poison from Hak-jun. This took Dong Dong Yui by surprise. But of course, Soo-hyun had a plausible reason prepared so he wouldn't arouse suspicion. He brought up the guild's business, saying that leaving Hak-jun lying around here isn't very good for my work. And I don't know if you've seen the news, but he and I have some unfinished business. Yes, Soo-hyun was using that as his excuse. And who would have thought Dong Dong Yui bought it completely? He burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha! You want me to treat him so you can finish him off yourself, is that it? Well, it's doable. But even if I remove the poison, he'll be useless to you. The lingering effects of the poison will remain in his body no matter what." Soo-hyun said he didn't care. One Choi Hak-jun is better than 100 C-rank awakeners. Hearing that Dong Dong Yui agreed to detoxify Hak-jun immediately. Huh. I thought this guy was supposed to be paranoid, but he's surprisingly gullible. He did it as soon as he said it without any hesitation. I wonder if he was really thinking straight. With that, he grabbed Hak-jun by the throat, and the poison was drawn out and absorbed into his hand. After he was done, he coldly tossed Hak-jun aside without a hint of pity. Soo-hyun went to Hak-jun's side, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered that he had come here after seeing Yu-san. Hak-jun, who was completely exhausted, suddenly opened his eyes, wanting to say something. Soo-hyun quickly signaled for him to be quiet. "Shh, don't say a word or you'll blow our cover, bro." Next, Dong Dong Yui told Soo-hyun about his payment and position in the guild. "Your compensation will be 70% of the dungeon income, and you will be my representative as the guild master because I don't particularly approve of your methods." By now, Soo-hyun was done with the act. He turned his back coldly and said, "If everything I do is just a job, then I have no reason to stick to this little arrangement. What I want is 100% of the income and the position of guild master of this guild. Give me everything." Surprise, old man. Soo-hyun had finally shown his hand. Dong Dong Yui, surprised and angry, burst out laughing. "I knew you were planning something. You expect me to hand my guild over to you just for the privilege of having you join? You've got to be kidding me." Soo-hyun couldn't see what this lunatic found so amusing. The man was pure evil. He exploited information from weaker people and used their weaknesses against them. He used it to threaten them. That was how he had built this entire guild, because that's how this guild works. So I'll use that very method to steal the guild from someone weaker than me. That only infuriated Young Dong-yoon even more. "Don't you dare get high and mighty with me with that phony sympathy. You little brat, I'm not exploiting them. I'm just using them to their fullest potential. Do you feel pity for herbivores when they're hunted by carnivores? From the very beginning, they were ignorant and weak creatures. Their lives held no value whatsoever. By the laws of nature, they were destined to be prey, but I was the one who used them properly. I turned them into something useful for this society. Lacking strength, lacking determination, lacking intellect. That is a sin in this world where only the strong survive. That's the world of the awakened. This guy's theory sounds nice, but it's a load of crap. He thinks that because he's strong, he has the right to use those weaker than him. But it seems that's all he knows, and he's forgotten everything else. Those seemingly weak herbivores will fight back against predators to protect themselves." At that moment, a miracle happened. Hak-jun appeared right behind Young Dong-yoon. "Hello there, unexpected, wasn't it, old man?" By the time he realized it, it was too late. Hak-jun leaped up and slashed that despicable bastard with terrifying power. He's a goner for sure now, isn't he? That's what he deserved to feel. The resistance of the weak. Getting slashed by the very guy you tormented must feel pretty damn good, huh? But wait, not only was Hak-jun on the verge of death just a moment ago, he was also suffering from the after effects of the poison in his body. He must have gotten back up through the power of love. Getting slashed by a sword that long? I'm sure Young Dong-yoon is already dead and gone. No way. How could he have survived? Hak-jun removed the bandages from his head. His wounds had completely healed, and he had no idea why. He asked Soo-hyun what had happened. He thought he was a dead man for sure because of Young Dong-jeon's poison. Even after being detoxified, his body had been so severely ravaged, it shouldn't have been possible to heal. At that time, he couldn't feel any part of his body, nor could he see anything in front of him. Only when Soo-hyun placed a hand on his shoulder. It was as if some kind of energy was transferred to him. It made him feel better. "Why have you helped me so much, both when we first met and right now?" But perhaps this wasn't the best time to talk about it, because Soo-hyun knew that Dong-jon wasn't dead yet. He rose like a zombie and laughed loudly. "A sneak attack on me, I'm going to teach you a proper lesson, Hakjun. I've always wanted to do this." The reason he didn't die was because he knew how to use a healing skill, a hemostasis technique. Magic Tier 2 Level 9. Mastery 55%. It has the effect of healing external wounds. The healing speed increases based on the user's mastery score. Soo-hyun was also quite surprised. He didn't expect him to know how to use a healing skill. Seeing that there were two of them now, Hakjun also started to run his mouth. "Shut up! Dong-yoon, I really want to kill you right this instant. You don't stand a chance now in a 2-on-1 fight against me and Kim Soo-hyun here. If you stop here, I'll give you a chance to repent in prison." Upon hearing this, Dong-yoon laughed like a madman. "Are you messing with me?" After that, a blue energy emanated from his body. A moment later, he was standing in a puddle of sludge. Oh, wait, a puddle of bright green poison. Hakjun quickly warned Soo-hyun, "Run!" The two of them immediately jumped onto a table to avoid it. Soo-hyun, however, remained calm and asked, "What the hell is this?" "This is Dong-yoon's strongest skill, Blue Zone, Poison, a magic tier skill. Tier 4, Level 5 Mastery 55%. It creates an area covered in lethal poison. The skill's range and the poison's damage increase according to the magic tier. He can cover an area with that lethal poison. It's a deadly area of effect skill." At that moment, Dong-yoon said to Soo-hyun, "Hey, Kim Soo-hyun, do you think I built this guild by oppressing the weak? I suppose you're right to a certain extent, but you know what else? The fact that I'm able to do those things is the privilege of the strong." Saying that, his face turned crimson like a bloodthirsty demon, and he flung the poison toward the two of them. It seemed he could control it. The poison was at his feet. Hakjun rushed in to attack, but he kicked the poison towards him. However, because his sword was large enough, he was able to block it. At this moment, the two of them realized the poison only affects living things. The table and the sword it touched were unharmed, so Soo-hyun thought in this case, as long as there's a barrier to keep the poison from touching me, I'll be fine. But things weren't that simple. Dong-yu unleashed his violet acid, which corroded a large hole in Soo-hyun's shield. Luckily, he backed away in time. Now he understood. A simultaneous attack and defense. Along with the living azure poison skill, he was also using the acid skill to attack other targets. The azure and violet acid both surrounded him, protecting him from any sneak attacks. The harmony between those two skills was incredible. Dong-yu, full of himself, taunted Kim Soo-hyun, "You might be considered one of the best, but you're still not worthy of being a hero. You really think you can kick me out of the guild like this?" Soo-hyun thought, "Okay, I was wrong. I admit it. But what exactly would be right to a guy like you?" Immediately after, drops of red blood appeared from Soo-hyun's hand. Does this look familiar? That's right. It's the skill Soo-hyun obtained from the battle with the Anyang sect Golden Blood Spears. Those drops of blood will transform into countless spears. The special trait of Golden Blood Spears is that it covers the entire target. If you're so strong, then try dodging all of these for me. Soo-hyun flicked his hand. Hundreds of spears rained down on Dong-yu, sending him scrambling for his life. But just then, he used the poison to form a shield. Haksun rushed in using his sword to clear a path and create an opening for Soo-hyun, but the strange thing was, when the Golden Blood Spears met the azure poison, they had no effect. Haksun continued to try and attack from behind while Soo-hyun attacked from the front to feint. But this Dong-yu guy was incredibly agile, and not only did he dodge, he also continued using the azure poison to form a shield. Every blood spear was stopped once again. Soo-hyun's attack couldn't break through. Dong-yu laughed triumphantly. "Say whatever you want. My poison can both attack and defend. It's perfect." True, his skill was very troublesome. However, he didn't know Soo-hyun also had sacred fire. He said to Dong-yu, "All I have to do is burn it all away, right?" At that moment, he launched the sacred fire towards Dong-yu. The man's azure poison was instantly incinerated. Seizing the opportunity, hundreds of golden blood spears pierced through his body. With a huge crash, that terrifying power slammed Dong-yu's body against the wall. He was now severely injured, and his poison skill was no longer effective. All the poison was slowly returning to his body. This was the perfect chance to end it. But as if knowing he was about to die, Dong-yu played his final card. He used his words to manipulate Haksun psychologically. "I'll make the antidote for you. Even if you kill me, the poison in Yusan won't go away. Are you hoping the poison in that little brat will just disappear when I die? Are you willing to gamble on that? Or will you let me live and save Yusan?" Hearing this, Haksun was conflicted, not knowing what to do. Soo-hyun advised him, "Don't listen to a word that bastard says. I'll handle it. As long as I'm here, nothing is impossible." After that, he was seen stepping onto the azure poison without a hint of hesitation. This act surprised everyone. The poison slowly seeped into the blood vessels in his body. The strange thing was, he was completely fine. A golden energy radiated throughout his body. The poison was completely healed, and his energy was fully replenished. It was very clear that Soo-hyun had the ability to heal himself and others. It was also thanks to his energy that Haksun had been able to recover so quickly. This made Dong-yu think that he had run into a demon. "Your poison has no effect on me." Dong-yu was truly in shock. "What is that damn light?" "That skill is from an artifact from the Sakla Guild. It's the reward from the second floor of the trial tower if you reach stage 10 and achieve 100% completion. It's an item that restores all damage and removes all negative effects. However, it only has 5 uses. Soo-hyun explained to Hak-sun, I used this skill for the first time on the 10th floor of the trial tower and the second time on the 15th floor. Another time was when I saved you, and once to recover from the poison. That's 4 times in total. And this last time, he gave it to Hak-sun so that he could save his girlfriend. Hak-sun took it incredibly moved and thanked Soo-hyun repeatedly. As for Soo-hyun, he went to finish things off. Dong-yu was still relentlessly cursing him. He gripped the man's neck tightly with no intention of showing mercy. Even then, he was still running his mouth. I am the master of a major guild. Even if no one notices, what do you think will happen if they find out you killed me in a fight between awakened? I have connections with many important people. Even if you're a famous rookie, you will pay the price. If he was from a major guild after killing him, Soo-hyun wouldn't be able to get away easily. However, he knew this Dong-yu guy was connected to the Chaos Criminal Organization. This was the information Juho had reported to him earlier. Juho confirmed that the Ares Guild had ties to the Chaos Guild. Because the Chaos Guild had its base in another country, it hadn't been able to extend its reach into Korea yet. So to infiltrate Korea more easily, they chose the Ares Guild as a bridge. On top of that, using the Ares Guild's network and abilities, they eliminated anyone who suspected their relationship. And now the Chaos Guild had also taken notice of Soo-hyun, terrorizing members of other guilds committing crimes with the Chaos Guild murdering civilians. You think that's enough of a just reason to kill you? And I'm waiting to see how everyone reacts. This is the perfect time to unmask someone. In other words, you're just the bait. This time, there's no need for last words. Soo-hyun didn't hesitate to finish off Dung Dong-ji. The old man used the last of his strength to try and poison him, but at this point it was like an egg hitting a rock. His poison had no effect on Soo-hyun's magic resistance. He was just playing along for fun. And it would be even more fun if he let Dung Dong-ji get a taste of what it's like to be hit by his own poison. With that, Soo-hyun transferred the poison into the old man's body. He screamed in agony, "It hurts! Damn it! It hurts so much!" Then quickly reached for the antidote. Why bother drinking that you're going to die anyway? Soo-hyun drew his sword and cut off both of Dung Dong-ji's hands. The vial containing the antidote was also destroyed. You really like watching others suffer for your antidote, don't you? Don't you think you should experience that feeling for yourself? The pain from the poison seemed excruciating. Dung Dong-ji looked like he was going insane. It would be better to die than to endure this agony. And just like that, he threw himself through the glass window. He committed suicide. Soo-hyun was disgusted. It was so painful that even he couldn't stand it. And yet he made others endure that. Now it's all over. Soo-hyun released the phoenix, blowing up the building. Everything that bastard achieved through his actions will be erased from this world. In January 2023, the Ares Guild was officially disbanded. At that moment, Hak-sun brought the treasure back to Yusan. When she put on the necklace, a pure light enveloped her body. She quickly felt restored and at ease. The two of them hugged each other, sobbing with joy. Hak-sun told Yusan, I couldn't have done this without help. It wasn't just me. Yusan, you also received help from someone else. That's why I'm going to stop regretting the past. Just like others helped me, I'm going to help people too. Yusan also comforted her boyfriend. Hak-sun, do you remember what I always tell you? Don't try to do everything alone. I can't fight by your side, but I will definitely be cheering you on from the path you've chosen. Inside, the couple cried together. Outside, the silhouette of a man was on the phone. It was Juho. He was talking to Soo-hyun about their situation. Soo-hyun wanted to know if Hak-sun was safe and how Yusan was doing. Juho reported everything to him. The situation was good. Hak-sun had returned safely, and Yusan was doing better. They looked very happy. It turned out Soo-hyun had wanted to keep an eye on things all along, and be ready to help Hak-sun, which is why he asked Juho to do this. But now that everything was fine, he could probably rest easy. After the incident, the Korean media reported, at around 9 p.m. last night, we received a report that the Ares Guild headquarters building located in Gangnam, Seoul had collapsed. Although we have confirmed there were no casualties from the incident, the body of the awakened guildmaster Dung Dong-ji was found beneath the building. The police are currently investigating. Investigators said he died from the impact of the fall, but there were signs of a struggle. Right then, at the awakened management agency, the director was demanding an explanation from Soo-hyun, but he didn't want to answer. He had already told Kim Joy everything. I just did what I thought was necessary. The director angrily rebuked Soo-hyun. You didn't just infiltrate a guild's headquarters, you killed the guildmaster and destroyed the building. You just committed a crime that some would consider terrorism. Dung Dong-ji used his abilities to blackmail many people. Soo-hyun was certain the director knew about the crimes the Ares Guild committed in the underworld, but he didn't act, only observed from the sidelines. I still believe I did this association a favor. Weren't they just a mess that needed to be cleaned up? But the director just thought Soo-hyun was making excuses for himself and demanded he provide crucial evidence to prove what he was saying. He argued that even if the Ares Guild had committed all those illegal acts, Soo-hyun had no right to judge them. Do you think you're some kind of real hero of the people just because they supported you during the security period? The director mocked Soo-hyun. Even Kim Joy, standing next to him, couldn't stand to listen to his words and quickly tried to stop him. Director, what are you saying? Soo-hyun had never asked for anything. There was one thing about him that people didn't know. A very good repetitive feeling. He felt that he was the furthest thing from what people would consider a hero, risking his life to save the world and help others. He didn't do all those things just out of compassion. He did it because he didn't want anyone else to be able to. Everything he had done so far was just following his instincts. Soo-hyun then walked toward the director's desk, his expression becoming terrifying and cold as he said, "You two should be careful. I will do whatever I want, even if it means killing you." Hearing this, the director must have been scared shitless. All he could do was force a laugh. Now, don't act so cold over a little joke. Isn't the title of hero a good thing? It's not like you're being insulted or anything. The joke isn't funny. Soo-hyun was tense. The director quickly said he would use the association's power to help Soo-hyun get away with it, but on one condition. He wanted to use this incident to gain leverage over Soo-hyun and use him for any mission he could think of. As if reading his mind, Soo-hyun sharply refused, infuriating the director. "Soo-hyun, this isn't as simple as you think. It doesn't change the truth. That you've just committed a major crime. Do you understand? No matter how strong you are without the help of the guild or other awakened, this guy is really stubborn. He's talking too much." Soo-hyun said nothing. He just played an audio file on his phone. The voice that came out was all too familiar. It was the director's conversation with Lee Joo-ho about the Anyang incident. "Do you remember your attitude during the Anyang incident? Even if everyone dies, it's not my responsibility." The director was shocked, wondering how Soo-hyun got the recording of that conversation. But now Soo-hyun had his weakness. An awakened who killed the guildmaster of a major criminal organization versus the director of an association who doesn't care about public safety. I'm wondering who the public will turn against. I don't think there's much I really need. Even the director can't do his own job. If you're trying to threaten me, I will retaliate. Soo-hyun made the director's blood boil, causing him to scream. Then he provoked him again. "Just kidding, don't overreact." But really, he always has a solution for every problem. As he was leaving this company, Soo-hyun recalled the director's indignant face. "You'd better keep this a secret." Got it. He wondered if he had gone too far. "No, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I can't believe he dared to threaten me. All right, I guess I should give up a few things." Soo-hyun didn't want to cause any more problems right now, so he decided to go to the tower until things calmed down. The title of hero. At some point, that title had haunted Soo-hyun, and he just wanted to run away from it. However, throughout that process, he had helped many people and received their gratitude. So if what he wanted to do was walk the path of a hero, then a hero is what he would become. After the fall of the Aries Guild, public opinion about Soo-hyun began to spread. Was he a hero or a demon that only existed to show off his power? This very question opened up debates. One side argued that he was a hero who saved the city of Anyang. If it weren't for him, all 600,000 people would have died. Soo-hyun is strong and has quick judgment, which is why he was able to save them. The other side objected, he's not a hero. Kim Soo-hyun is a man who craves power. That's why he constantly shows off his strength. The Aries Guild was an important guild for clearing dungeons, but because he didn't like them, he destroyed the entire guild. However, not only did he not face any punishment, he even received special treatment with his dungeon clearing card, despite being a C-rank awakened. This made him think that he had a connection with the association, and that the association had allowed him to do it. The other side argued that the number of dungeons he had cleared, including Anyang, was in the dozens. If he only wanted power, he could just climb the Tower of Trials. Why would he need to clear dungeons? This debate raged on while Kim Soo-hyun had gone into hiding. However, regardless of the rumors and criticism from the community, he still didn't care. The only things that mattered to him now were what he wanted and what he had to do. The Awakened. Kim Soo-hyun is returning to the real world. Joo-ho was chilling at a coffee shop when Hak-jun also happened to be there. Hak-jun couldn't believe it. This workaholic is still working after coming all this way. He pulled up a chair. It had been a long time. It had been approximately 1 month since they last met. Hak-jun asked Joo-ho how he'd been. He just sighed. "Don't ask. I need more time because it's never enough. I have to constantly go to the association to manage the fake awakened. I have to enter the Tower of Trials and even go clear dungeons." Hak-jun asked, "Are you still helping Soo-hyun?" "That's right. Since I'm also working for him, I guess I should ask for a salary." Hak-jun fell silent, a slightly embarrassed look on his face. He thanked him because he had helped during the Aries Guild incident. Thanks to Joo-ho, he was able to prove his innocence and spend time with Yuzin. Joo-ho happily accepted the thanks, not forgetting to tell him not to worry. "Just think of it as a debt you owe me. In return, Hak-jun can buy me a drink." Yoo-ho asked about Yusan's health. She was fine. The two were always together. Now when Hak-jun tried to return to the tower, she tried to stop him. Suddenly, Soo-hyun appeared from behind. It really surprised Hak-jun. Joo-ho was annoyed to have a friend who was always late. Soo-hyun, with a straight face, took Hak-jun's glass of water and chugged it down, which made Hak-jun furious. "No matter how close you are, you shouldn't steal food from others. Order your own. How can you be so handsome but so mean?" Soo-hyun pulled out an egg and said, "You two take a look at this." It was a holy beast egg. The two of them stared at it, curious and fascinated. He had received it when clearing the 10th floor. Hak-jun was excited, unable to believe his eyes. This is a super rare item. He had heard that it possessed a special power. This was the matter that made Soo-hyun stay here to deal with it. It hadn't reacted at all since he got it, but it started to react when he was clearing the 20th floor. After that, Nothing happened again. Perhaps because this is an item with life, he thought he should ask an expert. An S-Rank awakened. Song Huin-ki. There's no one who knows more about holy beasts than him. Juho worried whether he would be willing to help. Song Huin-ki doesn't accept offers from others because he's in a top 3 conglomerate. And that person, despite being an S-Rank, has no affiliation with any association. It would be very difficult to ask for his help, however Soo-hyun wasn't worried about that. He knew that man was obsessed with holy beasts, and would certainly not pass up something this interesting. Soo-hyun sent a message to Huin-ki saying he had a holy beast egg, and to contact him back. Soo-hyun knew exactly how to get that person's help. He had to be extremely patient. The man would come with his own conditions. Meanwhile, Huin-ki had read the message. Suddenly, a subordinate from outside came to report. Seeing his dragon trembling in fear, Huin-ki gently calmed it. The subordinate had finished his background check on an individual named Kim Soo-hyun. He's an awakened. A mage-based foundation usually leaning towards swordsman and magic. They say he's a C-rank. Hearing this, Huin-ki couldn't understand where he got the nerve to use the community channel to contact him. All of that information is official, however he holds the #1 tank position every week in the Tower of Trials up to the 29th floor. And he's also known as the #1 reason the dungeon break in Anjang was cleared. In reality, it can be concluded that he's a near S-rank. Huin-ki mused that a long story always hides a secret. It's the same with him. It's all just an outer shell. The subordinate continued saying that there are currently rumors that he frequently visits the association to undergo the S-rank promotion procedures. Huin-ki was surprised by this information. Kim Soo-hyun is going to complete the procedure to become an S-rank. Outside, many reporters and journalists were gathered hunting for a story. It seems the rumor about Soo-hyun's S-rank re-evaluation had spread. Even though Juho tried to keep it a secret, it seems it was useless. Haksun pointed at this glowing egg and said, "Are you really going to go with that thing? I already told you. I'm going to make Song Huin-ki crave it." At that moment, the reporters spotted Kim Soo-hyun. They quickly aimed their cameras at him and started questioning him. "Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, you've been chosen as the standout rookie. Do you have anything to say about that? Is there any reason for getting an S-rank evaluation after all this time? Hasn't any guild tried to recruit you? We're certain about your actions in Anyang, but how did you know that was going to happen?" Juho and Haksun had to fight to control the chaos and protect their boss. One reporter saw and questioned the egg in Soo-hyun's hand. Another person was shocked to realize it was the egg from the rumors. He didn't hesitate. He said that this was just a holy beast's egg. He added that because there's more he wants to know, if anyone has information about this matter, they should contact him. The reporters and journalists continued to shout questions. "How did you get something so precious? You took it from Song Huin-ki, didn't you?" He didn't provide any more information, because this was his plan. Soo-hyun thought to himself, "This should be enough. Since I've shown the egg, he'll come to me soon enough." Suddenly, Soo-hyun was taken aback by a question from that same reporter. "Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, please answer this question. Regarding the terrorist act on the Ares Guild, we have a source saying you are responsible for its destruction. Please give us your opinion on this matter." Soo-hyun silently turned his head to look at the man with a piercing glare. "It seems you've all gotten braver. If I really were a terrorist, what would all of you do?" After hearing that, everyone turned pale with fear, their faces drained of all color. The encirclement of reporters and journalists was broken. Haksun admired how badass his boss looked. Juho reminded him, "Relax. Your public image is taking a nosedive right now, you know." Soo-hyun didn't care. If he had to worry about things like that, he'd never get anything done. He had achieved his goal. Now the bait was set. All that was left was to wait. Let's see if we can catch a big fish. The three of them walked confidently to the evaluation room. The staff member said that before entering, he was allowed to bring one reporter in with him. Soo-hyun only needed the 2 people beside him to come in. "The rest of you can go back." The reporters began to whisper, "He's sending everyone away. Does he not plan on joining any guild? I guess that's the scoop. I have to tell my manager." Meanwhile, Vice Guild Master Kim Seokjin of the Death Guild was reporting to the association that Soo-hyun had dismissed everyone except for his 2 close companions. He would continue to observe. Inside the evaluation room, the instructor began to explain the regulations and benefits he would have to abide by if he passed the S-rank evaluation. First, all S-rank awakened receive a salary on the first day of every month. In return, all S-rank awakened must regularly enter a designated dungeon in rotation with other S-ranks as part of their duty. The instructor was preparing to briefly explain the test when suddenly someone walked down the stairs. That person said, "From now on, I will be the one to explain." It was Kim Joy. Soo-hyun was quite surprised by his presence here. Joy said he was an employee obligated to participate in and observe all tests. And above all, he couldn't miss the chance to see Soo-hyun's limits with his own eyes. Joy began to explain the procedures. They moved to the next floor together. The S-rank evaluation is very different from the evaluations for normal ranks. You will have to complete a test similar to the tower. The challenge is a test of level and physical limits, as well as magical ability and even magic control is tested, not just all stats. Instead, every factor that could influence a battle will be thoroughly tested by the system, and the test itself is an awakened's ability that depends on time or place. The ability to create a place where an S-rank awakened can display their full potential, that is the power of the top US awakened, renowned for his illusion skill. Johnny Brad told Soo-hyun to get into the machine, reminding him not to try and resist the magic from the device, but to accept it. And now they will begin the test. Soo-hyun was thrown into a dark space. Even though he knew it was coming, he still couldn't get used to this feeling of being in an illusion. Suddenly, a giant hand attacked him. Soo-hyun quickly dodged the blow. It was a hideous monster with terrifying destructive power. It didn't even give him time to take in the scenery. The insectoid and its swarm shrieked and attacked Soo-hyun. Fine then, he thought. I'll just draw my sword and fight. Let's get this warm-up started. A little warm-up. Your ability to conquer dungeons will be tested to see if you are qualified to advance to S rank. Not only your basic stats in battle, but also your ability to survive in adversity. Your physical endurance, attack power, and even your mental fortitude will all be tested in this process. Stamina and decision-making ability, composure, vision, judgment, and grit. However, be vigilant. Do not get carried away by your own strength or fall for the illusion created for the test. The number of heroes who have died here due to arrogance and weakness is in the hundreds. When you realize your own current abilities, shatter that unpredictable future and survive. And in the process, prove that you are a hero. And so after just 15 minutes and 48 seconds, Soo-hyun had completed the first test. Truly impressive, Zoe thought. His completion time wasn't that much better than other S-rank awakens. The initial purpose of the first test was to evaluate survival ability, especially in situations involving swarms of monsters. However, not many people passed this first test. But for him, this was a simple test like child's play. Zoe eagerly anticipated Soo-hyun's performance in the second test. The second test began immediately. He wasn't even given time to rest. Suddenly, a strange red light appeared. The second test is to check experience and the ability to control magic. He started to use his power aiming at the monster, but it quickly recovered. If you don't destroy their cores, no matter how many times you defeat them, they will just revive. So to complete this test, he needs to figure out a way to destroy the hidden cores inside them. Magic power, stamina, mana, output accuracy, and concentration all must be at a perfect level. Without another word, they charged at each other. Soo-hyun moved with smooth precision, piercing through the creature and retrieving its core. I don't have much time, so I'll end this quickly. And with that, the second test was also completed, in a time of 17 minutes and 3 seconds. Juho, who witnessed it all, still couldn't understand why back then Hakjun intended to fight someone this terrifying. He probably thought he was being cool back then. I really had no other choice, and I didn't think he could be that strong. He's even stronger now than before. Juho knew that the people down there were also surprised. Surely they weren't here, just to see how strong he is. The director must have sent Zoe here to test Soo-hyun's weaknesses. The white-coated staff member was utterly astonished. In the first test, although it takes some time, to assess their overall abilities, 15 minutes is more than enough time to complete it. Yet Soo-hyun only took 1 minute from the moment the monster appeared to complete the second test. He broke Park Zion's previous record of 40 minutes. The staff member couldn't believe he was able to witness this with his own eyes. Zoe couldn't believe it either. In Korea, no in the whole world Soo-hyun might just be the greatest hero. Suddenly the words "no signal" appeared on the screen. Everyone panicked, as the connection was cut on their end. Something was also happening to Soo-hyun inside the illusion. A massive giant horned monster appeared. Soo-hyun couldn't believe his eyes. Why are you doing this? I think you're taking this joke a little too far. The monster roared, displaying its power. Soo-hyun sensed that something must have gone wrong outside. Everyone was still actively checking the power source and calling the technical department to handle this incident. Everyone was frantically trying to contact Johnny Brad. They were currently trying to reach the U.S. Awakened Agency, but it would take some time. Zoe felt that something was very strange. No matter what kind of ability Soo-hyun is currently displaying, Johnny Brad's skill cannot be canceled out. Even if it's hard to accept with his power restored, Kim Soo-hyun's mind should have returned by now. Unless someone or something is blocking his escape from within. Inside, Soo-hyun was still struggling to fight the monster, but it was incredibly strong. He was continuously thrown back. As you know, the S-rank test should have ended after you passed the second round. I wonder if there was some kind of error. This was an event that Soo-hyun had never seen in his past life. He didn't even know where this guy came from. The uninvited guest was attacking him relentlessly, but it seems it picked the wrong opponent. Soo-hyun rushed towards it with his sword severing its arm, then splitting its body into 2 pieces. But the arm that had just been cut off could still move and grabbed a hold of Soo-hyun. Lifting him into the air, it was about to launch a direct attack. The ability to instantly focus and release mana from both inside and outside the body, surpassing the limits of mana amplification. Soo-hyun immediately channeled all his mana at once, unleashing his sword with all his power. He successfully finished off the monster. It slowly began to disintegrate. Exhausted, Soo-hyun looked up at the sky. Is it finally over? When he opened his eyes, he saw his 2 juniors, their faces pale with fear, screaming and pounding on the barrier outside. Geez, are these guys trying to give me a heart attack? Hakjun shook Soo-hyun so hard his brain felt like it was going to fall out. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Zoe quickly asked about Soo-hyun's condition, then apologized. He thought there must have been some kind of technical malfunction. Fortunately, Soo-hyun was fine. He asked about his test results. Despite going through such a deadly incident, he wasn't the least bit flustered. Zoe announced, "Haha, of course you passed. Actually, I had already prepared a new provisional awakened registration card for you beforehand. That means, even before the test began, Zoe knew for sure that he would become an S-Rank awakened." They handed him the new card. He was now officially an S-Rank awakened. From now on, Soo-hyun will only be assigned to dungeons registered by the AMA. He has the highest priority for entry, and he even gets an increased bank loan limit. Soo-hyun looked at his new card. No matter how many benefits an S-Rank awakened received, there was only one reason he wanted to reach S-Rank. And that is, he would be able to participate in world-class dungeon raids, because the future threats don't just exist in Korea. With this, the preparations are finally complete. The preparation to become a hero. Suddenly, everything started to shake. There was some kind of pressure weighing down on everyone. This was the pressure from an enormous source of mana. In this place, the only person who could possess such powerful mana was Song Hyun-ki. Soo-hyun couldn't believe it. How could he take the bait so soon? But it really was Hyun-ki who had arrived. "Show yourself, Kim Soo-hyun." Soo-hyun was quite surprised. He didn't think Song Hyun-ki would decide to act so quickly. He calmly took out the egg and held it out in front of Song Hyun-ki. He felt that Song Hyun-ki's appearance was way too loud. In any case, he must have come here for this egg and its unidentified divine beast. When Song Hyun-ki saw the egg in Soo-hyun's hand, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "I'm simply responding to your awakening. Now put it down and get lost." As he finished speaking, Hyun-ki released his pet beast, which shot towards Soo-hyun like a bullet. Soo-hyun still managed to dodge and realized this Song Hyun-ki guy wasn't interested in negotiating. He wanted to use force to take the egg. However, the situation was a bit bad because Soo-hyun had used up all his mana in the previous test, so he figured if he couldn't attack, he'd defend. As long as I can protect this egg. Because if Song Hyun-ki gets his hands on it, I lose, but before he could put it away, Song Hyun-ki blocked him and demanded he hand over the egg. Just then, the egg began to shake violently and started to hatch. Both of them watched in amazement as a red creature with two incredibly cute horns emerged. Although it was tiny, Soo-hyun was certain it was a dragon. Dragons are one of the most well-rounded and powerful divine beasts. This was truly lucky. The moment the dragon hatched from the egg, it opened its eyes. The first thing it saw was Soo-hyun, and it mistook him for its mother. It joyfully leaped up and hugged his face. Another surprising thing was, the moment Song Hyun-ki's dragon saw this little one, it bowed its head. Surprised and confused, he petted his dragon named Dong and asked it what was going on. After a brief exchange, he seemed to realize something. The two of them moved to a different spot to talk. Only then did Song Hyun-ki learn that Soo-hyun had received this little red guy as a reward for clearing the 10th floor with a 100% completion rate. It seemed to be quite fierce. Song Hyun-ki teased it a little and the little guy got angry and bit his entire hand. Dong told him that the little one's rank was even higher than its own. This was the first time Soo-hyun had heard that there were ranks among dragons. He asked Song Hyun-ki if he still intended to take it. He had changed his mind and didn't want it anymore, telling Soo-hyun not to worry. Song Hyun-ki happily played with the baby dragon. Then he asked Soo-hyun, "Do you know the lifespan of a dragon? How long is it?" "Looking at that dumb look on your face, I can tell you don't know." Song Hyun-ki further explained that even if they drink the bone seed, they become fully grown in 3 years, and then live for another 1,000 years unlike humans. These divine dragons are pure creatures and offer their masters unconditional loyalty, trust, passion, and love. They choose their masters even before they hatch. Their nature changes according to their master's ego and behavior. So if their master is evil, they can only become an evil dragon even if they don't turn into a cruel monster. There are those who would only see them as tools. That's one reason why I go around collecting unhatched divine monster eggs to keep them from going down the wrong path. It's also for their own safety and happiness. After hearing this, Soo-hyun let out a sigh of relief, perhaps realizing that the Song Hyun-ki before him wasn't such a bad guy after all. He asked how old Song Hyun-ki's blue bastard? Dragon was. Song Hyun-ki stroked it with a loving expression. "He may look big, but he's actually only about 5 years old. To me, he's still just a baby. I'll only live for another 100 years at most. Even if I lived longer, he would still have to live another 900 years on his own, so I just hope that during those remaining 900 years, he'll be able to forget his current master." Soo-hyun had thought Song Hyun-ki was just some eccentric rich guy with a hobby of collecting divine creatures, but now he saw how thoughtful the man was. Just then, the red dragon ran into Soo-hyun's arms, interrupting his train of thought. Song Hyun-ki said, "This little one has chosen you as its master. Divine monsters won't hatch if they don't like the person or sense a compatible mana from them. So from now on, my job is to keep an eye on you. If you don't raise it properly, I'll take it away immediately. You'd better raise it well, you lucky bastard. Go learn about divine monsters. But first you need to give this little one a name." Soo-hyun thought for a moment, then decided to name her Mia. By this point, Mia was already nestled on his shoulder, sleeping soundly. On his way back, Soo-hyun walked and thought. Song Hyun-ki seemed like a better guy than he'd thought. He'd been a little worried because in his past life, Hyun-ki had been an unpredictable person. He never imagined he had a side like this. He also said he'd be visiting Mia often and told Soo-hyun to be sure to welcome him properly. Meanwhile, Mia was still sleeping soundly in Soo-hyun's arms. He and Mia continued on their way home, without noticing that someone was secretly watching the two of them from a rooftop. A moment later, this person reported to a mysterious figure. Right now, Kim Soo-hyun is returning with the divine beast. Should I continue my surveillance? On the other end of the line, the mysterious person ordered them to report all of Soo-hyun's actions. They were trying to complete some kind of scenario. The tracker immediately resumed tailing Soo-hyun. Just then, a hidden figure appeared from behind and suddenly attacked him. After that, well, there was no after that. The tracker was probably off to meet his maker. Soo-hyun, completely unaware, stood there thinking to himself. He felt as if they had already retreated. I hope they don't break into the house. Speak of the devil. The moment he stepped inside the house, something felt off. Before he could even turn on the lights, Soo-hyun sensed someone in his house. An attacker suddenly lunged at him from above, but he dodged it with ease. Soo-hyun really didn't want to fight in his own home like this. However, if a fight's coming, then let it come. The two of them charged, trading a flurry of blows. Soo-hyun realized this intruder was strong. He was keeping up with his speed. Suddenly, the man threw a knee, nearly hitting Mia. Luckily, Soo-hyun blocked it just in time. He warned the intruder, breaking into my house I can almost understand, but you better not lay a single finger on this kid. Continuing the fight wouldn't be a problem for Soo-hyun right now, since he had already recovered a considerable amount of mana. However, he still didn't know what this guy was after. He was afraid the man wanted to steal Mia from him so he couldn't put her down. Suddenly, the intruders made a come-here gesture, taunting Soo-hyun. It was only then that Soo-hyun realized they had just been fighting hand-to-hand this entire time. His opponent's goal was simply to test their strength against each other. Feeling more at ease, he placed the still-sleeping Mia on a table, raised his hand, and taunted the intruder back. The two rushed at each other again, trading blows. After a moment, the intruder found an opening in Soo-hyun's defense. He landed a solid punch to his ribs, pissing Soo-hyun off. Soo-hyun slammed an elbow into his shoulder in return. At this point, both were fighting with mana, and they seemed to be evenly matched. Both of them were sweating profusely. Suddenly, the intruder stopped, took off their mask, and pulled down their hood, revealing a beautiful woman. It was Park Zion, the guild master of the Reaper Guild. So it turns out her purpose in coming here was to recruit Soo-hyun into the Reaper Guild. All that fighting was just an invitation to join her guild. Soo-hyun's face was completely blank. He was still processing everything when Park Zion urged him for an answer. After a moment, he asked with a bewildered expression, "Does the Reaper Guild always recruit people? Are they attacking them?" She replied nonchalantly, "You're still alive, so what does it matter? But what's with that attitude?" She was clearly the one who started it. Their ages aren't that different, so it's not a big deal if he has a bit of an attitude. Park Zion is the guild master of an assault guild. She definitely didn't come here for a simple reason like checking how strong Soo-hyun is. She's quite famous among the S-Rank Awakeners thanks to her impressive skills and good looks. In Soo-hyun's past life, she was always the center of attention as one of the people who could lead humanity. However, during the battle against the Chaos Guild, she lost her life before she could reach her full potential. For that reason, it's clear that Park Zion and the Death Guild are also considered enemies of the Chaos Guild. Even though it was only for a short time, Soo-hyun also once used the name of the Chaos Guild. There must be a reason that brought her here. Soo-hyun asks her why she came to see him. She asks him back why she is here. Then she pretends to stand there thinking. Isn't that a little clueless? Soo-hyun is speechless. He'd heard rumors that she was quite eccentric, but he didn't expect them to be true. If you don't have any other reason to be here, then you should leave. I don't have any intention of joining a guild right now. However, kicking her out like this would be a bit awkward, so Soo-hyun decides to test her a little. He asks Park Zion, "Did you come here because you're curious about the Chaos Guild?" It seems he guessed right. After that, the two of them sit down to talk. The intruder acts like she owns the place, sitting on the sofa while the actual owner has to sit on a wooden chair. Soo-hyun explains, "The reason I acted as if I had dealings with the Chaos Guild was to lure them to me. Since they always operate in the shadows, it's very difficult to find them. And on top of that, because they're made up of individual cells, if they cut ties with one cell, I won't be able to track them anymore." Park Zion feels that Soo-hyun knows quite a lot about the Chaos Guild. She wonders if that's also the reason he decided to destroy the Ares Assault Guild. And the reason for that was simply because there was someone I wanted to save. Besides, if I hadn't defeated the Ares Guild, it would have collapsed sooner or later anyway. Because every Korean guild involved with the Chaos Guild has been attacked by Park Zion. Hearing this, Zion is quite surprised and bursts out laughing. This was beyond her expectations. Soo-hyun guessed correctly. Park Zion has been wiping them out in her purge of the Chaos Guild. Park Zion's goal is to destroy everything related to them, so she's as bloodthirsty as ever. Whenever the Chaos Guild is mentioned, her emotions always get out of control. Soo-hyun wonders if she has the ability to suppress these impossible emotions and convert them into magic, because both her attitude and her magic are incredible, but her talent is on another level. As you said, I've been targeting each organization in Korea one by one. However, all I've found are their tails. And in the end, I still haven't been able to get any information about the main body or the head of the organization. If I fight them head-on, I won't have any intel on their manpower or identities. Anything about them. That's why I chose to wait until the head started to move. And that's exactly when you, Soo-hyun, appeared with these recent events. Park Zion is certain that the Chaos Guild will start to move, so she can't miss this opportunity. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So Zion plans to support Soo-hyun to the fullest extent to prepare for the war with the Chaos Guild. In other words, she wants to use Soo-hyun. He asks Park Zion why she's so obsessed with the Chaos Guild. She recalls something from her past that seems very painful. I hold a grudge against them. That's why I must be the one to take their guild master's life with my own hands. After saying that, Park Zion bids Soo-hyun farewell and slowly disappears into the night. Soo-hyun sits there thinking about the grudge Zion just mentioned. Perhaps that's the reason the Death Guild hunted down the Chaos Guild in his past life. Suddenly, the phone on the floor chimes with a message notification. Soo-hyun picks it up and can't believe his eyes. It's a message from Park Zion. "This is my number." The next morning, Hak-jun and his girlfriend are at Soo-hyun's house. This is the first chance the two of them have had to visit his home. Lately, Soo-hyun has been a bit busy with climbing the tower and his rank re-evaluation. Yun-san arrives holding a huge bouquet of roses to thank Soo-hyun for all the trouble he's been through. "Even though you've helped us so much recently, I still haven't had a proper chance to thank you. You're the hero who saved me and Hak-jun. It's not much, but I hope you'll accept this gift." As for Hak-jun, although he's too shy to say it, he's also truly grateful to Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun looks at the two of them and smiles. "A hero, huh?" He leans down and smells the fragrance of the roses with a very satisfied expression. "Thank you, both of you. The flowers smell amazing." Yun-san asks Soo-hyun about his pet. He hesitates, not sure if he should call it a pet. When she hears it's a dragon, Yun-san gets excited and wants to see it. Soo-hyun feels a bit awkward, refusing. "Sorry, but Mia is sleeping right now. Since it's a baby dragon, the little one sleeps a lot. It just hatched recently." Before he can finish his sentence, Mia wakes up and pounces onto Soo-hyun's head. The two of them are instantly captivated by how cute the little guy is. Mia doesn't hesitate to fly over and lie on Yun-san's shoulder. Soo-hyun is surprised. He's never seen Mia approach anyone other than him like this. It seems very comfortable next to Yun-san. Seeing this, Hak-jun gets a little jealous and wants Mia to lie on his shoulder. "Hey, Mia, don't you think you'd be more comfortable on my shoulder?" The answer is no. Mia was visibly annoyed when Hak-jun touched her. Just then, Soo-hyun received a call from Park Zion. He went upstairs to take it. Park Zion informed him that a hex-color dungeon was about to open in Busan. She had never seen a hex-color dungeon open in such a short period of time. That's why the association seemed to be struggling to judge its difficulty. Even in Soo-hyun's past life, there weren't many hex-color dungeons that opened up in such quick succession. Although there were a few exceptions, they weren't supposed to happen at this point in time. Is it because the future is changing? When Soo-hyun asked Park Zion who was chosen as the expedition's team leader, he got his answer. It was none other than Song Hyun-ki, but he had refused. Park Zion had the right to choose anyone she wanted. She asked Soo-hyun if he was interested. Soo-hyun felt he should check the situation out for himself, so he agreed immediately. The two made a deal. Zion said, "Those trashy bastards. They should have been at the appointment you told me about. As for the potential problems with the Chaos Guild in Korea, just leave it to me." Soo-hyun couldn't believe it. Previously, the Chaos Guild had successively targeted the United States, China, Korea, the United Kingdom, and France in terrorist attacks, revealing their true nature. It all started when a blue-collar dungeon appeared in the U.S. During the dungeon raid, they assassinated several S-rank awakeners, and after failing to clear the dungeon, a dungeon break occurred, resulting in countless deaths. He thought the deal was perfect. He would leave the Chaos Guild matter in Korea to Park Zion, while he would start investigating the events here. Soo-hyun didn't forget to tell Park Zion to be careful. If she acted carelessly, she would surely be eliminated. But it seemed Soo-hyun was worrying for nothing. Before calling him, she had single-handedly dealt with about 10 members of the Chaos Guild. She just replied coldly to Soo-hyun, "Don't worry about it. I'll send you the details in a message. Who are you to lecture me? If I were that easy to kill, I would have been dealt with a long time ago." Soo-hyun received a message. The guilds participating in the raid included the Red Devil Gamblers and the Papillon Guild. He was a little worried about whether they would listen to him or not. The next day, Kang Seong-yeon came to inform the Papillon Guild about the team leader. This man is Lee Kang-hee, the master of the Papillon Guild, an A-rank awakener. When Kang Seong-yeon told him that Kim Soo-hyun was the leader, he showed great disapproval. Doesn't the association realize he only just received his S-rank title? Are our lives so worthless that they'd let a rookie like him be the commander? Still, a rookie S-rank is still an S-rank. Kang Seung-jun thought there was nothing wrong with the rules. Lee Kang-hee stubbornly refused to accept a rookie. He wanted a high-caliber S-rank awakener like Song Hyun-ki or Park Zion. Only then would he participate in this raid. Kang Seong-yeon went along with him. "If that's what you want, then I'll tell them that the Papillon Guild will not be participating." Lee Kang-hee angrily shouted, "Are you screwing with me, you bastard?" Kang Seong-yeon couldn't help but chuckle. Lee Kang-hee got even more furious. People's lives are in danger, and this guy is still laughing. Kang Seong-yeon laughed, saying, "Everyone reacts this way when they find out Kim Soo-hyun will be the leader. It seems your past achievements in the Tower of Trials don't mean anything, huh? You still have a long way to go. Looks like you have a lot of work ahead of you, Kim Soo-hyun." Kim Soo-hyun was personally chosen by Park Zion for this mission. How would an A-ranker like you understand? Despite Lee Kang-hee cursing up a storm, Kang Seung-jun was just trying to remind him to keep an eye on Soo-hyun. Who knows? He might just change his attitude when he sees Soo-hyun in person. Gwangali Beach, Busan. Soo-hyun had arrived here with his tag-along Ju-ho. Soo-hyun said to him, "Why are you following me?" "It's not like I came here to play anyway. Because this is your first time leading a raid, I thought I could help." Grateful for Ju-ho's good intentions, Soo-hyun said he could give orders on his own. Ju-ho thought, man, is there anything he can't do? But the real reason he was here was that as a senior in life, he didn't want to be left behind by Soo-hyun and Hakjun. "I need to do whatever I can to get even a little bit stronger." "Well, good luck, senior." There were already many awakeners here, about 50 to 60 of them. A pretty impressive number for an initial raid. But when they saw Soo-hyun, their faces showed clear dissatisfaction. There was nothing Soo-hyun could do about them. He was just a rookie with no experience in raiding dungeons. Lee Kang-hee actively approached him and spoke up. "Haha, look who it is if it isn't our captain." Mr. Kim Soo-hyun himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the master of the Papillon Guild, Lee Kang-hee." Before Soo-hyun could greet him back, he deliberately added with a provocative expression, "Since you have no experience." "You must be very nervous, huh? I guess so, seeing as you brought a protector along with you." As he spoke, he shook hands with Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun said nothing, simply squeezing his hand tightly. Seeing that things weren't going well, he quickly said, just kidding. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I'm a pro when it comes to these dungeon raids. Thank you for your cooperation. I just hope everyone will follow my commands." Everyone put on a fake smile, but inwardly they refused to accept Soo-hyun. Another man appeared, interrupting the moment. It was Kim Tae-hyun, the guildmaster of the Red Devil Guild. He also came over and eagerly shook Soo-hyun's hand. Tae-hyun explained that people like Lee Kang-hee have a bit of a high ego and hoped he would understand. Next to Tae-hyun was Park Moy, the master of the Gambler Guild. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone one by one, Soo-hyun immediately felt this wasn't going to be easy. Kim Tae-hyun's mana was incredibly powerful despite the smile he wore on the outside. As for Park Moy, he was extremely skilled at concealing his own mana. Although he tried to hide his presence, Soo-hyun could still smell the scent of blood coming from his body. He knew he needed to keep an eye on them. Immediately after, Soo-hyun told everyone to move out and raid the six-colored prison. The battle unfolded quickly. With so many awakened from the various guilds, conquering the dungeon was quite easy. Just when everyone thought it was over, Soo-hyun's baby dragon started growling, as if it had sensed something. Soo-hyun also felt it. There was something up ahead on this very path. It could be a trap. Ju-ho quickly warned everyone to stay on guard. Seeing this, that Lee Kang-hee guy scoffed at Ju-ho since he was only an A-rank hunter. He said Ju-ho should be grateful to have an S-rank working with him. Hearing that, Ju-hoon fell silent, not knowing what to say. It wasn't until Soo-hyun spoke up that Lee Kang-hee finally shut his mouth and said, "I was just kidding." However, before he could even finish his sentence, Soo-hyun grabbed him by the collar and yanked him away, just in time to avoid an attack. Soo-hyun yelled, warning everyone, "Run!" Countless beams of blue light shot down, leaving a strange blue droplet on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. An underground spring erupted in a spray of white foam, and water began to surround the raid party. Terrified, Lee Kang-hee scrambled to his feet. The others looked around in confusion, asking, "What the hell is this?" An underwater city was materializing before their eyes. Strangely, they could still breathe normally. An undersea city. It looks just like Atlantis. "Whoa, this dungeon is so fancy." Yuho found it fascinating. "We can still breathe. And it doesn't even feel like we're underwater. No bubbles, no currents." Soo-hyun explained, "It's all part of this dungeon's design." Kim Tae-hyun, however, felt something else. "This place is suspiciously quiet. Not like the bustling Atlantis from the legends. It feels more like a ghost town." Suddenly, Park Moy screamed and pointed in one direction. "Look!" Everyone turned to see a ship drifting in the water. It looked ancient. It was radiating a thick, dark aura. One of the awakened approached Kim Tae-hyun. "Guildmaster, there's something here that's giving me the chills." Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun said he felt it too. Something feels off. He was about to suggest something to Soo-hyun, but before he could finish, a skull with bloodshot red eyes appeared right in front of him. Tae-hyun froze for a full 5 seconds. Seeing it, Lee Kang-hee turned and yelled, "Everyone prepare for battle, it's charging right at us." As the ghost ship charged toward the raid party at full speed, countless shadowy figures on deck cackled manically. The captain leading them was clearly a skeleton wearing a hat. He wore a pirate-style vest and looked quite dapper. He let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha! Rise and shine, my brothers, it's time for the hunt." With that, the whole horde of skeletons swarmed forward. Kim Soo-hyun gathered mana into his sword and with a single slash blew away all the enemies rushing at him. They instantly turned to dust. Soo-hyun muttered to himself, "I thought only holy attribute attacks like holy fire were effective against dark element monsters. But thank goodness it seems normal magic works on them too." Hearing that, Lee Kang-hee thought to himself, so it really does work. He then yelled to the others, "Magic works on them." Everyone don't panic. They've only got numbers on their side. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll deal with anyone who dares to desert myself. Soo-hyun could see the situation was unfavorable, but the guild leaders were still handling it quite effectively, even if he couldn't expect more organized strategies like battle formations. Still, their ability to lead their guild members was very reliable. He figured he could leave this matter for them to resolve. With that thought, Soo-hyun told Joo-ho he was leaving things here to him, as he intended to fly to the ship. Joo-ho, who was currently fighting a monster, yelled in frustration, "Damn it, I knew you'd pull a stunt like this!" Soo-hyun paid him no mind and summoned his phoenix flying toward the ship. At that moment, the captain pulled out a gun and fired 3 shots in quick succession at the phoenix, causing it to vanish. Soo-hyun jumped down as well. He figured this must be the boss. The man kept firing at him, but none of the shots hit. Soo-hyun moved in quickly and with a single slash took the boss's head off. Just then, a green smoke emerged as his soul flew toward his underlings. Before they could even react, they were completely devoured. It seemed he was absorbing the souls of his own subordinates. His head grew back, the green flame on it flaring up much larger than before. 3 more skulls appeared on his head, chanting, "Souls need more souls." Soo-hyun watched him closely. He can absorb souls to heal and strengthen himself. And with at least 100 souls scattered around here, this fight could easily turn into a battle of attrition. The souls he'd absorbed were crying out endlessly, "Help, no, let me out, please release me, I can't stand it." The sight inadvertently reminded Soo-hyun of his past. So many hands reaching out, begging him for help. Soo-hyun's expression suddenly darkened. Glaring at him with fury, he said coldly, You're starting to really piss me off." The boss grew enraged as well, drawing his cutlass and launching a furious barrage of attacks at Soo-hyun, but he dodged every one. But just dodging wasn't going to be enough. Soo-hyun charged forward, attacking with his blue flame. The creature's body was sliced in 2, yet to Soo-hyun's shock, he discovered he was still alive and attacked back. Soo-hyun was sent flying into the mast, but he didn't fall. "All right, that's it. Watch this." Soo-hyun planted his sword firmly into the deck. He lightly stepped onto it and thought, "What should I do? He isn't that strong, but dealing with that regeneration speed is going to be difficult. Dragging this out is just a waste of time, and even an attack that powerful was useless. If this keeps up, it'll get dangerous." He stared intently at the captain. The captain stared back, thinking, "Don't think I can't think just because I'm a skeleton. He's dangerous. That kid just uses his holy flame without hesitation, and my attacks aren't working on him. Still, I'm sure he'll run out of mana before I do." With that thought, he said to Soo-hyun, "Ha, this will be the last time you'll have anything to laugh about." As he spoke, he reached out and began absorbing the souls of those fighting below. More smaller skulls appeared on his head. He laughed maniacally. "I'm starting to get bored. Now let me devour you." Soo-hyun was stunned. The captain was trying to absorb even more souls to the point that his body was covered in countless horrifying eyes. Ha, I can feel my body overflowing with souls." With cold, murderous eyes, Soo-hyun rushed forward, slashing him repeatedly with holy flame, but it had no effect. He started to worry. "Damn it, I'm almost out of mana." The captain noticed and began to taunt him. "Looks like your little flame isn't burning so hot anymore, is it?" Then a beam of green light shot toward Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun raised his hand to block the attack, but its immense power was enough to snap the mast in 2. The ship was now shrouded in smoke and dust as the captain gathered his energy once more. He attacked Soo-hyun without mercy. Down below, Joo-ho looked up worried. But in that critical moment, Mia's 2 eyes began to glow, and suddenly a holy flame. A shot towards the captain, setting his entire skull ablaze. The fire grew, causing him to writhe in agony. Soo-hyun could feel his mana being replenished. Not only that, his physical abilities were enhanced as well. Mia must have given him a power buff. Soo-hyun looked at Mia in surprise, and she just looked back happily, wagging her tail. The captain was still screaming in agony. "That bastard! What the hell was that?" "I was so sure he was out of mana. How many souls did I just lose?" Soo-hyun asked him in a confident tone. "Still alive, are we? If so, then I guess I'll just have to kill you all over again. And I'll keep doing it until you can't come back anymore." He charged forward with immense power. The once quiet ship suddenly erupted from the force of Soo-hyun's attack. Seeing that Joo-ho's worries vanished, he figured Soo-hyun would be just fine. Soo-hyun beat the captain to a pulp until he had almost no souls left. Realizing he wouldn't survive if this continued, he desperately tried to stop Soo-hyun. Wait, it was the Bone King. The Bone King ordered me. He told me to dispose of anyone who dared to come near this ship. That's why his pet is here." Soo-hyun paused. The captain thought he had him scared and pressed on. "I'm just a simple servant. I'm only in charge of feeding his pet whenever it's time. I had no other choice but to stay here. I'm just trying to survive." Soo-hyun didn't let him finish. A flash of blue flame coldly sent him to the 18th level of hell. Soo-hyun smiled. "Thanks for the hint. So, to clear this floor, we need to take care of that thing too, huh?" Lee Kang-hee said, wiping his axe. "Told you so. We have to go by boat. Are you just going to keep waiting for Kim Soo-hyun to do it all by himself?" Tae-hyun was bandaging the hands of an injured guild member. He felt it was more important to treat the wounded first. Besides, Soo-hyun hadn't sent them a signal yet. That meant it wasn't time to charge in yet. Lee Kang-hee, on the other hand, thought Tae-hyun was scared. Tae-hyun, looking too tired to even argue, sighed and replied, "I understand you want to achieve something too, but you put everyone in danger from the very start, and you still don't get the situation. I just can't understand how someone like you could become a guildmaster." The 2 of them went back and forth until Tae-hyun finally asked for Joo-ho's opinion. "Joo-ho, what's your take on this?" Joo-ho glanced around and then answered, "I don't have much to say. More importantly, have you seen Park Moyong around here?" Now that he mentioned it, not only Park Moyong, but the entire Gambler Guild was nowhere to be seen. Lee Kang-hee could only think of one thing. They must have already boarded the Vovet ship. He wanted to get on a boat and leave as soon as possible, too. Juho immediately felt something was very strange. They just vanished without leaving a single trace on the Vovet ship. If they went to a place that would attract so much attention like that, then someone should have seen them, right? Juho then told everyone they should look for the Gambler Guild together first. Above them, on the decrepit-looking ghost ship, an object appeared reeking of blood and a murderous aura right in front of Soo-hyun. He looked at the thing and wondered, isn't it still small? He remembered the ghost captain's words, it has a pet here. So this is why people rumored it was raising a kraken. It was weak, but enveloped in the Bone King's deathly power. So Soo-hyun still raised his sword defensively. Mia, standing on his hand, was also waving her arms and legs, dispelling the murderous aura. Thanks to the Divine Armor's magic resistance trait, Soo-hyun was completely unaffected by the aura. But most awakened wouldn't be able to resist it and would surely die under its effect. So this ship was like a cradle for the Bone King to raise the Kraken and the Ghost Captain. Along with its crew, it killed people and brought them onto the ship. The souls and consciousness of those killed in that manner became food to nurture the Kraken. The structure was set up so that anyone who boarded the ship to kill the Kraken would also quickly die from the stream of deathly power inside. Its purpose was to nurture the Kraken's self-control and power a little more. The preparations were quite meticulous, but right now it was lying dormant under a seal. Soo-hyun realized he could use all of his magical power to kill it instantly while it was still sealed. Soo-hyun got into a ready stance, thinking to himself, thanks, Bone King. Because of your seal, this just got a lot easier. But suddenly he was stabbed by 2 swords from behind. The 2 ambushers were incredibly surprised to see that their swords couldn't pierce Soo-hyun's body. It turned out he had a layer of turtle shell protection on his back. He immediately spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending the 2 ambushers flying. Then 2 others attacked Soo-hyun. He reacted quickly, swinging his sword twice and hitting both of them. Just when he thought this would be easy, something felt a bit off. Luckily, he had converted the iron turtle body he got on the 21st floor into a trait, which was how he saved his life. Suddenly he turned and said, "Stop it! It's time to show yourselves, isn't it?" A woman's voice rang out, "Heh, just as I thought, so you knew." It was Park Moyong. She stepped out with a large blade in hand, followed by thousands of glowing red eyes. Soo-hyun said calmly, "With that reek of blood, how could I not know? Are you trying to advertise that the Chaos Guild is here?" At this, Moyong took off his mask and said with a laugh, "Indeed, you are the one the higher-ups are targeting. Detecting our camouflage is something even an S-ranker would find difficult. It's just that your tricks are too obvious. Assassinating the awakened in dungeons and launching terrorist attacks to cause chaos. Don't you get tired of it? This time, you plan to assassinate me. You'll disguise yourself and then cause chaos in the Blue Dungeon. The dungeon will appear in America, and you'll pin all the blame on me." What the hearing this? He flinched, thinking to himself, what the hell? How could he know that? Even the related news in America is restricted, so only a handful of people know about this. At this point, he decided to lay his cards on the table. That's right. You're not wrong. The day has finally come for us to step into the light and show the world a bloody festival of chaos in every nation. I can't even imagine how many people will die. And the one who caused this tragedy will be Kim Soo-hyun, the man who murdered all the S-rankers while conquering a dungeon. What a grand plan. He grew more and more maniacal as he spoke. Soo-hyun just sighed and said, "But your plan only works if you can get rid of me, model. Yeah, you think you can kill me." He got into a fighting stance. "Keep on barking because today I'm definitely taking your life." With that, he charged madly toward Soo-hyun, followed by his henchmen. Soo-hyun also steeled himself for a fight. He figured they couldn't be the only ones who came from Korea. The people who gave them this mission must be here too. Well, for now, his job was to deal with these guys. He'd leave the rest to Park John. Meanwhile, Park John had already finished off the small fry and was calmly waiting for someone. Just then, a bald black man in a vest appeared. He had a really cool vibe and was talking to someone on the phone. He reported that he'd just arrived and that the Vanguard team had already entered the dungeon. He was confident that even if Soo-hyun made it out alive, he could just finish him off with a single blow. He promised to deliver Kim Soo-hyun to the person on the other end of the line. Suddenly, he took off his glasses and saw his men lying scattered on the ground with Park John just sitting there. He immediately hung up. "I'll contact you later, sir." Then he casually asked, "Who are you?" "Hello. I've been sitting here all afternoon, unlike these guys." "You seem to be a lot stronger, don't you?" The man calmly asked. "Did you do all of this by yourself?" Park John teased, "Who else do you think could have done it?" The bald man slowly took off his jacket, cursing under his breath. "Useless pieces of trash, losing to a single girl. What a complete disgrace." Park John stood up looking bored. "It's just one after another. Every single one of you says the same thing, so without a clue what's about to happen to them. So besides Kim Soo-hyun, there are still plenty of annoying insects in Korea, huh? First I'll deal with this little bug." Not wanting to waste any more words, Park Jeon gripped her sword and charged straight at the bald man. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun was fighting the Chaos Guild. Mia's entire body was radiating energy, supplying him with mana and even strengthening his sword. One swing from him snapped his opponent's sword in two and slashed into him. The others tried to ambush him from behind, but thanks to the Iron Turtle shield's protection, their attacks had no effect. He spun around and slashed one in the stomach. The same guy who had provoked him earlier took a slash right to the face. Realizing their mistake, he warned his men, if you can stop aiming for his back, use stealth to attack him. And just like that, they all used a stealth technique. Soo-hyun stood still, assessing the situation. Thanks to his assassin traits, he knew an attack by surprise would be far more dangerous than a direct confrontation. They made the right call. Even so, Soo-hyun was confident in his ability to detect danger. Besides, with Mia by his side, he wasn't afraid of a damn thing. He had used that skill to thwart an ambush before, but he never expected the Bone King would help them conceal their killing intent so completely. So now his only choice was to trust Mia. Mia, you can smell them, can't you? He placed Mia on his head and instructed her, if you sense that I'm about to get hurt, let me know immediately. Mia signaled her agreement and began to focus, sniffing the air intensely. Soo-hyun closed his eyes, relying completely on Mia's warnings. Suddenly, Mia pointed to the left and cried out. Soo-hyun instantly sensed the threat, swung his sword, and took one of them down. The man was about to die, still not understanding how. Soo-hyun had been able to do it. Mia's ability to detect danger was even better than Soo-hyun's. Thanks to her, he took down another one. The remaining men began to feel that something was wrong. Is our stealth skill not working? Another one said, we've disguised ourselves as members of Gambler before. Why don't we disguise ourselves as someone else in a bit and attack him? No, that's useless. If cheap tricks like that worked on him, he would have already fallen prey to Captain Ghost. The guy who had just been talking big about taking Soo-hyun down was now worried. I completely underestimated this guy. He's too strong. He was never someone we could handle from the start. Not to mention we could go insane from his killing intent at any moment. But suddenly, he noticed something and smiled in satisfaction. He looked toward the Kraken. The killing intent. That's it. They dropped their stealth technique and confronted Soo-hyun directly. At that moment, he was still confident about a direct fight, but he then realized their target wasn't him, it was the Kraken. Soo-hyun hurriedly rushed forward to stop them, but the others turned back to block his path. All he could do was watch helplessly as the one disguised as Moyong plunged a sword straight into the Kraken. His single sword strike caused the Kraken to crack in two. It's about to awaken. Suddenly, the ghost ship above began to shake violently. An explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke everywhere as the ship shattered. The man disguised as Moyong looked at his handiwork and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, this is my victory. Kim Soo-hyun, the monster Kazakan has awakened. It was a giant octopus. It used its tentacles to crush the disguised man. He wasn't laughing anymore. Go on, keep crowing. Why'd you stop? Kim Soo-hyun landed safely, then launched himself upward, holding Mia in his arms. He said calmly, long time no see, Kazakan. It stared at Soo-hyun with bloodshot eyes. Just then, energy radiated from Mia's body. At Soo-hyun's command, Mia buffed his power. His sword began to overflow with energy. He slashed his sword straight into Kazakan's bloodshot eye. This blow should knock it out for a bit. I have to use this chance to end this quickly. But then he noticed something. The enhancement effect is fading. It seems it's because Mia is exhausted from buffing me so much. Soo-hyun is falling. A thought echoed in his head. He had to stay calm. Mia's ability hadn't fully developed yet, so as long as it was unstable, he couldn't use any skills. This cheat can't be used without limits. This was a huge gamble. After using all his magic to counter the explosion when the seal broke, he now has no strength left. The only choice is to use Indomitable to recover and fight. Just then, Yuho swooped in like a god and caught Soo-hyun scolding the kid. Everything you do makes me worry. It's because you don't know how to value your own life. You need to fix that habit of trying to solve everything by yourself. Soo-hyun was a little surprised and asked why Juho was here. The Gambler Guild disappeared, so our team had no choice but to get on the ship. However, the ship suddenly exploded, so we had to find a safe place. I was the only one who came back because I was worried about Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun felt guilty. Thank you. As the commander, I should have been the one to do that, but I let you. Don't worry about it. Just treat me to a meal later. But it won't suddenly chase after us, will it? It's blind and trying to recover, so that won't happen. Down below, the rest of the team stared in shock at the giant monster. Everyone was bewildered, wondering if they could even kill it. Lee Kang-hee lost his cool, complaining. The raid commander of the Gambler Guild and even Lee Juho are missing. This is driving me crazy. Kim Tae-hyun also stared intently at the Kazakan. He wondered where this monster came from. Just then, Soo-hyun appeared and explained everything. After listening, Lee Kang-hee blamed him again, asking why Soo-hyun had to do everything on his own and make things this much more complicated. Tae-hyun calmly asked Soo-hyun, forget it, the situation's bad anyway. Do you have a plan? He explained that the Kazakan's weakness was completely exposed, so if they worked together, they could hunt it without getting hurt. Then Soo-hyun said something that made all three of them feel ashamed. But if you guys are just going to be this disorganized, you don't need my plan. Do you? In that case, I'll just assume you're all following my plan. Here it is. The Kazakan was still in great pain from the wound Soo-hyun had just inflicted. At that moment, Juho Kang-hee and Tae-hyun all shouted, everyone having already prepared their magic. Group 1 ready to fire. All the created spells aimed straight for the Kazakan's eye. Beams of power shot into the Kazakan continuously. Juho continued to shout, next Group 2, get ready. He recalled what Soo-hyun had said. The Kazak's weakness is its speed. It needs to get close to us to use that immense power. If we keep attacking with magic and maintain our distance, it won't be able to reach us and we'll be forced to retreat. And indeed, it couldn't get any closer. But man, it's huge. Yuho thought that defeating it was impossible, but that didn't matter. Their mission was to keep the Kazakin away from this place while Suhyun recovered. The other Awakeners were trying to help Suhyun recover his mana. While everyone was celebrating that things were going according to plan, someone in the team suddenly pointed towards the Kazakin. Someone's approaching the Kazakin! Juho turned his head, wondering if Suhyun had already recovered. But it wasn't him. He was utterly dumbfounded. It was that troublemaker Lee Kang-hee leading a flock of his Papillon Guild members charging like madmen towards the Kraken. Among them, one member, still doubtful, asked Lee Kang-hee, "Guildmaster, are you sure this is okay?" Suhyun clearly said not to get close to the Kraken. Hearing this, Lee Kang-hee angrily grabbed him by the collar. "If he told you to die, would you just go and die?" The man persisted. "But won't the Kazak's strong vitality and regeneration abilities make it difficult for us to take it down?" That troublemaker Lee Kang-hee still didn't see the problem. He still thought Suhyun was lying. "You idiot! Can't you see it's dying? Kim Suhyun only said that so he could hog all the rewards for himself. If you don't want to lose your job, then follow me." After that, he declared grandly, "The Papillon Guild will take down the Kraken." With that said, his men charged in, hacking and slashing away. Their goal was to prevent the monster from having time to recover. The remaining people were at a loss, not knowing what to do next. If they continued to attack with magic from a distance, then Lee Kang-hee and his guild would also get hit. With no other choice, Taehyun ordered everyone to stop their attacks. "From now on, we'll just monitor the situation." As for Lee Kang-hee, he didn't give a damn. He just kept swinging his axe into the Kazakh while boasting, "That little brat thinks he's so arrogant just because he's a little strong. Look, in the end, I'll be the one to take down this monster." He swung and swung, but it was like hitting stainless steel. The slashes on the Kazakhin's skin were barely enough to scratch an itch for it. By the time Lee Kang-hee realized this, it was too late. The Kazakhin had recovered. It began to let out a massive roar. Everyone there clutched their heads stunned. Lee Kang-hee had no idea what the hell was happening. Its groan was causing his magic power to become unstable. He quickly shouted, "Everyone retreat now!" But how could they retreat? The monster's tentacle was about to crush Lee Kang-hee. In that moment of crisis, Suhyun appeared, sliced off its tentacle, and saved his life. Having just narrowly escaped death, he gave a strained laugh. "Ha ha ha! You sure got here fast. Have you recovered yet?" Before he could finish, Suhyun turned to look at him with killing intent in his eyes. His voice was filled with pure rage. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" After that, model, he immediately landed a punch right in Lee Kang-hee's face. The members of the Papillon Guild saw this. A little scared, they asked Suhyun what to do next. Following Suhyun's orders, they returned to the raid team's position. He warned that he wouldn't be responsible. If they stayed and died, it was on them. Suhyun summoned a phoenix and ordered it to shut Kazakhin's mouth. Then he charged forward, aiming straight for Kazakhin's eye once more. But this time it dodged, causing his attack to miss. Agitated Kazakhin thrashed its tentacles around wildly. That was a disadvantage for Suhyun. A surprise attack wouldn't work. After observing for a moment, Suhyun thought there was no other way. He'd just have to chop off every single one of its tentacles. Witnessing this, Taehyun was completely stunned. He said, "All we could do is give it a few scratches." Yet he's cutting through it like it's nothing. Yuho saw his dumbfounded expression and thought he was still affected by the monster's earlier shrieks. Juho said that they should leave Kazakhin to Suhyun, and the guild should stay back because they weren't on the same level as Suhyun. Suhyun would take down the Kraken and the dungeon raid would be over. Taehyun shared this with Juho. That actually, before meeting Suhyun, Taehyun had been quite confident in his own skills. He thought that in just 2 years, or maybe even 1, he could become an S-ranker. But after meeting Suhyun, I feel so pathetic. Juho, you'd better think about it too. Yuho was a bit confused. "What do you mean? You might not realize it yet, but Suhyun could become the strongest awakened in the world. If you just keep chasing after him, at some point you'll just collapse and face defeat. Because a light that is too brilliant can even burn anyone who gets too close. If you feel you can't handle it, you can come over to my guild. After all, among ordinary people like us, you're still special." Juho silently watched Suhyun fight alone, severing the monster's tentacles one by one. Suhyun now felt it was time to end it. Kazakhin opened its mouth wide and shrieked. Without hesitating, Suhyun charged straight into its tooth-filled maw. A moment later, the monster's body cracked open and was split in two. Suhyun had cut the Kraken in half, from inside its own body. The entire team witnessed it and burst into cheers of joy. "He killed the Kraken. We did it. We won!" Only Juho remained silent, watching. He mumbled, "Damn, him and his meaningless words." "What's meaningless?" "Whoa, you scared the hell out of me." Suhyun had suddenly appeared from behind, making Juho jump. Suhyun was surprised. "What's with that reaction? You're acting like this is the first time you've ever seen me. Anyway, I was asking you, what did you hear that was meaningless?" Juho just ruffled Suhyun's hair. "That's something a kid like you wouldn't understand." Suhyun saw Taehyun still standing there stunned. He was about to ask him what was wrong, but Juho pulled him around and said, "The dungeon raid is over now. Let's go back. You did a great job." Suhyun felt like something was off. Although he didn't understand, he didn't think much of it. He suddenly remembered Lee Kang-hyun. That guy had been unconscious ever since he punched him, and was probably on the verge of death. Soo-hyun wanted to see Lee Kang-hyun to finish what he started. Lee Kang-hee had just groggily woken up and hadn't even gathered his senses when Soo-hyun was already standing right in front of him. Staring at the man, Soo-hyun said in a serious tone, "Don't you have anything to say to everyone?" Lee Kang-hee started to deflect. "The Kazakin. Did you kill it?" "Haha, looks like you did. In that case, let's do some calculations." The team was waiting for Lee Kang-hee's words, but he stood up and started calculating. "Well, since our Papillon Guild dealt the most damage to the Kazakin compared to the Red Devil Guild..." Soo-hyun cut him off. "Are you really going to say that right now?" Lee Kang-hee still looked clueless. "The raid is over. Isn't it obvious we should be dividing the loot?" "Let me put it another way then. This guy really is a piece of work." That stubbornness angered Soo-hyun. The man drew his sword and charged, attacking Soo-hyun first. "I'm quite disappointed. It seems you have no idea what you've done. But because of your selfishness, and everyone could have died. I gave you a chance to apologize, but it's come to this." As he spoke, Soo-hyun blocked Lee Kang-hee's punch. Then he squeezed the man's hand so hard that he grimaced in pain. But with his massive ego, he screamed at Soo-hyun, "Let me go! How dare you hit me? I'm the raid leader. You think you can get away with this when I get out of here?" "I'll report you to the association." Soo-hyun coldly interrupted. "Go on, report me. But I think you're mistaken about something. Being a raid leader doesn't just give you the right to form strategies and give orders. You're also responsible for the life of every person on the team. If someone like you, blinded by rewards, puts everyone's lives in danger, then everyone has the right to execute you without a trial." As soon as he finished speaking, Soo-hyun drew his sword, preparing to slice off Lee Kang-hee's head. Everyone panicked. Seeing this, Joo-ho rushed to stop him, but the moment Soo-hyun brought the sword to the man's neck, he had already frozen stiff with fear. Soo-hyun just wanted to teach him a lesson. He told Joo-ho that if he didn't, the man would just go on to hurt other innocent people if I wasn't around. And really, with this accident, the man has already lost the guild's trust anyway, so there's no way he can keep his position now, he said. Soo-hyun told everyone to pack their things and get going. Through this raid, Soo-hyun had obtained Mia's power and figured out the enemy's plan. He thought he should find the dungeons he didn't know about yet just to be safe. He also needed to check on Park Jeon's situation. After all, every member of the Chaos Guild is incredibly strong. A few hours before Soo-hyun's successful dungeon raid, Park Jeon was having a tough time dealing with this bald guy. She was slammed into a wall, sending up a thick cloud of dust. He lunged at Jeon with a spiked fist, but she was nimble enough to dodge the blow. Then she closed in on him and used her shadow form skill. This skill envelops the user's body in darkness, nullifying all damage for a short period and allowing them to move as a shadow. Thanks to that, she easily moved behind him. Before he could react, a single slash of her blade to the back of his neck ended the life of a man who dared to underestimate a woman. But what she didn't expect was, this guy could actually defend himself with his bare hands in such a short amount of time. He blocked her blade with both hands, getting away with only a minor injury. He seemed surprised by John's abilities, but calmly taunted her. "You really surprised me. I never expected you to have a skill like that. I can't believe you actually managed to injure me. This is getting more and more interesting." John didn't just stand there. She flew right at the bald guy. He laughed in amusement, taking a ready stance as a massive aura of mana enveloped him, still not understanding why John would dare to face an assassin head-on. He fought while laughing to himself. "What an idiot. All of my skills are focused on damage resistance. Physical resistance, so go ahead, attack all you want, because you won't be able to leave a single scratch on me." And just as he said, John's attacks were fast and precise, but none of them could injure him. He figured that while her skills were fast and sharp, making it difficult for him to counter, they must have a limit, like a duration. He correctly guessed the limitation of John's skill. Whenever she attacked, he would defend resolutely. Her attacks became meaningless. After a moment of thought, she decided she had no other choice but to use it. Then she drew a purple blade. A single slash struck his right arm, leaving a small bleeding scratch. "So that's your secret weapon, is it? I'm eagerly awaiting your next move." As he spoke, he slammed his fist into the ground, forcing John back. The guy was starting to get frantic. It had been a long time since he'd felt this much excitement in a fight. "She's really interesting. Keep struggling and entertain me some more." Suddenly, Park Jeon stood there perfectly calm. She wasn't attacking anymore, which confused the bald man. She said, "It's over. There's no need to do anything else. It would just be a waste of my energy." Still spoiling for a fight, he taunted John. "Come on, attack me!" But she paid him no mind. Her indifference drove him mad, and he screamed, "How dare you ignore me!" Muttering, he charged toward John. John, however, remained perfectly calm. His fist suddenly froze right in front of her face. Something had stopped his body from moving. He was utterly bewildered as his body began to collapse in front of John. She drew closer and said sternly, "Didn't I tell you? It's over." As she spoke, she landed a critical blow, knocking him flat on his back. This time, all of his defensive skills had been deactivated. He realized the real problem. It wasn't that his mana wasn't working. His body was just frozen, unable to move. "You must be wondering why your body won't obey you. Just as you said, this is my secret weapon. I don't use it often because its uses are limited, but this sword has the ability to throw the mana in a target's body into chaos when it strikes them. Once you take damage from this blade, the magic causes your own body to suffocate you. The outcome of this battle was decided the moment you were struck by that one slash from my sword." Hearing this, the look on the bald guy's face screamed, "Well, I'm screwed." With one hand choking his neck and the other punching him relentlessly in the face, John threatened, "Who is your master? Who's your boss? Speak up." Despite spitting up blood from the beating, the bald man still wore a taunting smirk. "John, I don't know what you're asking. I don't know the answer. Instead, would you like to join us? With you by my side, I feel like I could kill so many people." Park John felt there was nothing more to say to this man. Furious, she was about to finish him off with a single sword strike, but suddenly a man wearing glasses appeared and stopped her. It was Vice Guildmaster Kim Seok-jin. "Calm down. I completely understand how you're feeling. But this man is a high-ranking member of the Stab Guild, which means he knows a lot. If you kill him here, then we won't be able to achieve our goal." Park John glared at Kim Seok-jin. "I said let go." But after thinking for a moment, she finally calmed down. "Sorry I got too heated. For you to be here, the information we can get from him must be very valuable, right? We don't have much time, so it's best we question him as quickly as possible." The bald man lying on the ground started running his mouth again. "Hey, she and I were in the middle of something important. Why the hell did you jump in and interfere?" Before he could finish his sentence, Park Zion kicked him to shut him up. Kim Seok-jin continued, "Well, the fact that he came here and acted alone proves that Kim Soo-hyun's information was reliable. The intel about the Blue Prison opening in America was also correct. The information that the Stab Guild is planning a terrorist attack at the Blue Prison, that seems to be true as well." Kim Seok-jin added that Kim Soo-hyun's dungeon subjugation had just ended. The bald man sitting to the side and eavesdropping was also surprised, wondering how they knew all the details of their plan. The fact that his comrade was captured by Kim Soo-hyun wasn't as important as the fact that Kim Soo-hyun knew about his plan. "This is bad. Right now I can't even lift a finger. I can't report this back to the guild. At this rate, the boss's plan will be ruined. I have to stall for time no matter what." Seeing that Park Zion was also wondering where Kim Soo-hyun got his information from, the bald man seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he burst out laughing like a madman. Park John turned to look at him confused. "Did we beat you so bad you lost your mind? This is hilarious. Getting rid of the Stab Guild to crush the other opposing guilds, is that it?" Kim Seok-jin, also confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" "Kehehe, you'll get it if you just think a little. Very few people in the guild knew about this plan to cause chaos at the Blue Prison. The fact that he knew about the plan, isn't that strange?" As the bald man spoke, he thought to himself, "These guys are nothing but flies. Not too big of a problem. I can trick them. The most dangerous one is Kim Soo-hyun. If this continues, we'll all become puppets in his hands. I have to turn them against Kim Soo-hyun at all costs and create a chance to report back to the guild." He continued speaking, "Make a deal with me. If you don't, Kim Soo-hyun will play all of you for fools. Get rid of Kim Soo-hyun first, and then I'll tell you everything about the Stab Guild." Hearing this, Park Zion's eyes wavered slightly. Kim Seok-jin coldly walked towards the man, drawing his sword threateningly. "Shut your mouth! You think we'd believe a piece of trash like you?" Not only was the bald man unafraid, but he even laughed with deliberate glee. "Ha ha ha! How foolish! Kim Soo-hyun even betrayed the Stab Guild. What guarantee is there that he won't do it again if he betrays everyone and the information gets out? Do you really think you'll be able to find the members of the Stab Guild when they're in hiding?" Kim Seok-jin still paid no mind to his words. He said to Park John, "Don't believe a word that scum just said. He's definitely trying to use this conflict to scheme something." Park John pondered something. Then she told Kim Seok-jin to summon Kim Soo-hyun and the members of the Death Guild here. She thought that regardless of what that guy said, they still needed to find out where Kim Soo-hyun got this classified information. Seeing the two of them hesitate, the bald man was incredibly smug. Thinking he had achieved his goal, he even proposed a collaboration. "Just get rid of Kim Soo-hyun. I'll become your spy." But it seemed he had misunderstood. Park John would rather die than join hands with a cold-blooded bastard like him. If Kim Soo-hyun were on the same side as Stab, she would have killed him from the very beginning. Park John's main goal was to destroy the Stab Guild. She would hunt them down to the very depths of hell. A red Lamborghini appeared, and Kim Soo-hyun, looking incredibly handsome, stepped out. He asks Kim Seok-jin what's going on so late at night. "You still call me that?" Kim Seok-jin tells him to go inside and see for himself. He'll understand soon enough. Hearing this, Soo-hyun gets a little worried. Could Park Zion have been captured? Stepping inside, he's met with complete darkness, but he can't sense anything at all. Suddenly, blades surround Soo-hyun from all sides. He looks slightly surprised at a very energetic Park Zion. He asks her, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You have a lot of explaining to do." Just then, the light slowly returns to normal, and Soo-hyun can finally see everything clearly. He's amazed, thinking to himself, is this the shadow assimilation skill? The power to become one with the shadows, freely controlling and transforming them. Usually it's limited to just hiding one's body in the darkness. But I can't believe she managed to cover this entire place with darkness. She can even hide the presence of others, not just herself. She's truly talented. Park Zion calmly explains, "There's no major reason I called you here. It's just that this person here, he gave me some interesting information that you're a former member of the Chaos Guild." The bald guy is quite the actor. As soon as he sees Soo-hyun, he eagerly puts on a familiar face. "Hello there, Kim Soo-hyun. Long time no see, huh?" He doesn't think Park Zion is the type to believe him, and he's not wrong, as she isn't someone easily swayed by others' words. To be honest, after keeping tabs on your information for so long, Soo-hyun, I didn't think it was true either. It's just that there's one question I want you to answer. I'm wondering how you could have obtained information from the Chaos Guild. That man told me that only a select few within that guild know about this, unless you were also a member of the guild. Isn't the fact that you knew that information extremely suspicious? That's why I need to confirm whether or not you are a member of the Chaos Guild. Soo-hyun knows the bald guy is Ethan, the leader of the Chaos Guild, and a battle maniac, but he never thought he'd use the opportunity of his capture to create a conflict between him and Park Zion. If he answers her question, this will be resolved simply, but the source of his information is from the memories of his past life. It would be difficult for Park Zion to believe that so easily. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous for Soo-hyun. Ethan is the one holding all the cards, and the chance of lying his way out of this is very low, even if he could escape. It would come back to become a problem in the future, and things would go exactly according to Ethan's plan. It's highly likely his own plans would hit a dead end. Seeing Soo-hyun taking a bit too long to think, Park Zion tells him to hurry up. Kim Seok-jin presses a knife to his throat, threatening him. Soo-hyun thinks he first needs to regain control of the situation. He answers fine. I have never worked for the Chaos Guild. I can provide proof, but as for my source of information, I can't tell you. Then what's the reason? We are in a relationship based mostly on common goals. It is not my obligation to tell you everything. Besides whether I am or was a member of the Chaos Guild is what's more important, isn't it? Follow me to my home. I will give you my proof. But only you are allowed to come. Kim Seok-jin's blade now cuts his neck, drawing blood. Kim Seok-jin threatens, do you really think we're going to listen to that ridiculous proposal of yours? This Seok-jin guy isn't even the leader, but he sure likes to act like he's the boss. Park Zion is the one who makes the decisions. Another member speaks up, guild leader, don't go. This is just part of his plan to get out of this. After thinking for a moment, Park Zion agrees to Soo-hyun's proposal. A female member sees this and quickly tries to stop her. Zion, what the hell, what is this? The hell? It's definitely a trap. It's too risky. Park Zion remains very calm and reassures her, don't worry, if he's really lying, I won't hesitate to end his life. She then turns to Soo-hyun and says, now show me that you are not a member of the Chaos Guild. Soo-hyun takes Park Zion to his mother's house. Seeing him, she is overjoyed. Ah, Soo-hyun, how long has it been? He quickly apologizes. I'm sorry, Mom. Work has been so busy lately, it's been hard for me to visit. Soo-hyun's mother sees Park Zion and assumes she's her son's girlfriend, brought home for introductions. She quickly asks Soo-hyun, who is this? Could she be your girlfriend? Overjoyed, she grabs Zion's hand. Oh my goodness, Soo-hyun. Why did you wait until now to introduce this beautiful girlfriend of yours to me? Park Zion is too embarrassed to speak. Before she can even explain, Soo-hyun's mom rushes off to prepare a meal for her esteemed guest. The table is filled with food. Mom, why did you cook so much? You brought your friend all the way here. Of course I had to prepare a proper meal for her. Then she turned to Park Zion with a cheerful smile and said, I'm sorry about what happened earlier, dear. You're the first girl Soo-hyun has ever brought home, so I couldn't contain my happiness. Park Zion quickly replied, it's all right, ma'am. I'm really fine. And just like that, Soo-hyun's mother kept putting delicious food onto her plate. Looking at the kind woman in front of her, Zion was touched and said thank you. She sat quietly observing the mother and son. As Soo-hyun chatted happily, Zion suddenly felt something stir within her. Afterward, the two of them went into Soo-hyun's room to talk. He asked Zion, how was the food today? She replied, it was delicious. You're pretty close with your mom, huh? You could say that. What do you think? Do you still think I'm part of the Chaos Guild? Soo-hyun brought her home to meet his mother to make her understand that someone with such a kind mother couldn't possibly be a member of the Chaos Guild. Park Zion understood, but she couldn't stop suspecting him just because he had someone who cared for him. Soo-hyun saw that this still wasn't enough proof. He put down the hot cup of tea he was holding and then ripped off his shirt, revealing his toned abs. Park Zion, blushing beet red, thought he was trying to use his good looks to seduce her. Her face flushed bright red as she yelled, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you finally showing your true colors now that you have nowhere left to hide? Soo-hyun was like, what the heck? What are you even talking about? You said you still couldn't believe me. The members of the Chaos Guild have a symbolic tattoo somewhere on their bodies. I'm just showing you that I don't have one. He knew Park Zion was embarrassed and deliberately teased her, should I take off my pants too? Park Zion closed her eyes and said, whatever. Talking to you just makes me more tired. Soo-hyun was just joking. He put his shirt back on right away. Only then did Park Zion truly believe him, because if he were a member of the Chaos Guild, he couldn't possibly have family by his side. There's no way they would let his mother live in peace, so she felt that she had overcomplicated things. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Soo-hyun seized the opportunity to ask Zion what had happened between her and the Chaos Guild, but the answer he received was, our relationship is based largely on a common goal. I am under no obligation to tell you everything. It was as if Park Zion had memorized this line. Soo-hyun just thought that if they could learn more about each other, their relationship could transform into one of complete trust. Park Zion finally decided to share. About 2 years ago, back when she was working independently without a guild. Ever since she was young, Park Zion had received many compliments for being well-behaved and beautiful. She wondered if it was because of that image. People approached her with countless hopes and expectations, but after seeing her quirky personality, perhaps because she was so different from what they imagined, they would quickly become disappointed and leave. Even her parents. Park Zion was left all alone. That's when she realized she didn't belong anywhere. Time passed and she became an awakened. 2 years ago during a dungeon raid, Park Zion along with many other awakened was there. A guy named Kim Ki-hyun approached to get acquainted with Zion. At first, she thought he was trying to hit on her, so she ignored him and quickly turned away. Kim Ki-hyun hurriedly said, "Let's form a party. Come on, let's party up. There are a lot of awakened here." This is pretty normal since the Awakened Association allows for solo participation. But because there's no leader or support, it would be better if we formed a party, instead of going alone. Park Zion didn't even turn her head back, replying coldly, "No need." Kim Ki-hyun stood there, with a dumbfounded look on his face after being so bluntly rejected. Suddenly someone called out to him, "Kim Ki-hyun, get over here! We're leaving now!" He rushed over to his team. The battle with the monsters began quickly. While Kim Ki-hyun struggled to take down each monster, he glanced over at Park Zion and saw that she had already wiped them all out with ease long ago. A tall man with a shield and a hammer asked Ki-hyun, "Whoa, how many has she killed?" Beside him, a short-haired girl also spoke up. "You invited her to join our party earlier, didn't you?" "Yeah, but I got rejected." She continued, "It's fine, with skills like that, she'll be fine on her own. I'd rather go with a cute girl like her than with these dorks." The tall man's name was Gucci. He asked Ki-hyun what he thought of Park Zion. Ki-hyun looked at Park Zion's back and sensed that, for some reason, Zion looked truly lonely. The raid wasn't over yet. Ki-hyun's team continued to fight. Ki-hyun faced a monster twice his size. He let his guard down for a moment and was almost cut down by it, but thankfully he snapped out of it in time to block the attack. The short-haired girl saw this and worriedly asked Ki-hyun, "You were like this before, too. What's going on?" Before she could finish her sentence, a monster suddenly appeared behind Ki-hyun. The girl screamed, "Hey, Kim Ki-hyun, behind you!" Just then, Guzi rushed in and blocked the blow for Ki-hyun with his shield. After defeating the monster, Ki-hyun explained that he had been fine until now and didn't understand why he was like this today. Guzi smacked Ki-hyun right in the face to snap him out of it, telling him to just talk to everyone. "Is it because you're thinking about that girl from before? Don't live to regret it. Go after that girl." Hearing this, Kim Ki-hyun grinned from ear to ear and hurriedly ran off to find Park Zion. At that moment, Park Zion was still focused on taking down monsters one by one. There was a time she didn't want to die, but there was also a time she no longer wanted to live. A giant axe-wielding boss loomed before Zion. It attacked relentlessly, swinging its massive axe down on her. Luckily, she managed to block it in time. But the fatigue from all the previous battles made it impossible for her to move. She looked at the monster before her and wondered, is this the end? It's okay. I have nothing left to hold on to. Just when it seemed like everything was over, a hero appeared to save the damsel in distress. Kim Ki-hyun defeated the boss right in front of her. "Zion, I told you, didn't I? Going it alone is tough. So what do you think about joining my party?" Park Zion looked up at Ki-hyun, smiled without a word, and just quietly walked on. Overjoyed, Ki-hyun assumed she had agreed to his offer, so he hurriedly chased after her. The whole hero saving the damsel trick really worked. Park Zion would never forget this moment. This very moment was her encounter with the person who made her want to live again. A dark figure was hiding in the distance, watching the two of them completely unbeknownst to her. After the dungeon raid ended, Park Zion met Ki-hyun again. He had the same expression and said the same thing. "Zion, we meet again? This must be fate, so how about it, join our guild?" This time he didn't just want her to join his party, but his entire guild. Zion still refused. Whether it was by coincidence or intentional, the two of them kept running into each other in every dungeon that Zion entered, and each time he would just chase after her, dead set on getting her to join his guild somehow. Ki-hyun's invitations became a daily occurrence for Zion. He relentlessly approached her, and his persistence paid off. In the end, she finally took his hand. After joining the guild, Zion felt a little out of place at first. But after connecting with everyone, she felt as though she had finally found a place where she belonged. She and Ki-hyun conquered many dungeons together, and slowly over time, their ordinary relationship began to evolve in a different direction. One time, the two were sitting in a park eating ice cream. Ki-hyun was on his phone scrolling through the news. Only Zion would occasionally steal a glance at him and then feel her heart start to pound. This feeling was driving her crazy. When your heart beats fast around someone, that means there's a little bit of love, right? Ki-hyun stole a glance at Zion too, then smiled. He then proactively took her hand and spoke up. "Zion, after we finish the dungeon raid tomorrow, do you want to go out somewhere? Just the two of us." "Okay." She agreed without a second thought. At that moment, Zion had no idea that this would be the end of her happiness. At this time, news channels were reporting that the number of awakened going missing in dungeons was on the rise. The government had discovered evidence that the culprit behind the killings in the dungeons was an awakened themselves. It wasn't monsters. It was believed to be the work of a serial killer, and the awakened were advised to remain vigilant. The next day after the raid was complete, Zion's mind was completely filled with thoughts of her date with Ki-hyun. Ki-hyun was also getting ready for a romantic date when suddenly a man with white hair appeared. "Pardon me, I'm from the association. I'm in the middle of investigating the recent killings of the awakened. I'm hoping for your cooperation. Ki-hyun recalled the news he had seen yesterday. Ah, this is about that incident that was on the news recently. So you're conducting investigations inside the dungeons as well? Yes, we're conducting on-site investigations at the same time. Park Zion was a little annoyed, thinking to herself, of all the days, why did it have to be today? All she wanted was to hurry up and go on her date. Ki-hyun said to the white-haired man, "So what can we do to help you?" Just then the man's expression changed. "You don't need to do much," he said as he lunged to attack Ki-hyun. Fortunately, Park Zion reacted quickly, pulling him away in time to dodge. The man was a little surprised that Park Zion was able to avoid his attack. Zion drew her sword intending to strike him, but his hand infused with magic stopped her blade right in its tracks. She asked in surprise, "Who in the world are you? I suppose you could call me a misfortune, no? An unforeseen one." As he spoke, he knocked one of Zion's swords away. He attacked relentlessly, but Zion was able to counter every blow, leaving him and all the witnesses astonished. The short-haired girl even exclaimed, "Wow, Park Zion is really good." Only Ki-hyun was observing closely and realized that while it seemed like an even match on the surface, the man was one step ahead in every respect. Zion also felt that he was overpowering her. At this rate, she was going to be defeated by him. He broke Zion's sword in two with his bare hands. At that moment, he had the chance to finish her, but suddenly he changed his plan. He wanted to invite Zion to join his guild. Park Zion asked in surprise, "Join your guild?" "That's right. You know I have a goal I must achieve. But a single person can't accomplish much alone, so I want to form a guild. I've already decided on the name. The Chaos Guild, a gathering of the craziest people. You seem quite interesting, too. You're qualified to join. What do you say? If we build the guild together?" Park Zion glared at him. "And what if I refuse?" The guy could hardly believe his ears. His expression changed. "Then you'll die for sure." How could Ki-hyun just stand by and watch his friend get bullied? He lunged toward the white-haired man like a gust of wind, aiming to chop his head off. But it wasn't that easy. The man dodged it with ease. The other team members also launched magic attacks at him. Ki-hyun asked worriedly, John, are you okay?" "I'm okay, but that guy is just too dangerous. I'll buy everyone some time. All of you run now." John was more worried about Ki-hyun and the others. But of course Ki-hyun wouldn't let her stay and fight alone, because they were comrades after all. Ki-hyun assigned Hyun-jun and Aojin to stop the man from using his skills, but he knew that wouldn't be enough. Ki-hyun would distract him and create an opening for everyone else. He attacked him from the left, but the man parried it without even looking. Ki-hyun shouted, "Why are you killing all the awakened?" The white-haired man replied coldly, "Do I need a reason? And it's the same for a little brat like you. You're really annoying." As he spoke, he landed a fatal blow on Ki-hyun's chest. Blood trickled from his mouth, but he managed to grab the man's arm and hold him tight, shouting, "Now's our chance!" Just then, Park John, who had been hiding using an invisibility spell, suddenly appeared and slashed at his neck. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. Surprisingly, the wound wasn't deep enough to kill him, but that was fine. Ki-hyun's plan also included the big guy Gusi. In case John couldn't finish him, Gusi was ready to ambush him from behind with his powerful hammer. It was powerful enough to crush anything. An explosion erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust, but shockingly, the white-haired man blocked the attack with a single finger. Now he was truly angry. Playtime is over. After that, I'm not sure what happened after that. Park John woke up in a daze, remembering he had hit her on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. As she worried about the other members of her team, John was horrified to realize she was holding Ki-hyun, his body covered in deep cuts. Ki-hyun spoke in a weak voice. "John, you're awake. I'm glad you're alive." Park John was extremely worried, realizing Ki-hyun's wounds were very deep. She panicked, not knowing what to do. "Guys, come over here and help." It was only then that she realized everything. Everyone was down. Aeon, Jin-gusok, and even Hyun-jun were lying there. No one was moving. Park John couldn't believe her eyes. She could only ask over and over, "What is this? What happened?" The man in white spoke up. "Oh, look who's crying for her little friends." Park John turned around. Her eyes filled with tears and hatred. You killed them, didn't you?" "I will never forgive you. I'll kill you." Suddenly a hand grabbed hers. Ki-hyun used what little strength he had left to stop her. "Don't, John! Run! You're the only one I have left!" "You can get away." As he spoke, he handed John a necklace. "I'll stay here and hold him back." John refused, but Ki-hyun yelled, "Go now!" John knew she had no other choice. She escaped alone. Afterwards, she tried to track him down, but in the end she couldn't find a single trace of him. Park Zion told Soo-hyun the whole truth. Because she thought Soo-hyun knew him, she pleaded, "Please tell me about the leader of the Chaos Guild." Soo-hyun, recalling his own past, said, "All right, fine. The leader of the Chaos Guild is a first-generation awakened. He's known as the Chinese-American Hollywood actor Hwang Jun-fong. He's very famous. He has tons of fans. Every time he appears, he's swarmed by fans and reporters. Someone wanted an autograph, but he skillfully declined. Thank you, everyone. I'm afraid I can't sign autographs for all of you. Time is limited, but I'd be happy to take a picture with you." A reporter asked him, "There's a rumor you donated all your earnings from this film. Is that true?" He acted shy and replied, "Yes, it's true." Hwang Jun-fang, the leader of the Chaos Guild. After learning the truth, Tears fell from Park Zion's eyes, which then turned cold. The leader of the Chaos Guild. The one who took away the people important to me. Finally, I can get my revenge. Seeing this, Soo-hyun said worriedly, "Wait, don't tell me you're just going to charge in without a plan." Park Jan reassured Soo-hyun, saying she had her reasons for not acting rashly even after finding out his identity. She didn't want to ruin everything just because she was agitated. But that was easier said than done. Jan's hands were clasped so tightly they were trembling. She was still finding it difficult to control herself. Soo-hyun explained that Hwang Jun-fang is someone who usually hides the fact that he's an awakened. Using his transformation skill to operate within chaos, he is very cautious. On the outside, he remains a beloved actor, always wearing a friendly smile for the public. But when no one's around, he reveals a cruel face ready to call the audience a bunch of annoying insects, so provoking Hwang Jun-pung now that we know his identity is a bad idea. In the worst-case scenario, he might hide at the top of the Tower of Trials, so Soo-hyun reminds Park Jan that they need to stick to the plan. Their mutual goal is to eradicate the Chaos Guild. While I'm at the Blue Dungeon stopping the Chaos terrorist attack, you and the Reaper Guild will attack their base. At that moment, Hwang Jun-pung arrived for a meeting with the top executives of the Chaos Guild. The moment he arrived, he asked about Ethan. Mark River, an executive of the Chaos Guild, said he hadn't arrived yet. Considering even we can't get in touch with him, he's probably been compromised. The blue-haired woman next to him, who was taking a selfie, heard this and laughed with delight. Ho ho, that'd be great. That overdramatic guy. I hate seeing his smug attitude. Now I won't have to see him anymore. She is the master of the Morning Star Guild and an executive of the Chaos Guild, Chloe Lafayette. Mark River, showing no consideration for her being a woman, bluntly called her an idiot. He believed Ethan might have leaked information about our guild. Chloe still didn't care. Even so, what could Kim Soo-hyun possibly do? It's all for nothing anyway. Don't let your guard down. Anyone who can take down Ethan must be pretty strong. Chloe was still very confident. I still don't think I would lose. Hwang Jun-pun, while tying up his ridiculously long hair, agreed with Chloe. Chloe's right. It's a shame we couldn't kill Kim Soo-hyun. But it's not a big deal. We just need to handle it our way, which is to simply eliminate everyone who has crossed us. He looked at the city with malicious eyes and said to the other two, "So what do you think? Isn't it exciting? To be excited for the moment this magnificent city falls." The next day, 4 people, Kim Soo-hyun, Park Zion, Hark Jun, and Kim Seok-jin, were on a flight to America. Hark Jun was thrilled that Soo-hyun had asked him to come, but the atmosphere was a bit silent and awkward. Hark Jun looked at each of them. This old guy looks way too scary. I don't dare start a conversation. He turned to Park Zion, who also seemed hard to approach, while Soo-hyun was focused on his phone. Soo-hyun stared at the screen, deep in thought. Just as I thought. Looking at the dungeon support items from the agency, this change is because of the level 6 dungeon in Busan, isn't it? Luckily, the future hasn't completely changed, but I still need to be on guard. Suddenly, Hark Jun's voice cut through Soo-hyun's thoughts. Hey, I have a question. What are we going to America for? It was only then that Soo-hyun realized he hadn't told Hark Jun anything. The blue dungeon has opened there. Hark Jun's face turned pale after hearing that, but by the time he found out, the plane was already landing. But upon arriving in America, Hark Jun seemed to love it, a complete change from his shocked expression earlier. This was his first time on a plane and his first time abroad. Hark Jun asked Soo-hyun, "Have you ever been here before?" "Of course I have. In my past life, no." Hark Jun was puzzled. "Isn't the Blue Dungeon the first of its kind in the world? It should be a hot topic, right? So how come I've never heard of it?" Soo-hyun explained that it's because America is keeping the information under wraps. They want to handle it their own way. "So a dungeon break could happen," Hark Jun said with concern. "The situation is a bit complicated. Simply put, America has the largest number of awakened in the world. But most of them are below B rank, so they're considered pretty useless. What they want to prove to other nations right now is that they don't just have quantity, but also quality." Hark Jun really couldn't understand and sighed. What if innocent people get hurt just because of that stupid pride of theirs? How do they plan on dealing with that? Soo-hyun patted Hark Jun's head. "You have a point. Pride is a rather impractical thing." At that moment, Park Jan, off to one side, was on the phone with someone. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Mr. Robert?" On the other end of the line, a man's voice rang out. "Oh, if it isn't Ms. John, I heard you'd be coming to America. What can I do for you? It's a rather long story, so I'll be direct. I want to discuss the Blue Dungeon." Very quickly, Park Zion's team arrived at the office of the Medical Guild, and Robert Williams was its guild master. "Thank you all for making the long trip here. You must be Soo-hyun, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a fan of yours." Soo-hyun was silent, thinking. Robert. He's known for his ambition and his many achievements even back in the past when he was an awakened. Should I test him a little? Seeing Soo-hyun remain silent, Park Seon assumed he either didn't understand what Robert said or couldn't speak English, so she stepped in to help. But then Soo-hyun spoke up directly. "I'll get straight to the point. Please let me participate in the Blue Dungeon raid." Soo-hyun spoke in fluent English, which even surprised Hark Jun sitting beside him. Robert hesitated for a moment. "I don't know how you found out about it, but frankly, this is a rather unreasonable request. As you know, our country, America, has never requested the assistance of foreign awakened. However, this time is different since I'm the one who approached you. Soo-hyun immediately stated his terms. If you agree, I'll split half of my spoils with you. You won't regret hearing this. Robert was surprised, thinking to himself that it was a truly great deal. The spoils from a single S-Rank awakened were always on par with an entire raiding guild's. Besides, the current subjugation team was short one S-Rank member. If the medical guild managed to recruit Kim Soo-hyun, he could become America's hero. But he was greedy. He felt half still wasn't enough. He said to Soo-hyun, "That's a proposal worth considering. But what will the American people think?" Soo-hyun said calmly. "I know that America's subjugation team only has 2 S-Rank members at the moment. You're quite short-handed. If the medical guild gets the credit for bringing in an S-Rank member, you'll become the hero who saved the entire country." Hearing this, Robert broke out in a cold sweat. It was as if Soo-hyun could read his mind. "Oh God, was I asking for too much? It seems I've made things difficult for you." As he spoke, Soo-hyun pretended to stand up. "Well, I guess that can't be helped. I'll just take my offer to another guild. This bargaining tactic always worked." Robert hurriedly stopped him. Though reluctant in his heart, he still had to concede. "It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I'll do as you say." Soo-hyun then pushed for more. "However, now that I think about it, a 50-50 split feels a little small, so how about this? If any of America's S-Rank members manage to return, I'll participate in this subjugation for the medical guild for free. But if not, then transfer all the spoils and the management rights of the medical guild to me." Hearing this, Robert was secretly ecstatic and immediately clapped in agreement. Fortune favors the bold. This is going to be fun. With that, he rushed to get the contract to write it up immediately, afraid Soo-hyun might change his mind. Seeing this, Soo-hyun chuckled. He told himself not to burst out laughing. From the moment he proposed the bet, victory was already his. It was only natural, of course, since he already knew the future. Meanwhile, the greedy Robert still thought this was his moment. He was convinced that at least one of them had to return. In short, Robert had been played for a fool. After the contract was signed, time flew by. 3 days before the Blue Dungeon opened, just as Soo-hyun had predicted, not a single S-Rank awakened had returned. Robert was once again breaking out in an anxious, cold sweat. As for the Chaos Guild, when they heard that Kim Soo-hyun would be joining the subjugation on behalf of the medical guild, they believed he was walking right into their trap. 2 days left. 1 day left. Once everyone had finished their preparations to enact their plan, the day of the decisive battle finally arrived in a deep forest in L.A. A man checked his watch and said, "I'm earlier than expected." He was the vice leader of the Maximum Guild, the awakened Jordan Rogers. He asked his subordinate where Kim, as Soo-hyun was, and was told he hadn't arrived yet. "They always say he's a genius. I'm really curious." Just then, Chloe appeared and began to taunt him. "Looks like your instincts are getting dull, Jordan, having to rely on a rookie like him." Jordan, not to be outdone, retorted, "I guess you haven't heard. He's the only one who passed the level 10 trial. Instead of caking on makeup to hide your age, maybe you should spend more time gathering information, huh? He's still just a low-level awakened no matter how you look at it. Oh, are you scared that rookie is going to take your place? Haven't you heard? This dungeon requires at least 5 S-Rank awakened. We can't afford to be picky." Chloe replied cheerfully, "That's exactly why my Star Guild brought a top-tier mercenary along." As she spoke, she gestured to Mark River, who was standing behind her. "Is that so? But of course. They're just dying to help me, I'm sure." Jordan clapped Mark River on the shoulder encouragingly. "You're in a strange spot. Did she threaten you?" Then he turned back to Chloe. "Shh. As long as his skills are good, it's not a problem. Very impressive old lady." Hearing those 2 words, old lady, struck her like a bolt of lightning. What? Mentioning a woman's age is a surefire way to make her furious, especially an older woman like Chloe. Did I not make myself clear? If you call me old lady one more time, I will kill you. At that moment, a blue aura enveloped Chloe's body. Jordan wasn't about to back down. He raised his fist, ready to teach her a lesson. "You're the one who started this, Chloe." The other onlookers wanted to intervene, but were afraid a murder might happen, so they didn't dare get closer. "I'm going to break every bone in your body." "You break my bones. Go on, and try, you bitch." Standing to one side, Mark River couldn't believe this woman getting so angry over nothing. But fearing their plan would be ruined, he knew he had to stop this. Just then, Kim Soo-hyun finally arrived. He strode towards the 2 who were facing off like fire and water and shouted, "Stop! That's enough, both of you!" All 3 of them turned in surprise to look at Soo-hyun. He appeared enveloped by a massive mana aura. Narrowing his eyes at the 2 before him, Soo-hyun spoke in a cold voice. "You came here to conquer a dungeon, and yet you're behaving like children. How utterly pathetic." Seeing the immense magical power radiating from him, Jordan frowned and asked who he was. Soo-hyun didn't hide it, calmly stating, "I am Kim Soo-hyun. If you all want to continue, then I'll join the fight as well." Jordan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lei and said, "That's enough. I have no intention of fighting. We're stopping here." However, Lei was not convinced, shouting, "Who said we're stopping?" Seeing this, Mark walked over, grabbed her by the shoulder, and said, "No stopping is the right thing to do. Calm down." Biting her lip fiercely, Lei reluctantly turned and walked away. Mark hurried after her, but just before leaving, his eyes, whether intentionally or not, glanced towards Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun in turn watched their departing backs intently, deep in thought. Just like in my past life, the most elite have all gathered here. But there's also the chance Hwang Jun-sung will cause trouble. That guy has 2 options. 1, join the Blue Dungeon, or 2, prepare for the unexpected. and wait at the Chaos Guild's headquarters. He felt sorry for Ji-seon, but he hoped he would choose the first option. Meanwhile, Mark, walking behind Lei, asked in a low voice, "You felt it too, didn't you?" Biting her lip fiercely, Lei reluctantly nodded. That bastard. He was suppressing his magic power. Mark's expression grew serious as he said in a low voice, "No wonder Lee Han was defeated. We need to change our plan. We can deal with Jordan and his group later, so we'll handle Soo-hyun first." At that moment, Jordan approached Soo-hyun, saying apologetically, "Sorry you had to see that. Let me formally introduce myself again." He extended a hand to Soo-hyun, introducing himself and stating he was the vice chairman of the Maximum Guild. Soo-hyun nodded politely and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kim Soo-hyun." Jordan raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and said casually, "If possible, I'd like to conquer this dungeon without suffering any major losses. So I'm counting on you. You people are underestimating this situation far too much." With a cold scoff, Soo-hyun continued, "The Blue Dungeon isn't a place to worry about avoiding losses. You should be thinking about how to make it back out alive." Jordan was a bit surprised, but then he smiled and said, "You're surprisingly cautious, aren't you, genius? Don't worry." He was very confident in his raid team. Because all the members were the best of the best, he had bet his own pride on this success. With that, he turned and left. Soo-hyun scoffed quietly. "That pride of his is the real problem." Just then, Hak-jun ran up from behind. "Hyung, I'm all ready to depart." Looking at the back of the person who had just left, he asked with suspicion, "Was the person you were just talking with Jordan Rogers? The one who conquered the world's 6 great blue dungeons?" His eyes immediately lit up. "I can't believe we're raiding a dungeon with someone like him. Even the Ice Witch Lei is here, too. I was a little nervous since this is a blue dungeon. But seeing all these people, I guess there's nothing to worry about." But as soon as he said that, Soo-hyun asked in a low voice, "Is that what you think?" Startled, Hak-jun looked at him in confusion. They had no idea the danger ahead was far more terrifying than they imagined. Just then a voice from the other side urged them on. "We will now begin the raid on the blue dungeon." Shortly after, Jordan led the way, opening a portal into it. This blue dungeon raid would also involve a terrorist. "Attack from the Chaos Guild. If things keep going this way, the raid will fail. The monsters inside will pour out and devour this world." The second outbreak after the one in Onkang City. Soo-hyun had to stop it at all costs. At that moment, he glanced at Hak-jun and asked, "Do you remember what I told you before we came here?" Hak-jun nodded slightly. "Of course. In a dungeon, unexpected problems always occur, and the battle begins the moment we step inside." A small smile appeared on Soo-hyun's face as he said with satisfaction, "That's right. You just need to remember those 2 things." The moment he finished speaking, the 2 of them vanished without a trace. The blue dungeon trial had begun. To escape, they had to find the gate that led outside. They were either assigned or have survived for 10 days, but they could barely get out without Loy. Losing his patience with the grumbling, Jordan shouted, "Stop making so much noise! You're ruining the mood for all of us!" "And where's that guy you brought along?" She snorted coldly and said, "I don't know." Hak-jun glanced around, thinking to himself, "So this is a green dungeon, huh?" While he was still dazed, Jordan walked over and asked, "Wasn't that kid Soo-hyun with us?" Hak-jun jolted in panic. I don't know. What did he say? Can someone translate?" But by the time he looked over, Soo-hyun was nowhere to be seen. Jordan's expression turned grim. They had just entered the dungeon and 2 people had already vanished. And the ones who disappeared were powerful, making their situation even riskier. But after seeing Loy's reaction, he realized she was flustered. Was it because that nameless man disappeared? Or was it because of Soo-hyun? Either way, he had no time to think about it. Because in the sky just then, a swarm of monsters had appeared. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Mark was heading somewhere at incredible speed, but it wasn't long before he realized someone was following him. It couldn't be Loy or his boss. Jordan wasn't this fast. Guessing who it was, he decided to stop and said in a cold voice, "Come on out, Kim Soo-hyun." As soon as he finished, Soo-hyun landed on the ground with a mocking smirk. "You're faster than I thought. I almost lost you." Glancing at him, Mark gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want?" "I was assigned to scout this dungeon." As soon as he entered to scout, Soo-hyun sneered, "You mean assassinate, don't you?" At those words, Mark's face immediately darkened, but Soo-hyun wasn't flustered at all. He calmly said, "In terms of ability, I hear you're second only to Jun-fan. Is that right? I want to see your skills for myself." Hearing this, Mark's face grew even more alarmed. He couldn't believe he knew the boss's name and even their plan. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. He thought he might have gotten this information from Ethan. With that in mind, he glared and growled, "Who the hell are you really?" Smiling faintly, Soo-hyun couldn't help but praise him, as expected of an assassination type awakened. "You're very good at controlling your emotions, aren't you?" Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Mark took an attack stance and said coldly, "I don't know how much you figured out, but it doesn't matter. Because once you're dead, this will all be over. You won't be able to catch me now." As he spoke, his figure vanished without a trace. A disturbance rippled through the air. This was a skill that enveloped the body in wind to increase its power. Mark closed in on Soo-hyun, growling, "I'll tear you to pieces." The raid team had entered the dungeon with everyone else. But right now, Soo-hyun was perfectly calm, just waiting. At this very moment, a blast of energy shot aggressively towards him along with a loud shout, "Don't worry about being lonely because everyone else is going to die too." "I'm sorry, but," Soo-hyun said as he slowly drew his sword. "The moment I stepped into this dungeon, your pathetic little plan was already a failure." Immediately after, he swung down his sword in a fierce slash. The single strike pierced straight through Mark, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Soo-hyun looked up at him. His face was filled with contempt. Elsewhere, Jordan's group was busy fighting monsters. Loy used her ice magic to freeze the creatures. Jordan wasn't idle either, constantly spewing flames that burned the monsters before him alive. Watching from the sidelines, Hak-jun saw this and was left stunned and speechless. Unbelievable. Loy is playing the role of a shield with her ice magic, and Jordan is the spear with his fire magic. The rest of the guild is also impressive. Those guys are so strong. While he was dazed, a large ape charged aggressively toward him. Hak-jun gripped his blade, waiting for the ape to get closer. He unleashed a single slash, cutting it into 2 pieces. Jordan, while fighting monsters, was also keeping an eye on the situation. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think, that kid, with just a little more training, he could become a powerful awakened.